Chapter 1. Jack Bunker held up a closed fist to stop his two-person search team, but not because of a possible threat ahead. Rather, he needed to give his ribs a rest and catch his breath. The aftereffects of the brutal interrogation were spreading across his body like a determined pathogen after the containment seal was broken. The adrenaline high had kept the pain at bay and his mind focused. But now that he'd escaped and neutralized the enemy, only the reality of torture remained. Reality that came with wave after wave of stout reinforcements, bruises, scrapes, and electrical burns. "You okay?" Deputy Daisy Clark asked, grabbing his elbow. "Yeah, just need a second," Bunker answered, taking in another gulp of air. He held it, letting the cool mountain freshness settle in before the next exhale. He adjusted his grip on the assault rifle, feeling as though the killing machine's weight had just doubled. It was clear fatigue had settled in, taking residence next to the pain. He needed food, water, and sleep, none of which were available at the moment. They needed to find the insurgents' vehicles and return to the others. She let go of his arm. "Need to get you to medical as soon as we get back to town." "I'll be okay. It's Franklin you should be worried about. Even though it was a through and through, that shoulder isn't going to heal itself. Thank God it wasn't a few inches lower. Otherwise, we'd be consoling his daughter right now. And I think we both agree, Megan's been through enough the last couple days." "Roger that. Just need to find their rides. Got to be around here somewhere. Otherwise, we'll have another situation with too many riders and not enough horses. Like they say, history repeats itself," he added, remembering the long walk to Clearwater with the herd of kids. "You got that right. It's too bad Franklin didn't think to bring more than one. I'm sure once they grabbed his daughter, he was totally focused on search and recover. I know I'd be. Probably didn't think it all through. If it comes down to it, Megan will be the one to ride. The rest of us can walk. We can't have her trying to hop all the way back to town in that leg brace. I might be able to make some crutches. Just need some lashing material and a couple of tree branches. If not, I'll carry her back to town like before." "Yeah, like that's gonna happen. You can barely keep yourself upright. They really did a number on ya. Trust me, this ain't nothing. The kindred circle of doom makes today feel like a Thai massage, the kind with a happy ending." She laughed before her face turned serious. "Circle of doom, huh? What's that, some kind of initiation?" "I guess you could call it that. It's more about proving your toughness against an overwhelming enemy." "Yeah, how does that work exactly?" "The entire Brotherhood stands in a circle and takes shots at you, and not just one at a time. It's a free-for-all. Talk about a beating with chanting and laughing the entire time. All you can do is stand there and take it as a blur of pain comes at you from every direction. Fists, feet, elbows, headbutts. Nothing is off limits. I think there was a lead pipe involved too. Everyone comes out with at least a concussion, usually worse." "So that's what happened to your nose," she quipped in a sarcastic tone. "Among other things." She shook her head, looking shocked. Bunker continued. "One guy ended up with serious brain damage. Poor bastard. Our leader, Watts, just dumped the asshole in the alley behind the bar we were drinking in, then just left him there when we took off for the next town. That guy obviously never rode with us again. Why would anyone ever want to do any of that? And for what?" He shook his head. "Not my finest hour, but I was so lost at the time. In fact, I wanted the beating. I figured I deserved it for what happened during my last tour. After that, it was all about being part of a brotherhood, a place to call home, a place where I felt I belonged, for better or worse. With a bunch of thugs." Yeah, I wasn't in my right mind at the time. Probably from the circle of doom. Sure, that was part of it, but in truth there was more. A lot more. A person's past can change them at the cellular level, pushing them places they never thought they'd go, even to the dark side like me. I know it's all a poor excuse for the shit I've done, but what I went through actually happened. And it was real. I can't tell you the hurt that was boiling inside me at the time, clear down to my soul. It was like some creature had taken control of my insides, eating away at my guts and my heart. I was so angry at the world and myself. I can't imagine. But I finally managed to crawl out of that hole. It wasn't easy, but here I am, broken and bruised, just trying to put the pieces back together. All I can do now is move forward and try to find the man I used to be. The kind of man my father would be proud of. I hope you understand. A minute of silence filled the air before Daisy spoke again. Maybe we should split up to cover more ground. Bunker was happy she'd changed the subject. I thought about that, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to be out here alone. Not until we know the area is secure. You heard Franklin. He said we got them all. Maybe, but he was down for a while after taking a bullet. There could be more of them out here. Her head snapped back as she shot him a fierce look. Hey, I can take care of myself. It's you who shouldn't be out here, not in your condition. I've seen drunks on a 3-day bender who can move faster than you. He laughed harder than he wanted, waking up a string of pain across his midsection. He grimaced. Don't make me laugh. Sorry, can't help it. Watching you right now is like a comedy act. Seriously, maybe you should head back to camp and send Stephanie to help. He hated that idea. Not a chance. The last thing I need is for the two of you to be out here alone and armed. It's pretty obvious that Steph wants to kill you right now. Daisy paused before she answered. I know, and I feel terrible about it, but I'm not sure what else I can do. I've apologized like 1,000,000 times. You gotta give it some time. Sleeping with her old man wasn't cool. I'd be pissed too, he said, resuming his trek through the forest. No, I'm afraid it's just you and me. Steph needs to stay back and keep an eye on the kids. And Franklin. Daisy checked the AR-10, inspecting the magazine after ejecting it. Well, at least we've got 30 little friends who can help. Armor-piercing friends at that. He wanted to laugh again, but held it back to protect his ribs, offering up a smirk instead. Let's hope we don't have to use M. Bunker turned and resumed his march through the uneven terrain of central Colorado. Daisy followed 3 steps behind, with her rifle in a firing position. Before he could take another step, Bunker heard a twig snap, then the heavy tread of something moving through forest. He swung his focus to the right, seeing the backside of a naked man running at an angle away from him. The back of the man's head was bloody, so was his neck. Bunker knew who it was, the guard he'd overpowered in the torture shack, his hands still bound behind his back. Shit, I forgot about that guy. I got him, Daisy said, taking off after him. Bunker followed, though his pace was slower than hers. Every stride tore at his wounds, sending the pain into overdrive. Daisy raised the rifle and took a shot, never stopping her uneven jog. The blast echoed across the landscape, bouncing off the tall, majestic trees and embedded rock formations. The man's speed didn't change, his bare feet tiptoeing through the countryside with a hurried step. He looked like a streaking Olympic hurdler, racing cross-country over broken glass. When the trim guard's path took him up a gentle slope, more of his nakedness came into view. Daisy took another shot. This time the escapee went down, twisting forward with his right shoulder leading the way, his legs the last to disappear from sight. He's down, she said, picking up her pace. "Hold on, don't approach without me." She did as he asked, coming to a halt next to a wide tree stump, 8 feet high. Check that. It was a mound of termites, building an impressive fortress amongst the greenery. They'd been at it for a while, the colony's exterior walls bustling with trails of activity. From a distance, it resembled a miniature rock formation, something you'd see in Monument Valley, though this shrine had a collective mind of its own. He memorized its location out of habit, just in case the group needed an impromptu source of protein. The kids would probably gag if he stuck his hand inside one of the towering walls and pulled out a wad of eusocial insects. So would Stephanie, but he figured the capable deputy would be a willing participant. Eventually, the entire group would partake in the live feast. Hunger would transform everyone's mindset, especially when faced with no alternatives. "Where is he?" Bunker asked when he arrived at Daisy's position. She pointed with the end of the rifle. 2 o'clock, 15 yards out, by the base of that willow with the wishbone branch in the middle. "On me," he said in his most authoritative voice, dragging his sore legs forward. They weighed 100 pounds each, feeling like they'd been stolen from someone else's body, filled with cement, and sewn onto his. Bunker crept through the underbrush with the barrel of the gun aimed in the same direction as his eyes, waiting for the man's bare skin to arrive in the sights. Even though Daisy landed a round on the target, it didn't mean the man wasn't a threat. Caution was needed. He could reappear at any time and from any direction, breaking through the cover provided by the natural landscape. The deadfall ran thick in spots, requiring careful placement of each step. The foliage scratched at him, reminding him it was searching for unprotected skin. Skin it could tear open and penetrate. His days in wilderness survival training had taught him a great many things, none more important than Mother Nature is always in control. Whether you were prepared or not, she was gunning for you. Her mercy kind, but her vengeance wicked, his team leader would say. Bunker couldn't believe how the day had kept evolving, starting with a beating and ending with one of his captors on the run. It all felt a little too surreal, as if his destiny was unfolding on the pages of some twisted Hollywood screenplay. He knew nothing would ever seem normal from here on out. Not after the Area 51 plane crash and corresponding EMP attack. Daisy stopped her march and stood alongside Bunker after he'd taken position near the base of the willow tree. The man she'd shot was lying on his stomach with a gaping bullet hole in his right shoulder. Even though she wasn't trying to wing the target, she was glad she did. A fortunate result of her second shot, taken on the run, over uneven terrain. Yet the shoulder wound wasn't the man's only injury. A piece of skull had been cracked open across the back, courtesy of Bunker and his relentless kicking in the torture shack. It was a miracle the guard could even walk, let alone make a break for it in the woods. Bunker pressed the barrel of his rifle into the man's back, but the body didn't move. Bunker tried again, this time with more force. No response. He tucked the rifle down to his side, then bent over and used a free hand to roll the man onto his back. When the victim's face came into view, Daisy turned her head away in disgust. There was a hunk of wood sticking out of his right eye, thick, sharp, and bloody. His fall must have taken him face first onto an exposed branch, perhaps a root, impaling his eye. "Oh man, that had to hurt," Bunker said, using a buoyant tone. "Nice shot, Daisy." "Nailed him twice." "Not what I had in mind," she answered, wishing she'd never seen the results. "I take it he's dead." Bunker checked the man's vitals. Yep, and then some. He moved a step to the left and pointed at a fallen sapling. Its trunk had been snapped in half, exposing a jagged base. Poor bastard, must have landed there. Talk about bad luck. Daisy expected guilt to rage inside her like before, yet all felt calm inside. Well, calm mixed with queasiness. She wondered if they were going to keep searching for the trucks or drag the corpse back to camp. What about the body? Bunker didn't hesitate, answering a millisecond later as if he was already thinking about it. Let the animals take care of it. I give it a week, then there will be nothing left. And the others? Toss them out here, too. It'll be a forest buffet for the critters, going to be some fat coyotes running around. She didn't like the answers, but she was too tired to argue. Rules and procedure had been tossed aside a while ago, leaving her at the mercy of Bunker's decisions. Decisions being made by a former Marine turned white supremacist biker. Chapter 2. Franklin Atwater sat with his arms wrapped around his daughter, his shoulder pulsating with the thump of his heart. The bleeding had stopped, but not the constant sting, reminding him of how much damage had been done by the shooter's bullet. A shooter named Grinder, according to Daisy after she and Bunker had emerged from the miner's shack. One question kept nagging at him. How did Bunker know the man's name was Grinder, who offered up their name when they were holding a gun on a little girl, his little girl? "I hope they're back soon," Megan said in her sweet little voice, nestling her head against the uninjured side of his chest. "I want to go home, Daddy." "I know, me too, sweetheart. But we need to wait just a little bit longer. They'll be here soon. I promise." The temper in his chest boiled as he visualized the scene with his daughter. Megan must have been scared senseless, wishing her daddy would come inside to rescue her from the clutches of a bad guy. A bad guy she'd most certainly never forget. A bad guy whose face would haunt her dreams for years to come. Had Franklin been in Bunker's shoes, shooting the man would not have been his first choice. No, a more personal form of justice was warranted, one involving as many blows as his fists could dish out. Primal instinct is a powerful weapon, especially when it's delivered with ruthless efficiency infused with extreme prejudice. He imagined the beating in his mind, landing punch and punch, not stopping until one of two things happened. He broke every bone in his hands, or the man's face caved in like a rotting cantaloupe. Sure, to some, his vengeful daydream might seem harsh, disproportionate, or even unwarranted. But deep down, he knew he was right. Every parent knows that no punishment is too great for those who would hurt innocent children. Retribution was the only answer. Every cell in his body was tuned into his rage, but he kept all signs of it hidden from his fragile little girl. Megan was the only thing in his life that mattered, and he would never do anything to compromise her future or her happiness. And yet, he'd come within a trigger pull of losing her. Likewise, she almost lost him. Different bullet, but same shooter. The rest of what he had in his life was just a pile of useless possessions, meaningless spoils of years of hard work. All of it could be replaced. All of it except the Colt 1911, the gun his wife had given him right before she died in a tragic fire. If he'd only been there when the pull-behind trailer ignited, she'd still be alive. If he closed his eyes and focused, he could remember every agonizing night since then. The long, sleepless hours ticking by like frozen malaises. But not just for him, for Megan, too. His memories were filled with endless hours of his little girl crying herself to sleep in the bedroom next door, her face buried in the pillow, trying to muffle the sound of her misery. The pain in his heart was real. There was no denying it. So was his guilt, all of it stemming from one mistake. His mistake, one that had turned into a flaming dagger anchoring itself to his soul for all of eternity. If only he'd been diligent and stayed on top of his game. Then Megan would still have her mom, and he his wife, the only woman he'd ever loved. His situational awareness skills had become rusty, not just once, but twice. First with his wife and the trailer fire, and now with his daughter's kidnapping. These failures couldn't continue, not with the universe apparently on a rampage against him. If it weren't for Bunker, a man who just showed up and took residence in their lives, Franklin would have nothing. It was almost as if God himself had handpicked a savior, sending him to Clearwater just when the town needed him most. Before the next thought arrived, Franklin heard a sound. It was off in the distance, mechanical, closing. Megan sat up in his lap. "Daddy, do you hear that?" "Engines," Stephanie King said, whipping her head to the side to investigate. "Working engines. Sounds like more than one." "Mr. Bunker must have found them," Jeffrey added, the freckles on his cheeks dancing with each syllable. "Well, let's hope it's Bunker," Stephanie said, pulling her son closer. "It is." "Gotta think positive," Franklin said. "That man knows what he's doing. So does Daisy." "I know, but what about those gunshots earlier?" Stephanie asked. Franklin could see the worry smothering her face. "I'm sure they're okay. Probably did a little hunting while they were out there. Deer, I would guess." Steph's eyes tightened before a short pause. "Good, 'cause I'm starving. We all are," the woman said, wiping a clump of hair away from her son's face. "This day just needs to end." 30 seconds later, a pair of identical trucks broke through the trees across the clearing, their engines growling in low gear. They plowed across the rolling terrain, crushing stalks of starter growth with the roll of their tires. Franklin recognized them, having owned one in his younger days, 1965 Land Rovers. The 109 series, if he wasn't mistaken. Each a four-door sedan model, complete with a winch affixed to the front bumper and a white roof rack. The paint was a beautiful Grasmere green color, though the wide splash of mud along the side covered up most of it, so much so, it was difficult to see where one door ended and the other began. Franklin stood up. So did Megan, Stephanie, and Jeffrey. The trucks pulled to a stop 15 feet away, giving Franklin a priority view of the oversized, heavy-tread tires. They looked new, including the spare attached to the hood. The driver's window rolled down in successive, uneven bursts before Bunker stuck his head out, wearing a smile. "Someone call a cab." "A cab?" Stephanie asked in a sarcastic tone. "Who calls cabs these days? Uber would be more like it." "Okay then, Uber." "You're late," Stephanie added, letting out a thin smile. "Don't expect a tip." "Traffic was a bitch," Bunker said, playing along. "I was getting a little worried there for a moment," Franklin said. "We heard gunshots," Megan said. "Everything okay?" Franklin asked Bunker. "Had to take care of some unfinished business," Bunker said, stepping out of the vehicle. "So, you weren't hunting after all," Stephanie said. "Well, sort of, just not for something we can eat," Daisy added, exiting her truck and joining Bunker. Stephanie put up her hands. "Someone please tell that woman that I'm not talking to her right now. Or ever." Bunker shook his head, looking at Franklin. Franklin shrugged. "Let's get everyone loaded up and back to town. It's a long drive south." "Daddy, what about Tango?" Megan asked. "We can't leave him out there all alone." "I'll come back for him later, sweetheart." "But your shoulder." "I'll ride him to town for you," Bunker said, taking a step forward. "Seriously?" Daisy snapped, giving him an exaggerated smirk, then pointing at his backside. "Haven't you had enough punishment for one day?" Bunker rubbed his backside, twisting his mouth before he spoke. "I'll be okay." "Are you sure? I doubt you can take another argument with a saddle." Bunker laughed. "Right now, my rear end hurts the least of everything. Another ride will just even out the pain. Besides, someone has to do it. We can't leave a valuable horse out here." "Thanks, Bunker. We appreciate it," Franklin said, pointing to the right. "He's tied to a tree just beyond a stream. Look for a huge oak tree lying on the ground. Can't miss it. It's massive. Tango's right behind the stand of blueberry bushes. Got it. Tango loves blueberries, Megan said, looking at her father. That's why I left him there, darling, so he could eat. There's a stream, too, for water. Don't you think we should stay together? Stephanie asked, her tone tense. She cleared her throat, shooting a sharp glance at Bunker. So none of us accidentally wanders off on their own. Bunker shook his head, ignoring her obvious reference to him. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up. I need to finish a few things around here before I head out. For the buffet, Daisy said, nodding in a matter-of-fact way. Exactly. What buffet? Stephanie asked. I'll explain later, Bunker said, just not in front of the kids. Oh, right, she said, nodding tentatively, though her tone suggested she wasn't sure what he meant. Chapter 3. Mayor Buckley waited in front of Bubba's Repair and Restoration, his feet just outside the entrance to the first garage bay. He kept his head turned away to avoid a dangerous case of welder's flash, waiting for the gas-infused hiss of the crackling torch to run quiet. A few seconds later it did, filling the garage with an echo of silence. I'm a little busy here, Mayor, a male's voice said, his tone terse and to the point. Buckley brought his eyes around until he found the owner of the auto repair shop, Bert Lowenstein. He was down on one knee with his welding mask tipped up, his face unevenly tanned and soiled. Bert wasn't wearing a shirt, only a pair of shop coveralls with the straps wrapped around his wide shoulders. There must have been 24 burn scars across his arms, round belly, and powerful biceps, making Buckley wonder why Bert chose to weld steel without a shirt for protection. The bruise around Bert's left eye was colorful and notably swollen, courtesy of the sheriff's nightstick from a few days prior. Yet the injury didn't diminish the intensity of Bert's penetrating stare, nor did it lessen his body odor or gruff demeanor. The mayor wasn't looking forward to this conversation, but it needed to take place. Sorry to interrupt, Bert, but I need to speak to you about something. It's gonna have to wait, Buckley. Got a schedule to keep, the mechanic said with sharp words. The man brought his eyes down to the triangle-shaped project in front of him that featured 2 mountain bike wheels on the end of an axle. His hand came up to the open mask along the side, his fingers wrapping around the edge. Buckley assumed he was about to flip the mask down and resume his work. The mayor needed to stop him and continue the conversation. However, before the mayor could utter his next word, Sheriff Apollo arrived and joined him at his side, his voice charged with volume. It can wait, Bert. The mayor can't. I'm afraid this is official business. So I'm gonna have to ask you to put down the torch and have a little chat with us. Bert never looked up at Apollo, keeping his head low and shaking it slowly. It was clear the man wasn't happy about the interruption. After a 3 count, the grease monkey stood up, tearing the mask from his head and tossing it onto the workbench behind him. Bert huffed, then ran his hands through his unruly hair before making eye contact. Okay, but make it quick. You're costing me money here. We can appreciate that, but this won't take long, the mayor said in an authoritative voice, stepping inside the open garage bay. Apollo followed him as they walked to Bert's location. Bert grabbed a red shop towel from a rolling work cart next to him and wiped the sweat from his brow, then turned the cloth loose on his filthy hands and fingers. Buckley decided to forego the customary handshake, not wanting a messy transfer of grease to take place. He knew Bert wasn't a fan of meet and greets anyway, so he figured the man wouldn't take offense. Bert was a carbon copy of his dad, Bartholomew Lowenstein, the entrepreneur who started the repair shop some 20 years prior. At first blush, one might think the senior member of their family would have been tagged with the nickname Bart, but that wasn't the case. Everyone called him Bubba. Buckley wasn't sure why. The mayor remembered the old man's funeral like it was yesterday. A brawl broke out in the church pews halfway into the service. The melee started as an argument over the previous presidential election, something about gun control if Buckley remembered right. As usual, Bert was at the center of the fisticuffs, taking on his toothless cousin Dave. It took an act of God to pry the burly combatants apart, etching the day into Buckley's memory until the end of time. "Is this about what happened with Albert?" Bert asked, his eyes focused on the sheriff's duty belt. Buckley figured the sweaty professional wrench was looking for Apollo's nightstick, worried that another beatdown was forthcoming. "No, this is about another matter." "How's the eye?" Apollo asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Bert tightened his chin and his eyes. "Hurts like a motherfucker. How do you think it feels?" "I wish it hadn't been necessary, but you can't assault a deputy like that," Apollo said. "Deputy? Albert's not a real deputy. Who are you trying to fool? He's a lazy dumbass. Everyone knows that. And you just gave him a badge. Seriously." "Yes, I did, and it was the right thing to do. We've got a serious situation in town, in case you hadn't noticed. And I have a town to protect. With Albert and that other spaz." Apollo hesitated, looking like he was fighting back his temper. "You know, Bert, you should be grateful that I didn't toss your ass in jail and file charges. There was certainly probable cause to do so." Buckley needed the tension to disappear. "Gentlemen, what happened at the gas station is ancient history now. We need to move on." Bert pointed at his face. "Yeah, well, tell that to my eye. I've been seeing double ever since. Gotta close it when I'm using my torch." "Yes, that's unfortunate, but we can't dwell on the past. There are more important things to discuss." "Then let's get on with it, Mayor. I don't have all day," Bert said with more air in his words than before. He tossed the wipe away, depositing it on a loose pile of soiled towels sitting a few feet away. "First of all, thank you for repairing the town hall's generator. It's working much better now," Buckley said, giving Bert a pair of $100 bills from his pocket. The man snatched the money. "The invoice was for 300, Mayor. Where's the rest?" "I'll have it for you tomorrow. We're a little low on petty cash at the moment." "That's not what we agreed on," Bert snarled. "I thought you were a man of your word." "I am. You just need to be patient until I can send my assistant to the bank to restock the cash box. Should be tomorrow afternoon, at the latest." "Fine, is that it?" Bert asked. "No, there's another matter we need to discuss," Apollo said, pointing at the two-wheeled frame on the floor. "You're building a rickshaw, am I right?" Bert shrugged, looking smug. "Yeah, so, no law against that." "Actually, there is," Apollo answered in a sharp tone. The mayor decided to explain in more detail, just in case Bert hadn't been informed of the new conservation policy. "Since we don't know when the next tanker truck will arrive, if ever, I've designated the town's fuel supply off limits to everyone. Except, of course, in case of emergency." Bert rolled his eyes. "Yeah, good luck with that. People are gonna need fuel. I've already instituted a rationing system based on need. Everyone seems to be adjusting." "Well, good for you. What's that got to do with me?" Apollo spoke next. "We know about the 1932 Indian Chief motorcycle you just bought from Stan Fielding. That's what this is about. An old ride I bought from a buddy who wanted to sell it. He needed the cash and I needed the bike." "We know you're going to use it to pull the rickshaw," Apollo said. Bert stood there for a moment, blinking. Then he answered, "Hey, people still have to get around, so I thought I'd lend a hand. You know, fill a need." "For money?" Bert nodded. "It's called free enterprise, Sheriff. Even you can't stop a man from earning a living. That motorcycle will take fuel. Fuel we can't afford to spare, Buckley said. Wow, you guys are really looking to bust my balls over nothing. Wasting fuel is more than nothing, Apollo said. Look, I figured there's some easy money to be made offering rides around town, so I'm showing a little initiative. What's wrong with that? We'd prefer that you didn't. Others might follow your lead, Buckley said. And that will cause a run on the town's fuel supply, so I'm afraid we can't allow you to do this. Look, I'm not planning on using any of your precious fuel, so get over yourselves. Okay, how's that exactly? Buckley asked, wondering if the man was going to build a wood gasifier for the motorcycle, or possibly some other form of alternative fuel system. Got my own supply out back. Topped off the 1,000-gallon tank last week, long before any of this craziness started. Buckley wasn't aware of Bert's fuel storage but still needed to stop the man, for his own good, if nothing else. Don't you think you should conserve the fuel you have and not waste it on a fleeting endeavor? Bert's face flushed red as fire erupted in his eyes. Fleeting endeavor? Are you serious? I'll tell you what's a fleeting endeavor. Being an auto mechanic in a small town where all the vehicle electronics have been fried. And I mean totally fried. I can't fix any of it, even if I had the parts, which I don't and probably never will. Even my tow truck is useless. So no, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Only an idiot would do that. Unless I come up with something quick to replace the income, I'll be hanging a going out of business sign on the front of my old man's building. Even you can't possibly think I'm gonna let that happen. Buckley looked at Apollo for guidance. The sheriff didn't offer any. Bert continued. So the way I see it, you've got no legal standing here. I'm using my fuel for my motorcycle that I purchased legally to pull my cart that I made with my own 2 hands. As long as I'm not breaking any traffic laws and the bike is licensed, which it is, I don't see how you can stop me from using my setup any way I please. In fact, if this idea takes off, and I think it will, I'll build a fleet of these rigs. Well, we could always close down the streets, Apollo said, looking at Buckley. Make them pedestrian-only zones. Bert laughed, shaking his head. Sure, that'll go over well. You'll end up with a bunch of pissed-off citizens on your hands. I'm sure you realize there are a lot of old people in this town who can't get around without assistance. They're gonna need my new taxi service. Maybe I'm wrong here, but it seems to me that closing down the streets just to stop my ride-sharing business is the last thing you want to do, especially with the mayor's re-election coming up next year. Buckley didn't have an answer. Apollo was silent, too. Bert tilted his head and shot Buckley a look of superiority. Okay then, if there's nothing else, I need to get back to work. Before Buckley could respond, a gentle female voice spoke up from behind the group. Excuse me, gentlemen, are we interrupting something? Buckley whirled around. It was Allison Rainey. She was with her mother Martha and her son Victor. The woman looked at Apollo. Looks like we meet again, Sheriff. Allison, what are you doing here? Apollo said, stammering over his words. I heard Mr. Lowenstein is giving rides to people who need them. Bert stepped forward, looking damn proud of himself. Looks like my first customer has arrived. What can I help you with, folks? We need a ride out to my mother's place on Old Mill Road. She needs to feed her animals and get her meds. Are all 3 of you going? Bert asked. Round trip? Yes, if you wouldn't mind. How much would it cost? Let's see, 3 people, Old Mill Road, round trip. We're looking at $50. 50? She repeated. Whoa, that's too much, Buckley snapped. Yes, it is, Apollo added. Bert ignored Buckley and the sheriff, keeping his eyes on Allison. "It's a long way out there, lady, plus I have to wait around for you to finish your business and bring you back. My time ain't cheap, so it's gonna cost 50. Take it or leave it." Allison dug around in her purse. "I've only got 30. Been a little slow at the diner." "Well then, looks like it's gonna be a one-way trip." Allison hesitated, looking at her mother and her son. They both nodded. "Then I guess that'll have to do." "Wait a minute," Apollo said, pulling out his wallet. "I've got a 20 you can have." Allison shook her head with vigor. "I can't let you do that, Sheriff, especially after that huge tip at breakfast. That was too much earlier. I can't let you do that again." Apollo held the bill out in his hand, shaking it. "I insist." "No, Sheriff, we can't take your money." "So what's it gonna be?" Bert asked her. Allison's face softened a bit. "Can you come back to my mother's house in a couple of days? I'll need a ride back into town for my next shift at the diner." "Sure, I can do that. Probably offer you a discount, too, assuming this is gonna be a regular thing." "Thanks, I appreciate it." "I'll need a little bit more time here," Bert said before pointing at his project. "I've got some more work to do, then it'll be ready. Why don't you have a seat in my office and let me finish?" "Thank you," Allison said, shooting the sheriff a friendly look before leading her family toward the office access door. Bert turned to Buckley, letting a thin smile grow on his lips. "Like I said, filling a need." "No, that's not filling a need. What you're doing is highway robbery." "Supply and demand, Mayor. What choice do they have, other than walking all the way out there?" "Still doesn't make it right." "You guys know your way out, right?" Bert asked, angling his head at the open bay door. Chapter 4. Bunker lowered the last of the bodies from the mostly chestnut-colored horse, using a rope assembly he'd fashioned from the leftover paracord in camp. The makeshift pulley system was a godsend, giving his back and shoulders a reprieve from the pain. The corpse landed on the others, flopping to its side in an awkward position. He was impressed with the power and willingness of Franklin's steed, an American paint horse, according to its owner. Tango was more than capable, and not nearly as skittish as he expected when Bunker first approached him in the forest. He was able to walk right up to the white-legged animal and mount the saddle, without the slightest hesitation. Good thing, too. Otherwise, hauling the dead bodies by hand to this well-used game trail would have been a time-consuming chore, not to mention exhausting. The path was nestled at the bottom of a steep ravine. The horse seemed to instinctively know what Bunker wanted him to do, working with speed and precision, no doubt because of Franklin's training. Bunker didn't know Franklin all that well, but the towering cowboy's attention to detail was obvious, not just in his appearance but in the way he carried himself. His daughter Megan was as sweet as they came, another testament to the man's steadfast nature. "It's all about dedication and effort," Bunker's old man used to say, preaching something along those lines on a daily basis. "They're the keys to success. Got to test yourself, Jack, then see it through." Franklin must have believed in those virtues as well. Let's face it, being a black man in a small town in Colorado was a test in and of itself. But running a horse stable and supply business in redneck country, that took guts and balls. Bunker wondered what his old man would say now if he were still alive. Bunker's past had certainly taken a few wrong turns. No denying that, but here he was, working with a bunch of near strangers in the forest of Colorado. Funny how life takes you down paths you never imagine. Bunker was happy to be back wearing his own clothes, having found them during a search of the camp. It was the first thing he did after the others headed back to Clearwater in the pair of ancient Land Rovers. Thankfully, both women knew how to drive a stick, keeping Franklin from having to drive with a wounded shoulder. Thus far, the cleanup was going according to plan. He'd found more of the Pokémon cards hidden inside pouches on all but one of the men. Only Grinder's body didn't have a card, but that wasn't a shock since his old riding partner had apparently just showed up at camp before Bunker was forced to burn him with a single round to the forehead. From what Grinder had said, his old gang leader, Watts, sent him to make some kind of a business deal with the unidentified insurgents. Bunker figured that meant the kindred were expanding their territory again, obviously not expecting the sweeping EMP attack to hit the countryside. Just then, before Bunker could take another step, the saddled beast backed up in a lurch, snorting and bucking his head. Bunker stumbled sideways from the sudden weight shift, yanking on the reins to catch his balance. "Easy there, Tango," he said, running his hand along the animal's neck. He looked around but didn't see anything that could have spooked Tango, other than the lifeless meat sacks lying nearby. Bunker pampered the animal with long, even strokes of his fingers. He continued talking to the animal using slow, tempered phrases, timing the movement of his hand to match the melodic delivery of his reassurances. Tango looked him in the eyes, almost as if he were judging Bunker's sincerity. The magnificent creature was an imposing combination of muscle and force, able to trample him at a moment's notice. However, Franklin's ride gave off a different aura. It was one of tranquility, as if Tango was content with just being alive and available to help. "We'll head out soon, boy. Just need to spread these bodies out so your friends can have a go at them. Everyone needs to eat." He admired the symmetry of the rounded spots of white, offsetting the chestnut base with balanced perfection. It was almost as if Picasso himself had painted this stunning portrait, and done so for the sole purpose of Bunker's admiration. He'd never noticed such beauty and elegance in a horse before. Then again, he'd never really been this close to one, either. It was possible his newfound connection with Tango was simply the product of his exhaustion and raging soreness. He couldn't be sure. Not that it really mattered. He liked how it felt, his emotions guiding him down a new, undiscovered path. A path where four-legged creatures suddenly took on a profound magnificence in the world around him. Bunker took a moment to soak it all in. Then a new idea stormed into his thoughts. Maybe it was okay to rely on someone else for a change. Even if that someone was a non-stop fly-swatting machine, its tail flapping at every insect in the area. After Bunker swiped his hand through Tango's thick, luxurious mane a few more times, the quadruped let out a blow, nodding like he understood all that Bunker was thinking and feeling at the moment. It was a strange sensation, washing over Bunker like a fresh ocean breeze, caressing his skin with contentment. Bunker shook off the moment of unexpected tranquility, then tied Tango to the closest branch. It was time to turn his attention to the pile of bodies. He had work to do. The dead were lying at odd angles in a tangle of arms and legs, reminding him of a loose pile of deli meat, fresh from the butcher's slicer. The instant Bunker's mind focused on the word butcher, a wicked spin of dizziness took over. The forest around him blurred into a swirling green haze, sending him to the ground on his knees. A razor-sharp headache exploded between his eyes, then shot to the back of his skull. When it traveled down his spine, Bunker slammed his eyes shut and wrapped his arms around his head, trying to stop what was about to happen. But it came at him regardless. Images, hundreds of them, snapshots, memories, played in rapid succession, amplified in color and brightness. He knew what it was, having endured it all before. It was a vivid replay from Afghanistan, the night before he was due to rotate out. The horrific scene continued to flood his thoughts, stampeding his already exhausted synapses. One after another, the images flashed. Severed arms, mangled legs, headless torso stacked up like sand bags, all of it bloody, all of it his fault. Bunker fell into the grass with his jaw clenched, writhing in silence. The visual onslaught went on for what seemed like minutes, never taking a moment off. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the playback stopped. A few heartbeats came and went, then the headache dulled to a speck of numbness. So did the dizziness. He sat up, his chest heaving and hands shaking. Tango snorted, then neighed twice, acting like he was concerned. For some reason, Bunker felt compelled to console his new friend. "I'll be okay, buddy. Just some human bullshit to deal with." Bunker kept his eyes closed as he took in a long draw of air. He held it for a 3 count before letting it out slowly. He ran the sequence again and again, needing to collect himself. A wet nose pushed at the back of Bunker's head, softly at first, then harder. Bunker pried his eyes open and found Tango standing next to him. A broken branch hung from his bridle, tangled in a knot of leather. "Clever boy," Bunker said, realizing he'd underestimated his mount. The stallion pushed at him again and again, this time snorting with attitude. Bunker freed the broken limb from the reins and tossed it aside before wrapping his hands around Tango's prominent nose. He gave his new friend a tender rub with his thumbs, traversing the streak of white on his snout. "I'm working on it, boy. Just need a minute." Bunker waited for the energy to return, then stood with knees wobbling. The ache along the back of his neck was at level 7, almost matching the sting in his ribs. Yet, none of the discomfort surprised him. He'd been through this type of episode before, knowing the weakness would pass. So would the aches and pains, but this time he couldn't wait until they did. He walked to the bodies and began spreading them out in even rows with space between. Better access was needed for the moment when the game trail came alive with activity. The feeding frenzy would begin once the sun gave way to the moon. The nighttime air would settle in like a blanket of thick mosquitoes, hovering with a chill over those creatures who called the darkness home. Nature's garbage disposal, he thought. Fast, efficient, and indiscriminate. Human or not, meat was meat. All of it fair game for those with a thirst for blood and tissue. The last body he arranged was that of Grinder. The wound in the bald man's forehead was no longing bleeding, but the gaping entry wound was still there, staring at Bunker like a judgmental third eye. Bunker had known the tattooed brute for 4 years at last count, sharing hookers and whiskey bottles at various roadside establishments across Southern California. Some gloomy, others seedy, but each of them welcoming riders who wore their colors. If someone had asked him a few months ago if he ever could have imagined a moment like this, he would have responded with an emphatic hell no. So much had changed over such a short time. One minute he was riding his Harley through the car-clogged streets of LA, and now this. He shook his head, letting the insanity of the situation soak in. The more he thought about it, the more the long string of unbelievable events came together in his mind, forming a logical roadmap. A roadmap drawn just for him. Somehow the craziness made sense, almost as if destiny had reached out and touched him. Yet, despite the epiphany, it was time to press on. The past was history, and so was his former life as Bulldog, 5th in command of the infamous Kindred biker gang. He gave Tango a pat on the side of the neck. "Ready to go, stud." The horse lifted its nose, sending a huff into the air. Bunker smiled. "Just try to take it easy on me. I'm not the rider Franklin is. Or Megan, I'm guessing." Bunker stood frozen for a moment, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, he wasn't convinced heading back to Clearwater was the best course of action. He'd done his part and saved his new friends, then disposed of the bodies. Surely, they could venture on without him at his point. They were capable and they all had each other. Small towns were like that, pulling together in times of crisis so no one was alone. Bunker figured Jeffrey would get over it. So would Stephanie, once she stopped dwelling on it. They'd all understand if he decided to quietly slip away and resume his walkabout, a term Jeffrey had used. Perhaps the biggest reason for leaving Clearwater was Daisy, a unique bundle of grace and power, a bundle with a badge who knew his secret. It was obvious she no longer trusted him, and he couldn't blame her. He didn't always trust himself. Why should she be any different? Bunker figured it wouldn't be long before the sheriff and mayor were read into the facts she'd uncovered. Eventually, she'd have no choice. The facts would find their way to the surface. So would the truth, it always did, no matter what bullshit was tossed on top of it. Bunker might be able to keep Daisy at bay for a while, but not all three of them. They'd gang up against him, eventually. No matter how many people he saved. Sure, his code of honor was nagging at him to head back to town like he promised, but his heart wasn't into it. Neither was his logic. He didn't have the energy or time to overcome their doubts, needing to head somewhere quiet. Somewhere he could enjoy some serious shut-eye and recover from the beatings. And maybe grab a steak, too, and a beer. There had to be a friendly rancher around here somewhere, someone with a few chores needing to be done. He figured a trade was in order, a little manual labor in exchange for a bed and breakfast. He liked the idea. What do you think, boy? Will Franklin mind if I borrow you for a little while? Maybe head to Denver or Kansas City. See what's what. I'm sure we can find a nice stable for you. Someplace with a hot little filly for you. You'd probably like that, would ya? The horse didn't seem to care, only blinking its eyes and flapping its tail at another round of bothersome flies. Or we go back to town, Bunker said, wondering if the horse could sense his dilemma. He stood there another 10 seconds, pondering what to do. Once he'd reached a decision, he folded the reins in his palm before addressing the mount with a firm grip on the saddle horn and a foot in the stirrup. He yanked, hoisting himself up with his right leg over first. The molded leather of the seat settled in under his backside, reminding him he still had plenty of healing to do across his undercarriage. And elsewhere. He still didn't feel confident in the saddle, but was starting to get the hang of it. Of course, it helped getting to know Franklin's horse a bit. Bunker was about to nudge Tango in the sides with his heels, but stopped when he heard the grind of an engine. But not just any engine. A high-compression diesel engine, chattering and knocking as it processed the heavy fuel within its bowels. Tango's feet became restless and his ears twitched, turning from side to side like a pair of radar dishes in search of an unidentified object. Bunker leaned forward and rubbed the equine's neck, wanting to keep the 1,200-pound locomotive quiet. And still, the attention worked, allowing Bunker to study the sonic waves vibrating through the humid atmosphere of the forest. The engine noise was a constant rattling chug, traveling somewhere beyond his field of vision. Even though the pitch wasn't changing, the angle was, indicating the vehicle was headed north. North meant the traveler may have been on an intercept course with the miners' camp, a locale choking in blood and guts. He ran through it in his mind, crunching the possibilities. It couldn't be Stephanie. She never would have returned to the camp, not with the children and Franklin in tow. The huge cowboy needed medical attention and the kids sanctuary. It probably was Daisy either. The Land Rovers were gasoline engines, not diesels. Unless, of course, she changed her ride before doubling back. But how? Theoretically, nothing else was working. They were fortunate to find 2 working trucks as it was, so that likelihood seemed remote at best. No, the vehicle cruising nearby belonged to someone else. Someone with an imp-proof machine. It was also possible the vehicle wasn't within the blast area when the electromagnetic pulse hit. Possibly stored underground or in a metal barn that doubled as a Faraday cage. He figured it was one of the anonymous men in black, men who had a hard-on for Pokémon, as Daisy had quipped, men who were prepared for this EMP event. When the engine whine faded, it gave way to the harmonic timbre of the Rocky Mountains. Birds chirped, whistled, and sang, sending invitations of courtship to each other, their ballads interrupting the near-constant backdrop of the breeze pushing its way through the dense thicket of leaves. Bunker tugged the reins to one side, swinging Tango around to investigate the new arrival. 2 taps of his heels sent the animal forward. 2 more sent him into a fast trot. Chapter 5. I wish I could disagree, Buckley told Apollo as they walked into the sheriff's office together. But you're right. Bert isn't going to stop taking advantage of people, not if there's money to be made. Apollo nodded, not looking happy about it. There's not much we can do about it if the citizens are desperate enough to hire him. The portly uniformed man sat in his chair behind the desk, letting his backside land on the cushion with more force than was necessary. He spun around to face the window that peered into the town square with his hand on his chin. Buckley took a seat on the end of the desk, his knees facing the same window. Who I worry most about are the older folks. Most of them are on fixed incomes. Aren't we all? Apollo smirked, his eyebrows pinched and nose wrinkled. Buckley cleared his throat, hoping to avoid a conversation about salary. On a different matter, Gus, I don't think we can wait any longer for Daisy and Bunker to return on their own. Apollo didn't hesitate. Agreed, time to send out search teams. Who are you thinking? Me, for one. And I'd like to commandeer your grandson, if that's all right with you. Rusty's already been to Atwater's ranch, and I figure I can use his eyes and ears. Plus, I'll need to know if anything has changed since he's been out there. He's our only real witness. I know he'll want to help. Do you know if he can ride a horse? Buckley didn't know the answer for sure and didn't want to mislead his second in command. He decided to answer with more than a simple yes or no. Probably, but I'm betting he'll want to make the trip on his racing bike. Apollo sucked in his lower lip before he answered, nodding slowly. I'm sure we can make that work, though I'm still taking a horse, because pedaling up and down these hills isn't gonna cut it for this old dog. Buckley laughed, the smile growing by the second. Yeah, you and me both. Like Mother Nature, Father Time does not negotiate. Nor does he take prisoners. This getting older thing sucks, Apollo added, his tone friendly. Had I known what this would be like when I was younger. No need to go there, Gus. I'm already way ahead of you. Good to know we're on the same page, about a lot of things. You know what they say, great minds and all that. Definitely, Apollo said, sitting forward in his chair with his eyes locked on the bustle of activity outside. I'll go round up a couple of my deputy teams and get them moving as well. We've got a lot of forest to cover. New or old teams? New, I'm afraid. Doc Marino wants the reserve unit to rest. They'll need several days to recover from their hike back to town. Dehydration is some seriously nasty business. Sounds prudent, though I'm not so sure about those two, Albert and Dustin. They're not exactly what I would call physical specimens, plus they're a little green around the edges. Yes, they are, but I'll get them up to speed eventually. Assuming I can ever find the time to do a little training. So far, this train wreck of a situation hasn't stopped for a moment. Buckley couldn't hold back a nod. I'm sure Bunker would agree, train wreck and all. Apollo stood up and faced the mayor. Rusty and I will investigate Tuttle's place first. Then we'll head over to Atwater's stables. I want to get a look at everything firsthand. Tuttle's place, huh? Isn't that across the street from Martha Rainey's place? Yes, as a matter of fact. You're obviously worried about her fine-looking daughter, Allison, Buckley said, refraining from ribbing Apollo about his obvious infatuation with the new waitress in town. Her and everyone else. Wish I could have stopped her from heading out there until we knew more about what's going on, but that's where her mother lives. People are gonna do what they do. There's only so much I can stop legally. Roger that, Buckley said, taking a few seconds to run a few more thoughts through his mind. There was one more scenario they needed to cover. What if Daisy and Bunker happen to stroll into town while you're gone? If that happens, then great, but make sure they stay put. I'm gonna want a full report when I get back. Buckley paused, his eyes drifting into a long, unfocused stare. He suddenly felt 1,000 years old, his energy levels draining the needle toward empty. Is there something else, Mayor? Apollo asked, his tone genuine and concerned. Buckley exhaled a slow breath, letting the words line up on his tongue. I don't know, Gus. Right now, it feels like we're swimming in quicksand. What do you mean? Every time we try to take a step forward, it seems like we're dragged 3 steps back. I know how you feel, Mayor. It's exhausting. The word exhausting doesn't begin to cover it. Just look at all we're facing. We've got important people missing, no communication equipment, a fuel supply under threat, citizens doing their own thing, no power, no electronics, no real transportation, limited manpower, limited food and medical supplies, and our plan to send out recon teams in all directions has gone nowhere. Oh, and let's not forget a possible invasion, he said, feeling his blood pressure spike. Even I'm starting to wonder if we're the right men for the job. We are, sir. I'm sure of it, Apollo answered, his tone confident. We're just a little short-handed, that's all. Eventually something will break our way. Until then, I think it's important that you and I stick together and stay the course. No, you're right, Gus. A united front is the key. Absolutely. As long as we make sound, rational decisions, I'm confident everything will work out. You know what they say, 2 heads are better than 1. Buckley nodded, feeling better than he did a few seconds ago. Because if we don't take the lead, who will? Exactly, sir. The good citizens of Clearwater are counting on us, whether they realize it or not. Chapter 6. Albert Mortensen put his hand on the lift handle of the garage door, twisting it 90 degrees before yanking it up. The 4-panel steel door slid open, allowing the sun to flood the space. The rays of light instantly highlighted the dust in the air, showing a medley of swirls and streaks dancing in the turbulence. He stood on his toes to push the door into its overhead locking position. It would have been much easier if his dad had installed backup power on the property when he was alive. A generator. Solar something. Anything to avoid the constant manual work to open and close this heavy door. At least the door was insulated. So were the walls, keeping the temperature inside the garage from getting out of control. Drafts of air still found their way into the car shelter, but it was better than it would have been without the extra attention to detail. Fellow deputy and legendary string bean Dustin Brown walked in first, heading for the lengthy, tarp-covered vehicle parked inside. How long has this thing been in here? Since before I was born. Dad would only take it out on Sundays, Albert said, following his new friend and rookie meth cook. Dad bought it brand new from a Plymouth dealer in Denver when he and Mom first got married. I swear he loved this car more than her. Definitely more than me. Albert rubbed a layer of dust away, then grabbed the strap on the front of the cover. He pulled it back, revealing his father's most prized possession, a 1957 Plymouth Sport suburban 4-door station wagon. The tarp caught air as he tugged on it, floating atop the vehicle's massive hood. He continued to remove the wrap, giving Dustin a prime view of the abundant glass surrounding the seating area and the acres of nearly flat steel making up the cab. "Holy shit, that's big," Dustin said, running his hand across the red paint. He traced his finger along the flaking white of the vehicle's pinstripe, tracing the contour of metal from the front fender well to the set of rear vertical fins. "Even has a luggage rack. Cool. Not that we ever took a trip in it. I wish I could have seen this thing back when it was new. It must have been beautiful. Look at all that chrome." Yeah, Dad was really proud of it. I'm pretty sure it was his first and only new car. Can't be many of these on the road anymore. In fact, I don't think I've even seen one before. Most people haven't, at least not our generation. With all that steel, I'll bet it feels like a tank when you drive it. I wouldn't know. Dad never let anyone but him take the wheel. How many miles on it? Albert tossed him the keys. I don't know. Why don't you get in and find out? Really? Dustin asked as the keys hit him in the chest. He made a wild two-handed stab for them but missed, sending them to the concrete floor in a jangle. He picked them up and unlocked the door. When he opened it, the hinges creaked and groaned like an old man trying to get up from an afternoon nap in an easy chair. Dustin sat inside, gripping his fingers on the vintage steering wheel. His eyes looked down at the dash. Wow, only 21,066 miles. Like I said, only on Sundays, when he was alive at least. Dustin hesitated for a moment before he spoke again, his fingers playing with the knobs on the dash. When did he pass? A little over a year ago, Albert responded, wondering if he should share the cause of death. If he did, it might add to the bond they were forming. Dropped dead during a church volleyball game, if you can believe that shit. Your parents were religious. Not exactly. Dad was there to weather strip their doors when one of the nuns talked him into playing in a charity match. I guess someone didn't show up and they needed one more guy. Jesus, that must have been a shock. Yeah, it was. Mom went 6 months later and ta-da, I inherit everything. Well, after the state did its thing during probate. Took forever, but it's all mine now, including this old clunker. I'm sorry about your parents. Don't be. I really wasn't that close to them. All we did was argue whenever I was around, usually about my weight or my choices, especially my dad. He never really approved of anything I did. Most fathers don't. Time to change the subject, Albert decided. I have to say, you look damn good behind the wheel. Why don't you go ahead and start it? Dustin smiled, then inserted the keys into the ignition. His eyes flared as he turned it. Nothing happened, not a sound. Battery must be dead. Actually, I'm sure the whole engine is dead. This thing hasn't been started in a long time. Cars are machines, and you have to use them or they seize up. So, how exactly is this station wagon going to help us with our transportation problem? I mean, I get it's big and all, with tons of room for our first batch of Clearwater Red. But it seems kinda useless if it doesn't run. Remember the guy who tried to break my thumb at the gas station? You mean Bert? Yep, he's the best mechanic around. You think he can fix it? No doubt. But how he hates your ass. Albert reached into his pocket and pulled out a Ziploc bag filled with brilliant red crystals. A trade. He's into meth. Wouldn't put it past him. He's obviously a weak-minded man with self-confidence issues. The perfect customer. What if he is? Then I'll convince him to sell it and make some serious cash. Either way, I'm sure he'll get this sled running for us." Chapter 7. Bunker slowed Tango to a trot as they grew closer to the deteriorating miners' camp. He continued the slower pace for another 100 yards or so before he decided to pull back hard on the reins. Tango responded, allowing him to dismount in one smooth motion. He secured the horse to a stout branch of a seasoned cottonwood tree, its broad canopy providing a welcome respite from the sun's fiery glow. He decided to use clove hitch, something he learned to tie during his extensive underwater training sessions. It was the preferred knot when attaching detonation cord to an obstacle, and he figured it was strong enough to hold Tango. As was the branch he'd chosen, unlike the overgrown twig he'd used before. His traveling companion was a clever escape artist, but Bunker couldn't afford to let Tango work himself free again. Not until he figured out what was going on with the new arrivals. Bunker grabbed his rifle and headed up a long, steep incline, pushing his burning thigh muscles to their breaking point. The steep ridge ahead overlooked the camp, a fact he learned while Daisy and he were searching for the insurgents' vehicles. When he neared the apex, he put the AR-10 in his left hand, then dropped into a low-angle crawl, slithering the remaining 20 feet on his belly. A stand of underbrush was his target, scrub oak, packed together like a skirmish line on the edge of the ledge ahead. Their orange leaves were interspersed with patches of brown and red, giving them a festive aura. The flora's rainbow of colors would help conceal him, he figured, as he neared the steep drop-off. His arms trampled a handful of discarded acorns. They were yellowish-brown with shallow, warty cups, flattening against the hard-pan soil as he moved. Once in position, he allowed himself a few seconds to take in the view. The scene was almost beyond words. Majestic peaks rose like imposing sentinels in every direction, proudly reaching to the heavens. Trees of every shape, size, and color lined the undulating tapestry, huddled together like willing soldiers on a march. The blue sky held wisps of cirrus clouds, each with curling streaks of moisture leading the way. They looked like massive sprays of paint, floating free in the jet stream as they worked their way toward oblivion. Birds with mighty wingspans were soaring, 4 sets of them, spread out across the blue in pairs. Their all-black wings banked hard around a different surface point, waiting for their respective prey to draw its last breath before they swooped in for an easy meal. The pair of airborne carnivores circling above him might have been eyeing him, thinking his health was failing. He was moving slow like a dying animal, drawing them ever closer. Bunker brought his eyes down to the clearing before him. The miners' camp had visitors, men, by their size and stature. However, they weren't dressed in all-black civilian garb like the last group who'd taken residence here. These were troops, fully armed and covered with tactical gear. Head-to-toe forest green camo was their outfit of choice. A few carried assault rifles with grenade launchers attached, others without. Yet seeing troops in camp wasn't the only surprise. They arrived in 3 GAZ Tiger all-terrain infantry mobility vehicles, plus a heavier armored personnel carrier. It was a 15-ton BTR-80, Russian-made, amphibious, formidable. Its high-angle turret, twin deployment doors, 7.62 coaxial machine gun, and 30mm cannon were easily recognizable. So was its welded steel hull and 8-wheel design, something he hadn't seen since his stint in Afghanistan. "Looks like we were right," he mumbled, wondering how many more Russians were in the area. If this wasn't a lone patrol, then the enemy might already be in country en masse. He imagined whole armored divisions clogging the interstates, driving up from Mexico with scores of infantry and command personnel, tanks, APCs, mobile missile systems, and artillery. He figured they'd brought along plenty of supply trucks, too, And let's not forget radar and air defense batteries. All of it would be needed, and more, especially for an assault on a land mass the size of the USA. If he was right, then the apparent Russian coordinated computer hacks and EMP assault had left the U.S. military and its civilians without communications and basically defenseless, except for small arms and munitions, a smattering of EMP-proof vehicles and other limited tech, and of course, explosives. None of which would matter in the end, against an overwhelmingly superior force. Anyone who resisted would be mowed down like animals. Bunker prayed that Daisy and the others hadn't run into any of these squads. Otherwise, he'd have yet another rescue mission to plan, or more dead bodies to handle. His heart wanted to let the emotions in, but his brain fought them back. Now wasn't the time for concern. He needed to think positive, keeping his head clear and mind sharp. Plenty of time had passed since his friends departed. Chances were, if they'd kept driving and never stopped, they made it back to Clearwater before the Russians arrived in this area, he convinced himself. Normally, advance units didn't travel solo, meaning this Russian unit was off on its own, possibly sent here to rendezvous with the men in black. Yet the team he'd killed spoke perfect English, not a hint of Russian. So he wasn't sure if this Russian team would consider the Pokémon squad friend or foe. Could be either, he decided, wishing he'd gotten into position sooner. If he'd been able to observe how they first rolled up into the camp, he'd know the answer based on their approach tactics. The buzz of activity below was furious, with three-man squads scrambling to the various cabins with their long guns held high and tight. Each team took position around the entrance to a different building, moving methodically and with purpose. Their entry protocols were the same each time. One soldier would approach the doorway, spin around backwards, and kick the door open before stepping aside. The other two operators would immediately scramble inside from flanking positions and sweep left and right to clear. A lone soldier stood in front of the vehicles, barking orders with his arms folded and legs still. His booming voice was confident and deep, echoing a hail of Slavic syllables across the clearing. Bunker didn't speak Russian, so the words were nothing more than gibberish when they landed on his ears. Ramblings of a commander, he decided, keeping his eyes locked onto the scene below. A troop flew out of a shack on the right, carrying something other than an AK-47, the preferred weapon of communists. It was about the size of a small toaster, though flatter and a white color. Bunker was too far away for an accurate assessment. He didn't have a pair of binoculars or a scope on his rifle, only the non-magnified Leupold Delta Point Pro sight, designed for close-quarter battles. Compact, durable, and rugged, not ideal for long-range targets or surveillance. He thought about working his way closer, but his options were limited. The ridge in front of him dropped off sharply, and he didn't have climbing gear. So that idea was out. The only other path he could see was to his right. It led down to the clearing, but the 40-foot-wide rocky trail was devoid of cover. They'd see him coming and unload a barrage of hurt. He was no match for the armament they carried, or the manpower. They'd overrun his position in minutes. If he had a Barrett .338 Lapua Magnum with a full tactical setup and a spotter, he would have been tempted to take a sniper shot aimed at the commander. But his rifle's range was limited, and so was his marksmanship, leaving him only to observe. The commander took the device from the soldier and walked a number of paces away from the front of the BTR-80. He stopped next to the wooden platform Bunker had discovered earlier that day. Bunker could see it clearly from his elevated position, a raised plywood structure with the letter X painted across the middle. The commander began to fiddle with the device in his hands as more of his men gathered around, forming a semicircle behind him. A full minute ticked by before any of them moved again. This time, they all craned their necks, including the commander, focusing on something in the sky. Bunker looked up to see a black speck high above. It wasn't one of the predatory birds he'd seen before. This was something else, something hovering, something that wasn't riding the air currents in a hawk-like fashion. Its altitude began to drop, heading down with focused speed and direction. When it reached the height of the surrounding trees, it gave off a constant whirling hum. "A drone," Bunker muttered, realizing the commander was holding the remote control device. The drone and its controller must have been more hardened pieces of equipment, capable of withstanding an EMP event. On the other hand, they might have been stored in a protected area, then launched after the pulse hit the area. The man's body language gave Bunker the sense that the Russians came here specifically for the drone, as if it belonged to them. If his revelation was correct, then the Pokemon men were part of this incursion, and not adversaries. The ramifications were huge. Americans colluding with a foreign military. Americans who knew the cyber attack and subsequent EMP was scheduled to take down society. He'd heard about the deep state within our own government, but never thought they'd act against innocent civilians. Someone planned this, traitors. Men and women planning against America with subterfuge on their minds, simply to further their own agenda of control at all costs. The descent of the four-prop mini-craft was balanced and precise, and it landed on the platform SX with a gentle touch. The drone's footprint covered the entire half-sheet of plywood, telling Bunker it was 4 feet in width. The commander waved his hand at the soldier who'd brought him the control unit. The man promptly went to the drone and picked it up. He turned the quadcopter sideways, then retrieved something from its underbelly and gave it to his boss. A storm of ideas roared in Bunker's mind, none of them good. Either the aerial unit was hovering in standby mode when Bunker and his team took out the men in camp, or it was on a long-range mission and had just been called home by the commander. If he remembered correctly, civilian models required an operator at all times. Plus, they were limited in range, speed, and battery time. However, military versions could remain airborne much longer and be pre-programmed with specific mission specs. Many of them carried night vision cameras, while others could be outfitted with an array of lethal weaponry. If the microcopter was hovering in standby mode and included a high-resolution camera, then the soldier had just retrieved the video card. If that was true, then everything he, Daisy, and Franklin had done must have been recorded. Bunker gulped, realizing he'd made a grave mistake. Chapter 8. Deputy Daisy Clark put her foot on the brake pedal of the Land Rover, then depressed the clutch to allow the antique vehicle to coast into a slow, rolling stop. She moved the shifter knob to the center position, testing for resistance to make sure it was in neutral. Stephanie King was in charge of the Land Rover parked in front of her, having pulled over to the side of the road only seconds before. Jeffrey and Megan were with her, their heads barely visible above the top of the back seat. "Why are we stopping?" Franklin Atwater said from the seat in the back, his tone weak. "Not sure," Daisy answered, engaging the parking brake while keeping her eyes locked on the Land Rover in front. Stephanie opened the driver's door and hopped out, then sprinted across the 2-lane road to a stand of bushes. The woman disappeared inside, her hands tearing at the top button on her jeans. "Looks like another P-brake," Daisy announced to the black man lounging in pain behind her. "That's what, number 3. His voice cracked. "Yep, small bladders. Maybe we shouldn't have spent all the extra time hydrating before we left, paying the price now. It sure would be nice if she could coordinate the stops with the kids." "A Group P, yeah, good luck with that. It is possible, even with kids. As a father, You have to know that's never gonna happen, right? Not in a tense situation like this. Even I've been holding it back." Franklin hesitated before he spoke again, sounding defeated. "Yeah, you're right, just wishful thinking." Pop, 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 pop. What the hell was that? Daisy snapped, whipping her head around to the right. Her eyes went in search mode, looking past the steel guardrail protecting the vehicles from the steep cliff just beyond. "Sounds like gunfire," Franklin said, groaning. "Quick, help me out of the truck." Stephanie stumbled out of the bushes with her hands pulling at her pants, trying to hoist them up from her thighs. She headed for the open door to her Land Rover, her stride uneven and awkward, no doubt due to the friction from her skinny jeans. When Daisy got out of the truck, more gunfire rang out, sounding like a string of firecrackers going off. She ducked out of instinct, then yanked the passenger door open and helped Franklin out. The man's knees wobbled, but he was able to stand, his left hand pressing on the wrap around his opposite shoulder. The cloth was a deep shade of glistening red, indicating the wound had started bleeding again, probably from his sudden movement. "You don't look so good," Daisy said, keeping her arm wrapped around the towering man's waist. "I'm okay, just a little lightheaded. Get me over there. I need to see what's going on." When they reached the steel barrier, the sound of gunfire changed in pitch from distant pops to powerful bangs, echoing across the landscape below. Her eyes followed the roadway as it snaked its way lower, navigating the contours of the mountain range. Franklin must have done the same thing, pointing at an angle across her body. There, 3 o'clock. Daisy followed his finger and found the cause of the ruckus, about 2,000 feet below their position. There were 4 military-style vehicles parked side by side, their camouflaged hoods aimed at the forest nearby. "What the hell is going on?" she asked, seeing a series of flashes from both sides of the battle. "Some kind of standoff." "Is it the Russians?" "Could be, or it's just some kind of roadblock, possibly the National Guard. Can't tell from here." "Why would civilians be firing on the National Guard? They're the good guys." "Good point, they wouldn't. Not unless there's a serious threat." "Then it must be the Russians." "What's going on?" Stephanie King asked from the left just as the gunfire stopped. Daisy swung her eyes, finding Stephanie S. The woman stood near the back of her truck, leaning against the rear quarter panel with her hands latched onto the sides of the metal. Daisy looked, but didn't see the 2 kids with her. A good thing, she decided, figuring Stephanie told them to stay inside and keep low. She flashed a quick hand signal, directing Stephanie to the guardrail. "Looks like there's a standoff between the military and civilians, about a mile below us on the road." "What did you mean a second ago, when you asked Franklin about the Russians? Didn't Bunker explain it to you?" "Explain what?" "The possible invasion." "Invasion? Are you serious?" Stephanie asked, ducking her head lower as she stepped closer. 3 more gunshots rang out, this time sporadic and spaced apart. "Yes, now stay back. Let us handle this." How can you handle it? Franklin's barely able to walk. Even if he could, we can't fight the Russians. We need to get the hell out of here. Right now." "And go where?" "Anywhere but here. We've got kids to protect." "She's right," Franklin said, wincing in pain. "We need to get moving." "What about Jack?" a boy's voice asked. It was Jeffrey, standing behind his mom with eyes wide. Stephanie whirled around in a flash. "Jeffrey, I told you it wasn't safe out here." "But we have to warn him, Mom. He's all by himself." Stephanie grabbed her son by the shoulders, turned him around, and nudged him back to the Land Rover. "Go back inside right now like I said. I need you to help keep Megan safe." "Boy's got a point," Daisy said to Franklin, hoping for some advice. Bunker can look out for himself. We need to get Steph and the kids out of harm's way. That's our #1 priority right now. Daisy felt a sudden increase of weight on her shoulder. Franklin was getting weaker and leaning on her. She turned him around and led him back to the truck. Where do you suggest? Stephanie was now standing with Daisy, pointing at the firefight below. Well, I can tell you one thing, we obviously can't continue back to town. Not with all those men down there. My place, Franklin said in a matter-of-fact tone. I've got food stores and a decent first aid kit. We're gonna need both. Stephanie shook her head, looking defiant. I don't think so. The last time we were at the stables, my son and I were kidnapped. So was your daughter. And you both know how that turned out. No, you need to pick a better place. Otherwise, we're not going. Wait, I have an idea, Daisy said. One that's closer, on Old Mill Road. Tuttle's place? Franklin asked. Daisy nodded as the video player in the back of her mind played an image of Tuttle's corpse lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. She and Bunker had killed the men involved with that home invasion, so it might be a safe place to hold up for a while. That man has been prepping all his life for a moment like this. He's got a massive stockpile of just about everything, including guns and ammo. My gut is telling me we're gonna need it. Can't argue with you there, Franklin said. Yes, I like that idea too, Stephanie added. Franklin continued. But we should stick to the back roads. Wouldn't want to run into another armed convoy. If there is one, you can bet. There's more, Daisy said, finishing his sentence. Good thing these trucks have four-wheel drive. And plenty of gas. Let's go, Stephanie quipped, turning and walking toward the Land Rover parked in front. Daisy made a mental note to drive ahead of the others as they got close, planning to run inside and hide the bodies. That was assuming, of course, they were still there. The men in black could have moved them after they took her and Bunker hostage for interrogation. Daisy wasn't sure what she was going to do about all the blood on the floor. Chapter 9. 10 minutes earlier, Misty Tuttle turned her head and locked eyes with her fiancé, Angus Cowie, as the two of them hugged the leaf-covered ground with their chests, her hand squeezing his. She was thankful for a great many things in her life, but nothing more so than the massive oak tree they were hiding behind at the moment. It was one of the biggest trees she'd ever seen in Clearwater County. Had they taken a different evasive route, they never would have found it before the hunt patrol stopped to take position on the two-lane highway. Sometimes you make your own luck and other times, luck finds you. This was the latter. Her logic screamed at her to get up and run, but her heart kept her body frozen in the spongy bed of oak leaves, nestled cheek to cheek with the love of her life. She worried that the troops gunning for them could hear her heartbeat thumping away in her chest, nearly breaking free from its cage. Misty knew this might be their last moment together, so she gave Angus a slow, tender kiss. She wanted to remember how magical his lips felt for all of eternity. His touch was heaven, filling her heart with levels of bliss she never thought possible. Every time he was near, her body electrified, igniting something deep inside that she never knew was there. The feeling was beyond spiritual, something that words could never explain. Even after their years together, her love for him had never waned. Not for a second, completing all she was as a woman and as a human being. She pulled away from the kiss and ran the tip of her finger across his slightly upturned mouth. Every inch of him was beautiful, even the smallest of details. She looked into his soulful eyes, her voice now a whisper. I love you, sweetheart. I have since the moment we met on the side of the road that day. I'm sorry I got you into this mess, he answered in his distinct Australian accent, his volume low and purposeful. I should have known this would happen. Only an idiot would think they'd stopped looking for me, even back here in the States. Everyone in the trades knows the rules. No one steals from Mother Russia and gets away with it. I know, baby, but you did it for the right reasons. That's all that counts. I'm so proud of you." Her mind suddenly went into flashback mode, remembering the day they first met. It was shortly after high school, back when her life was out of control and without meaning. Beer bongs and casual sex had filled her weekends up to that point, leaving her yearning for something more out of life. That's when he came along and gave her existence meaning. She couldn't help herself, latching onto the most amazing man she'd ever met. Misty originally thought Angus hailed from Great Britain, his sexy accent stealing her heart with the very first syllable. Of course, she soon learned she was wrong. The dark-haired, physically fit man was from a small town in Australia, someplace far removed from Europe or anything London-related. The lure of Angus was more than just the way he talked, his voice reaching inside her soul. Even though she'd characterize his appearance as rugged and imperfect, he was a beautiful man, both inside and out, connecting with her on a deep, emotional level. Angus was unlike anyone she'd ever met before or since. His drive to succeed was only outdone by his intense ability to focus on a task and see it through. But that wasn't all. It was almost like he could read her mind and knew exactly what she wanted at all times, both in the bedroom and out. Dee never traveled anywhere beyond the borders of Colorado before he came storming into her life, literally, one rainy afternoon in July. If it weren't for the mudslide that had stranded his vehicle, she never would have stopped to help the stranger in need. Fate had stepped in that day, much like today, when the two of them smuggled themselves back into the USA by hiding in the bowels of a Swedish cargo ship. Their plan was working perfectly, until they ran into a roving patrol of Russians on the hunt for him. She wasn't sure how they knew Angus had returned, but they did, somehow zeroing in on his location before the two of them could make it to her hometown. "The EMP should have been the first clue they were already here," he said in a whisper. "I'm sorry, honey bear. This is all my fault. I was fooling myself, thinking they weren't going to want retribution. We never should have returned." "We had to, for everyone's sake," she said, letting go of his hand. She was the one who'd convinced him to return, wanting to expose the Russian plans among other things. Angus wasn't at fault. She was, secretly needing to see her father while they were here. "Maybe so, but I should have made this trip alone. I never should have put you at risk like this. But I had to come. You don't know my contact in NORAD. He'll only meet with me, nobody else," she said, thankful Angus never asked about why the covert meeting was to take place in Clearwater. But what if he doesn't listen? "He will. He trusts me, ever since high school. I took the blame for our senior prank so he wouldn't lose his West Point scholarship. Still, I've acted irresponsibly, breaking every rule of my training. None of that matters anymore, my love. Trust me, I knew the risks and so did you, but I'm exactly where I want to be and I wouldn't trade a second of it. Even if right now is our last minute on Earth, I'm content to spend it with you." He grabbed her hand and cupped her palm around his cheek. A moment later, a hailstorm of bullets ripped up the landscape around them. Splinters of wood filled the air from the nearby trees as the two lovebirds buried their heads together in a tangle of arms. Leaves exploded to the right, then to the left, sending dirt onto their backs in clumps. He whispered into her ear while the thundering gunshots continued in rapid bursts. "I'm going to give myself up so you can get away." "They only want me." Misty shook her head, latching onto his arm. "No, they'll kill you." "I have to, babe. It's the only option. I'm not letting you die today. When I surrender, you need to run as fast as you can. Don't look back." "No, I'm not leaving you." Misty looked beyond her feet, scanning the tapestry behind them. There was a narrow path about 20 yards away, and it led to a stand of greenery near a gathering of mature birch trees. She knew it was a long shot, but she'd rather die trying to escape than let him be murdered or captured, only to rot in some foreign jail cell. "If we keep low, I think we can make it to those trees. Looks like it goes downhill from there." Angus shook his head, his eyes tense. "We'll never make it. They'll shred us to pieces." "I don't care. I'm not letting you go. No matter what," she said, grabbing his hand with all her strength. "But I really think this big oak tree will protect us. Maybe long enough to make it to the bushes. We have to try, honey. We have to. We can't give up. Too many lives depend on it." He shook his head with a steadfast look on his face. Misty knew what that meant. He'd made up his mind, and there was no way to change it. His determination was set, but she had to try again, even if it meant telling him something she'd been saving for the right moment. Granted, this wasn't that moment, but she couldn't wait. "You have to go. There's no choice now," she said, hoping to penetrate the fortress he'd built around his decision to lay down his life for hers. He flared a concerned look at her. "Why, what are you saying?" "I'm pregnant," she confessed, waiting to see his reaction. He froze, bullets ripping up the landscape around him. Then a smile grew on his lips. She kissed him on the cheek. "That's why I arranged the meet in Clearwater, so I could tell my dad at the same time. I wanted both of the men in my life to hear the wonderful news at the same time." He nodded, his face turning soft. Tears welled in his eyes. Right then, she knew she'd cracked his defense armor and touched his heart. She continued, this time with more urgency in her voice. "That's why we have to escape together, right now. Our child can't grow up without a father." When the shooting stopped for a few seconds, she took action, crawling away from the oak tree with Angus in tow. Her free hand, lead elbow, hips, and both knees pushed through the leaves, leaving only half of her body exposed above the surface. One of the attackers yelled something in Russian. Then the shooting started again, bombarding her eardrums with random bangs and pops. A few rounds whizzed past her head, one finding its way through a patch of her shoulder-length hair, dangling to the side. The round's inertia tugged at her scalp, making her duck. Misty continued the desperate crawl to safety, working her body even faster as the firestorm intensified. Somehow, she and Angus were still alive, even though an endless stream of lead was tearing up everything around them. More Russian voices rang out from the road behind them, their words reaching her ears between the machine gun bursts. Even though she didn't understand Russian, their tone and inflection told her they were desperate and pissed, frothing at the chance to take down the man who'd stolen their top-secret information. "Keep moving," Angus said. "They'll try to flank us." She made it to the bushes, then let go of Angus' hand and dug her way through the branches. Her fiancé was right on her heels, taking the same path she was making with her hands. "Faster, don't stop," he whispered, his tone desperate. When her feet made it through the foliage, she discovered she'd been correct about the downhill grade. Unfortunately, it was a steep drop-off, taking the ground away in an instant. She fell feet first, sliding down the embankment on her backside with only the force of gravity in control. The path was Teflon slick, thanks to a bevy of compacted pine needles and oak leaves covering its surface. Misty brought her arms up to block a gauntlet of branches from whacking her in the face. Tree after tree flew past, some on the right and others to the left. The slide path banked sharply around a stand of boulders, taking her with it like an engineered bobsled course. She took a peek behind her to check on Angus. He was still with her, though he was sliding head first, his groans intensifying with each passing second. At least the sound of gunfire was fading, the mountainside taking them away from harm. Misty wasn't sure how long they'd been falling when she finally spotted the end of the ride coming at her. She lifted her legs and landed butt first in a low spot, only a short distance from the edge of a river. The leaves were thick when she hit, cradling her in a blanket of softness up to her neck. She thought she might sink deeper into the compost, but her shoes found the hardpan below. Angus arrived next, his right shoulder catching hers as he zipped past. He tumbled out of control and disappeared into the leaves. She waited for him to make an appearance, but he didn't, sending her into a panic. Her hands dug into the leaves as she searched from left to right. She hoped to find skin or clothing, but only discovered a cold dampness between the leaves. "Angus!" she cried out, continuing her hunt with a step ahead. She fished around the leaves, tossing them into the air as she dug. He had to be here somewhere. Another minute went by before something inside her made her crane her neck to look up. Her eyes scanned the ridge above. All clear. No Russians. Not yet anyway, but she knew they'd appear soon. She moved a foot to her left to tunnel into another area. Right on cue, her fingers made contact with something round and hard. "Wait, check that." It was soft with hair, his head. She moved her hands lower and found his shoulders, digging her reach under his armpits. It took all her strength, but she managed to pull him to the surface. When his eyes finally came into view, she gasped. They were closed. He must have been knocked out cold, probably due to the 4-inch gash on his head, the skin hanging open and bleeding in spurts. Just then, a thought came unbidden into her mind. He could have been dead. She couldn't tell. Her heart beat at an even faster pace. Regardless, there wasn't time to find out, not with the Russians hunting from above. She moved her hands into a rescue hold, much like a lifeguard would use to save a drowning victim. She tugged at his frame, dragging him free from the mound of leaves and onto the sand that bordered the river. Misty put his limp body down and checked the ridge again for activity. Still no sign of Russians. She needed to get Angus out of here while there was still time, but she didn't know how. Carrying him wasn't an option. He was too big and she wasn't strong enough. That only left the river. The current was swift with whitecaps popping across the raging water. Maybe they could float downstream a few miles, far enough to escape the reach of the Russians. She'd have to keep his head above water and avoid any rocks. A risky option to be sure, but the only one. So far, luck had been on their side. Maybe it would continue. Misty bent over, latching onto his torso from behind. She yanked with all her strength to begin the haul to the river. The water would be cold, so she steeled herself for the shock that would come next. Chapter 10. Mayor Buckley opened the front door to Chalmers Market and walked inside. He counted 5 customers milling about, each with a portable food basket draped over their arm. Some of the store shelves were noticeably empty, but that didn't seem to dissuade the shoppers, whose eyes were locked like heat-seeking missiles, scanning the aisles for targets. One of the customers was William King, the curly-haired owner of the Silver King Mine. The candy aisle had the lanky man's undivided interest, his back turned at an angle to Buckley. Grace Chalmers waved at Buckley from the cash register that was located just inside the front door. Her thin smile and welcoming eyes indicated she was in good spirits, probably because the stampede of food sales had finally slowed down. The gray-haired widow wasn't getting any younger, and after the broomstick fight with Allison Rainey, she certainly needed a vacation. If nothing else, some sedatives and a good night's rest. Or 2. Buckley gave her a friendly nod, then cruised past the register on his way to King's position. When he arrived, he cleared his throat and waited for the blond man to finish dumping 2 candy bars into his basket. When King turned around, Buckley said, "I've been looking all over town for you, Bill." "Well, what do you know? I was just about to head over to see you, Mayor." "Then I guess this is good timing." Do you have some news? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to locate your ex-wife or your son. The man's face turned a deep shade of red. Shit, I knew it. That bitch skipped town for good. I should have had her arrested when I had the chance. Easy now, Bill. We really don't know if she left town or not. All we know for sure is that they are still unaccounted for. Well, she did it once, so it's not a stretch to assume she did it again, King snorted, his eyes darting back and forth. It's that damn Bunker guy. He's the reason for all of this. I know it. Before Buckley could respond, Grace yelled from the cash register, "Hey, look." Buckley turned to see her pointing at the front window just as a full-sized semi-truck rolled past the front of the store. The white tractor-trailer had a series of 4 blue letters stenciled on it, which were highlighted by a blue stripe running diagonally from low to high. "Are you kidding me?" King asked. "FEMA." "Damn, that was fast," Buckley muttered, letting the revelation sink into his brain. With communications down, the town had no way to call for help, yet the Federal Emergency Management Agency was here with vehicles that worked after the EMP took down everything. He was impressed with their disaster planning and reaction time, both right on the mark, bringing them here when the citizens needed them most. 2 more massive vehicles drifted by on the pavement outside, the rumble of their weight sending a slight shimmy into his feet. The second truck was another lengthy tractor-trailer with the same 4 letters and blue accents as the first. However, the next one was about half as long, with the words Emergency Operations stenciled on its side in bold red letters. The radar dish mounted just behind the cab was facing the rear of the vehicle, drawing Buckley's eyes to the access ladder attached to the back. "This has to be some kind of all-time record," King said in a sarcastic tone, standing next to Buckley. The shopping basket was still in his hand. "It took FEMA, like a week to show up after Katrina hit?" "Yeah, something like that," Buckley answered, never taking his eyes from the window as the parade of trucks continued, one after another. "Jesus, it looks like they sent the whole fleet," King said, his eyes pinched. "A fleet that still runs after the EMP. Someone was prepared." The hairs on the back of Buckley's neck started to tingle, tickling the skin around them. The feds must have prioritized Clearwater's situation somehow. Even though he was thankful for their quick response, he wasn't sure if their sudden appearance was a good thing or not. He needed to find out. "I should probably get out there." "I'll come with you," King said, putting his basket down on the checkout counter as they walked past the register. "Hey, you need to pay for this," Grace said, holding up the basket. "Later," King told her, pushing through the door first. Buckley followed. King came to an abrupt stop on the sidewalk, grabbing at the sleeve of the mayor's suit coat. The mine owner pointed to the right down the street. "Check it out. That's not going to make old Doc Marino happy." Buckley spun on his heels to see yet another style of truck approaching. This one was just as long as a traditional semi, except its trailer wasn't a perfect rectangle. It had 2 areas along the sides that stuck out, like a retracted sleeper extension on a RV. The words Mobile Medical Unit were written in red on the side, just under the blue FEMA name and logo. Buckley tried to peek inside its windows as it drove past, but they were tinted black, so much so, he couldn't see inside, even through the windshield. He figured the blackout tint was done as a security measure. Just then, his mind went into imaginary mode, visualizing the convoy rolling into a federal disaster area, where a horde of desperate citizens suddenly comes out of nowhere to swarm their vehicles. Tactically speaking, the tinting now made sense to him. "I wonder if they think there's some kind of radiation leak," King said. "You know, after the EMP took everything down. Don't forget, Fort St. Vrain is just north of Denver. Buckley needed to rein in King's wild theories before someone else caught wind of them. It is, but that nuclear plant was shut down in 1989. I know, but they still store tons of nuclear waste stored there, deep underground. Don't you remember the protests? The news couldn't get enough of it. You're reaching, Bill. Then there's the uranium mining. Let's not forget what that material is used for. I thought those mines were shut down in Colorado. Not all. There's at least one that's still operational, and it's a lot closer than you think. Buckley wondered if King was hinting at something to do with the Silver King mine. If he was, then King must have gotten caught up in the moment, sharing information he probably shouldn't have. I guess we'll know more shortly. The mayor checked the rest of the seemingly endless convoy for the stenciled letters of CDC on the sides. He didn't see any. FEMA was clearly running the show. Buckley watched the vehicles complete their slow lap around the town square and park single file. The doors to each vehicle flew open, and two men wearing dark sunglasses got out of each cab. He didn't see any women, and everyone appeared to be dressed the same, plain black pants and shirts, long-sleeved. I think we have our answer. Yeah, no hazmat suits. Must be something else. Like I figured, this isn't about radiation. There was more he could say to take a few shots at King and his crazy theories, but Buckley held his tongue. The swarm of newcomers quickly spread out and tended to their duties, each moving quietly and without hesitation. Buckley got the feeling this rollout had been rehearsed, a welcome change from what he'd read about after the failed deployment in New Orleans when Katrina hit in August 2005. Some of the men put orange safety cones around their vehicles, while others carried clipboards as they walked to the rear of their trailers. One by one, the cargo doors were opened, releasing even more men wearing the same casual uniform. Next came ramps from two of the trucks, pulled out by hand and lowered at an angle to the asphalt. The men stood aside as several all-terrain vehicles drove out of the trailers and down the ramp. Each four-seater featured bright yellow paint and a heavy roll bar design. Looks like FEMA did a little Christmas shopping, King said. Those are just like the two I own, right down to the paint job and 28-inch tires. We're talking top-of-the-line equipment. What are they? Buckley asked. Maverick Max XS. Each one of those bad boys carries 131 horses of turbocharged kick-ass. Only theirs are still working. Buckley shook his head as his inner politician took control of his thoughts. Leave it to the government to spend as much as they can on every piece of equipment. No wonder we owe over $20 trillion in debt. Yeah, those rides are about 27 grand a pop, depending on add-ons. Maybe more. King hesitated before he spoke again. I wonder if those trucks are shielded in some way. It would explain why their Mavericks are still running. 3 more trailer doors opened. Only this time off-road vehicles didn't roll out. Bodies did. Live bodies, men dressed in all-white lab coats and black shoes. Medical is here, King quipped. Must have been one hell of a ride in the back of those trucks. Probably short on transportation, so they had to make do. We should feel lucky they sent anything at all. Buckley agreed. Exactly what I was thinking. Clearwater can't possibly be a priority for the government. King shrugged, looking amused. Well, today, we apparently are. That's the first piece of good news I've heard since this whole thing started. Buckley wanted to rejoice, but something inside was holding him back. Let's hope it's good news. What do you mean, Mayor? Not sure. This just seems a bit off to me. Ah, you're just being paranoid, which, by the way, is usually my job. Funny how quickly things switch. Can't argue with you there, Buckley said, holding back what he really wanted to say. When you're the mayor, you must choose your words and your battles carefully, not letting your true feelings and true self bleed through when unexpected situations arise. That's how elections are lost. He put a friendly hand on King's back. Let's go see what's going on. Chapter 11. Sheriff Apollo stood at the river's edge and waited for his horse to finish a long drink. If Apollo inched his toes forward, they'd be underwater and touching his aging, portly reflection staring back at him. He locked eyes with his mirror image, his mind wandering to memories of the stunning Allison Rainey. His heart wanted to take over the moment, but he quickly quashed the idea. And the vision. There wasn't time for daydreaming. He needed to stay sharp. Rusty Buckley was to his left, sitting on a protruding rock with his mountain bike parked a few paces behind. The kid scooped up another handful of water and draped it across the nasty case of road rash on his knee. The boy's kneecap looked swollen and must have been painful as his fingers pulled out a collection of pebbles from the bloody recesses. Apollo didn't want to say anything, but the sheriff's badge on his chest was screaming at him to make a safety point. Next time, let me take the lead downhill. Your grandfather will have my badge if you don't come back in one piece. Yeah, had no idea that rock would be there. Just came out of nowhere like it was trying to send me flying. Slow and steady wins the race, my young friend. Not in the Olympics, Rusty shot back a split second later, his face looking as though he regretted answering so quickly. True, but out here we take our time and make the trip safely. Understood? Yeah, sure, I get it. I'll take it slow. I promise. Just anxious to get there, that's all. I know, son. But we have a job to do and we can't do it if we're dead or seriously injured. I'll be okay. I've jacked myself worse than this lots of times. Usually, though, it's from catching the tire of a racer in front of me, not some stupid rock in the dirt. Still, no more craziness or next time you're on a horse like me. And I'm sure neither of us wants that. But from here on out, safety must be job number one. Rusty nodded, his youthful eyes turning to the massive figure standing behind Apollo. Apollo followed Rusty's gaze up to Dick Dickens, the third member of their team. The temporary deputy's shadow seemed to stretch across as much of the shoreline as the horse he was sitting on. The faithful steed's pant was heavy, and Apollo wasn't surprised. The animal had been working double time thanks to the nearly 300 pounds of chiseled muscle on its back. Apollo had known Dickens for as long as he could remember. Over the years, he'd grown accustomed to his imposing stature. However, to the uninitiated, namely Rusty, the prominent veins in his biceps were like a magnet for the eyes, twisting and contorting like cords of rope every time he moved. Apollo decided to address Dickens by his nickname, wanting to keep the conversation light. "You're up, Dickie. Might not be another chance for water until we get to Tuttle's place. Make sure your horse gets a good drink." "You got it, Chief," Dickie said, his tone sharp and to the point. The 30-year-old behemoth never said much and Apollo was okay with it. Rusty talked enough for all three of them. If Dickie suddenly became a chatterbox, Apollo's patience would evaporate. It's one thing to coddle a youngster's natural inquisitiveness, but having to deal with a grown man's diarrhea of the mouth, well, that's a different animal altogether. A dangerous animal wearing a deputy badge. If provoked, Dickie could probably break him in half with one punch. But as town sheriff, hopefully a smart one, he knew better than to test his staff like that. Certainly not the team members who carried an impressive girth across their frame. Lead by example and never piss off the giant was the new motto he just decided to adopt. He liked it. Plus, it was even more applicable when the bodyguard was a semi-famous offensive lineman. To a stranger, Dickie may have appeared to be as gentle as a sack of flour. But Apollo knew better, especially when someone got under his skin, or in his face. Apollo remembered several defensive linemen who'd made that mistake over the years, their season ending after a series of forearm-led concussions. Apollo liked to call that side of humanity the demon self, that thing inside that all of us have, but none of us ever wants to set free. Not until the shit hits the fan. Before the sheriff could utter the next phrase forming on his lips, echoes of gunfire erupted. They were off in the distance, but distinct. It was a heavy barrage that was originating from upstream, somewhere beyond the trees. The echo of the rapid-fire pops told him they were from a machine gun, possibly more than one. The pops were not close by, but not far either, factoring in the uneven terrain of the mountain range and the bend in the waterway. "What was that?" Rusty said, standing up on the same rock he'd been using as a triage chair. Dickie hopped down from his mount and moved in close to the kid. "Automatic weapons," Apollo said, pulling his horse from the water. "What should we do?" Rusty asked in a hurried voice, his eyes pleading for an answer. Apollo gave the reins of his horse to Dickie, then pulled the gun from the holster on his hip. "You two stay here. I'm gonna go have a look." "By yourself?" Rusty asked. "On foot?" Apollo didn't want to elaborate, deciding to keep the answer short on words and detail. "I'm sure it's nothing. Probably just some yahoos out here testing their new machine gun. I'll be back in a few minutes." "What do you want me to do?" Dickie asked, his square jaw stiff and ready for a fight. "Keep an eye on our young friend here. Make sure he doesn't wander off. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, then use my horse to get him back to town on the double. Don't wait for me. Understood?" Dickie nodded, grabbing Rusty with his oversized hand. The kid didn't struggle, following the man's lead. A moment later, a woman screamed, "Help us! Please help us!" Apollo tried to locate the female's position, but his eyes came up empty. She called out again for help, this time sounding even more frantic. Dickie pointed upstream about 50 yards. There, in the water, two of them, just passing the rapids near the shore. Apollo spotted them, their heads bobbing together on the surface. The woman waved one of her arms, while the other was wrapped around the neck of the second person. "Quick, out of my way," Apollo ordered, planning to run into the river for a rescue. Dickie held out an arm bar, not allowing the sheriff to pass. "I got this, sir," he said, giving one set of reins to Apollo. Dickie hopped on the other horse and jammed his heels into the side of the animal. The beast shot into the water, taking a stance perpendicular to the flow. Dickie leaned down, hanging his arm low with a hand just above the waterline. Apollo liked the deputy's idea, but worried the man might miss. "Don't move," he told Rusty as he climbed into the saddle. He took his horse into the river, positioning himself about 10 yards downstream from Dickie's position. It took several tries, but Apollo was able to convince his oversized gut to give way to his intentions, allowing him to bend down with a hand extended like Dickie had done. "Grab my hand," Dickie yelled to the pair in the water. "Save my fiancé," the woman yelled, holding up the other person's hand. "He's hurt." Dickie grabbed the man's hand, sending the pair of refugees into an uncontrolled spin between the horse's legs. The animal got restless, moving forward a step and braying. "Easy boy," Dickie said in a stressed voice. One of the woman's arms was now free, flapping in the strong current as she tried to correct her balance. She screamed, her other hand holding onto her fiancé's shirt. "Just let go," Apollo said, waving a hand at her. "I've got you." She didn't answer, her eyes wide and showing excesses of white. Apollo could see Dickie struggling to hang onto both of them, despite his incredible strength. "My deputy can't lift you both up. not with the river pulling on you. You need to let go and aim for my hand." The woman shook her head but didn't respond. "Trust me, I've got you." "No, no, no," she screamed, her face full of panic. "Please, you have to trust me, just let go, I'm not going to miss." She hesitated for a 2 count, then nodded and let go. The current brought her quickly toward the sheriff with her hands held high, then spun her around without warning. She screamed again as the position of her hands was now off course, making Apollo have to lunge at her before she raced past him. His palm landed on hers, their fingers searching for an interlock. A millisecond later, their hands came together in a tight squeeze. Her grip was strong, no doubt supercharged by the adrenaline pumping in her veins. The water took her past the belly of the horse, flipping her body around feet first. When their arms straightened from the downstream force, the mass of her body tripled. The sudden weight shift startled his horse, its feet moving back a short, corrective step. Apollo grunted, sending all his strength to his right hand to keep the river from sweeping her away. "Don't let go," she screamed, her face buried in a tangled mess of wet hair. Apollo wanted to reassure her verbally, but all his focus was on their hand hold. He tried to pull her up, but the river's tug was too strong. Right then, an idea came to him as his grip began to loosen. The horse's corrective step a moment ago. It was the solution. He tugged back on the reins with his free hand, hoping his mount would know what he wanted. The beast did, backing up 1/2 step at a time until the woman was safely out of the raging water and lying on shore. Apollo let go of her and sat upright, his lungs burning after the ordeal. Apparently, he'd forgotten to breathe during the struggle to hang on to her. Or maybe it was his belly, compressing his diaphragm and keeping the air from his lungs. A few seconds later, Dickie arrived on land with the woman's fiancé draped across the front of the saddle. "Rusty, help him," Apollo said in a breathy voice, slowly dismounting with his chest heaving. He dropped to his knees to help the woman crawl free from under the horse. He put his hand out. She wiped the hair from her face, tucking the wet clumps behind her ears to reveal her eyes. There was a hint of familiarity in her face, but he couldn't quite place her. Her eyes lit up when they met his. "Gus, when did you become sheriff?" The voice registered in Apollo's brain, igniting a flood of memories. "Misty, what the hell?" "Is my fiancé okay?" she asked, leaning to her right to look past Apollo. Apollo turned to his deputy, who was now off the horse and kneeling beside the unconscious man. "How is he, Dickie?" "Not sure, Sheriff. He's breathing but not very well. It's kind of all over the place." Apollo pointed at the gash on the man's head. "Get some pressure on that wound. We gotta stop the bleeding." Dickie leaned forward on his knees and put his enormous hand on the victim's forehead. Misty crawled through the sand and latched onto her man. "Angus, sweetheart, please wake up. Come on, I need you to talk to me. Right now. Right this very minute." Angus never moved. She hugged him, rocking him slowly in her arms as tears rolled down her cheeks. "What happened?" Apollo asked. It took a second for her trembling lips to respond. "The Russians." Apollo didn't believe what his ears just reported. He must have misheard what she'd said. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "We were on our way to Clearwater when they found us and started shooting. We tried to get away but," she said, stopping her response in mid-sentence when Angus opened his eyes. "The formula? Safe?" Angus asked, his words weak and disjointed. His eyes were glazed and not looking at anything in particular, almost like he was in some kind of waking dream state. "Don't worry about that now, baby. Just rest until we can get you some help." "My head," Angus said, closing his eyes a moment later, his head tilting to the left, limp. His chest was still moving, the breath short and choppy. Rusty stood up, looking confused. Russians, they're here, in Colorado. Apollo shook his head. Easy now, everyone. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Misty brought her watery eyes up for a moment, aiming them at the sheriff with purpose behind them. Her voice turned sharp. They're the ones who set off the EMP. Why would they do that? Rusty asked, his face locked in denial. She looked at Rusty and hesitated for a beat, her voice sounding apologetic now. We stole their formula. What formula? Apollo asked her in a cynical tone, worried she was delusional from all the trauma. Sure, Bunker had theorized about a Russian invasion, but he couldn't believe they would start World War III over a stolen formula, assuming any of this was true. It's called metallic hydrogen. Angus stole it from one of their secret labs. Why would he do that? Apollo asked, his eyes burning a hole in the unconscious man's face. And then bring it here, Dickie added. We were trying to get it to my friend who works for the Pentagon. That's why they're trying to kill us. They're going to use it. That's why we came back. To stop them, she said, shooting the words out in spurts. She let Angus slip out of her arms, carefully putting him on the ground. She crawled to her feet, then looked at Dickie. Can you help me get him on the horse? We need to go. They'll be coming for us. Doc Marino? Rusty asked Apollo, sounding like he was seeking approval. Apollo nodded, his mind working in slow motion, still chewing on the facts. If we head toward the lake, it'll take us straight to Route 6. No, Misty snapped. We can't. They're setting up roadblocks everywhere. We'll never make it to town. Roadblocks? Seriously? Rusty asked, shooting Apollo a look of panic. She pointed. We should go to my father's place. He has plenty of medical supplies. As a matter of fact, we were just on our way there, Apollo said without much thought. His attention was elsewhere, still processing the landslide of revelations. Misty continued, her eyes sharper than before. If Martha is home, she can help too. She's a former nurse. Used to patch me up all the time when I was little. Apollo nodded, though he still needed a few moments to think this through carefully. Their lives were in his hands, and he couldn't make any mistakes, not with access to town being blocked and armed insurgents taking control. Of course, all of this was assuming he actually believed Misty and her formula excuse. She seemed genuine, and he'd known her a long time. She wasn't one to exaggerate, at least not when her father wasn't around. The scope and implications of what she just revealed were beyond anything he could have imagined. It all seemed preposterous, almost beyond belief. There had to be more to the story. Chapter 12. One of the vultures that had been circling overhead landed on a tree branch, 30 feet above Bunker's position. The bird must have thought it was safe to approach its intended meal, since Bunker hadn't moved in a while. He ignored the scavenger, knowing the meat eater couldn't get to him, not with the scrub oak surrounding his head, neck, and body. He was nestled in and protected, from the bird and hopefully from the men in the miners' camp below. Bunker kept his attention on the Russians, who now were standing around a computer that a soldier had retrieved from one of the trucks a few minutes earlier. It sat on the same lumber stack that Daisy had taken position behind when they first escaped from the Pokemon men. The commander stood in front of the console, watching something on the screen. Bunker assumed it was the high-definition video from the drone, but from this distance, it was simply a guess. Bunker could also see something in the man's hand next to his ear, probably a field radio. If so, it seemed likely that he was calling in the details from the flash memory card. Was it a video of Bunker and Daisy's killing spree, or something else? Before Bunker could decide what to do next, a loud series of sounds erupted behind him. It was Tango, neighing and nickering in a panic. Bunker turned his head out of instinct, snapping a branch in the process. Vulture above him screeched, then took off from its perch, flapping its mighty wings with a swooshing sound. The Russian commander yelled something from the clearing. Bunker brought his eyes around and peered down to see a squad of rifle barrels pointing up at the ridge. Two soldiers brought binoculars up and pressed them against their eyes, scouring the hillside for threats. Three men ran to one of the trucks and retrieved a new piece of equipment with a tripod configuration at its base. It was an infantry mortar. The turret of the APC's 30 cannon was moving his way, too. Bunker froze, figuring the scrub oak's color array would keep his exact location a secret. He waited, hoping the Russians would decide he wasn't worth the hassle or the expense. 10 seconds ticked by. Nothing happened. 30 seconds. Again nothing. Maybe he was in the clear. Just then, one of the binocular-wearing men pointed at the ridge and said something in Russian. The commander didn't hesitate, pointing at the ridge and yelling commands. The troops fired their AK-47s in earnest, unleashing a world of hurt at the ridge. Bunker ducked, burying his head in his hands. The chatter of automatic fire tore at the countryside, lighting up everything in sight. Rocks split apart, bark exploded, and tree limbs shattered as the barrage intensified all around him. Some rounds hit close, others not. He knew the Russians were spraying and praying, hoping to land a lucky shot from afar. When the men fired their grenade launchers, mounts of dirt started to fly apart. He decided it was time to bug out. He slithered away from the ridge, keeping his face buried in the surface clutter as bullets whizzed past his head. It wouldn't be long before the mortars were brought into the fray. He hadn't planned an emergency egress like he should have, failing rule number 4 of SEER training. SEER stood for survival, evasion, resistance, escape, the latter of which escape was taking up the most space in his mind at the moment. The only choice was to make a run for it, then hop on Tango and gallop away through the dense forest. It would take the Russians some time to work their way up to the ridge, so it might give him a decent head start. Bunker stood in a crouched position to run, but as expected, a salvo from the mortar launcher delivered its first shell. A tree exploded to Bunker's left, its wide base disintegrating in a cloud of dirt and smoke. The shockwave smashed into Bunker, sending him flying, tumbling through the brush like a football squib kick. He flipped, spun, and skidded, somehow missing a tree stump and a pile of rocks that would have brought a swift and painful halt to his momentum. Once he came to a stop, Bunker rolled over to his knees, planning to get to his feet, but the high-pitched squeal in his ears kept his balance from returning. His body wasn't responding to commands from his brain, either, no doubt overloaded by the compression wave and the disorientation flooding his senses. 2 more rounds from the grenade launchers hit the forest. They weren't close, but the damage was visible. A second later, another mortar shell landed on the ridge, this time to the right, far enough away that Bunker wasn't caught up in the destruction zone. More guesswork by the Russians, giving him a glimmer of hope that he might make it off the ridge without having his body ripped apart like string cheese. The sound of the explosions tearing apart the forest, however, still nipped at his eardrums. He covered his ears with his hands, sucking in a half-dozen breaths in an attempt to quell the pain. It seemed to work, his legs finally listening to commands from his brain. He got to his feet and staggered forward. It would only be seconds before the troops in the clearing readied another mortar with his name on it. He ran in an unplanned zigzag pattern, his balance erratic, stumbling with irregular footplants. A straight line would have been preferable, but he'd take it. Distance was good, any type of distance, and in any direction that led away from the clearing. The range of the weaponry wasn't endless, but he still had a long way to go to escape the field of fire. Another round hit, this time dead ahead, slamming into the side of a small rise in terrain just beyond a pile of boulders. The earth flew apart, sending rock, grass, and other debris in every direction. The blast knocked him back, twisting and flipping in the air. He felt his legs rotate once around before they found the ground again, landing sideways on his knees. Bits of rock slammed into his left shoulder, feeling like someone was peppering him with golf balls. Each impact stung, but he shook it off and got to his feet again, deciding to take a different route than before. He ran parallel to the ridge, figuring the Russians were assuming he was retreating in a straight line away from the ridge and adjusting their trajectory accordingly. Bunker's new flanking route would take him to the far left, then he'd turn right to head away from the ridge. Eventually, he'd turn right again, zeroing in on Tango's location. That was assuming the horse was still where he'd left him. The animal must have been frightened to death, each explosion causing an even greater state of alarm. Bunker imagined Tango rearing up on his hind legs, flailing his front legs and kicking to free the reins. The clove hitch was strong. So was the branch. But when 1,200 pounds of pure muscle got angry, there was no telling how much damage could be done. Another shell went off, farther away from his position, just as Bunker expected. He could see the impact point, shattering a mighty oak in half in a cloud of smoke and dust. He dove behind a pile of deadfall to avoid the concussion wave, and any possible shrapnel hurled his way. So far he'd been lucky, but he knew it was only a matter of time before something took him down. The automatic weapon's fire finally stopped, leaving the detonation sound of the latest mortar shell echoing across the mountaintop. Bunker listened for Tango but didn't hear him. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, but he'd know soon enough. He resumed his dash through the forest, running another 100 yards or so to the left. Another shell landed in the distance, proving his theory to run an evasive flanking route was the right choice. He kept his pace, turning right while tracking of the number of seconds between bombardments. The timing seemed consistent, providing him with a sense for when the next detonation would arrive, which was now. He dropped down behind a pair of large rocks with moss growing on one side, steeling his mind and his body in preparation for the next round of incoming. The blast arrived on schedule, blowing apart another area on the ridge. He wasn't sure where this one hit since he was behind cover, but it wasn't close. The sound was much less intense than the last, indicating the enemy was working a different area of the ridge. He got up and took off, making good time down a natural game trail, its brush trampled and dirt exposed. His energy level was holding, no doubt due to his fight or flight response taking over. The adrenaline pumping in his arteries felt invigorating, giving him more speed and determination as his body pain faded and his muscles came alive. Just then he heard the sound of water on his left. A stream, he figured. Wait, check that, more like a river, something with rapids or possibly a waterfall. He changed course, planning to take cover, and then grab a drink after the next shell landed. Bunker stepped around a smattering of birch trees, then stumbled through 20 feet of thick brush, using his arms as pry bars and as shields to keep the branches from cutting into his face. He expected the water source to appear next, and it did, in a deep ravine ahead, down a nearly vertical embankment that led to a stand of bushes with red berries on them. Bunker wasn't sure if he should classify the water source as a river, but it was certainly a heavy stream. He couldn't judge its depth, but it was somewhere close to 30 yards in width. Not that it mattered. The current was heavy, with several rocks protruding up from the water, each reaching at least 15 feet above the surface. Their stoutness impeded the flow's swiftness, creating trails of bubbling whitecaps to the left, their color and length reminding him of fading contrails in the sky. His eyes locked onto one of the bigger rocks across the waterway, near the far bank. It was shaped like a giant finger pointing at the sky. It even had a pair of wide knuckles jutting out along its midsection. Everywhere he looked he saw collections of dead trees, branches, and garbage on the upstream side of the rocks, huddled together and pinned against the stone by the force of the water. Before he could take another step, a blast landed to his right. The explosion was uphill from his position, digging a massive crater into the hillside. Dirt, rocks, and plant life were sent airborne. So was he, twisting backward and to the left like someone had tied a bungee cord to his pants and yanked it with the force of a semi-truck. His solo flight seemed to go on forever, with time ticking in slow motion. Then a shredding pain tore into his left forearm just as a cool splash of water flooded his legs. Bunker's backwards momentum stopped an instant later, snapping his head back against something hard. He closed his eyes to contain the pain from the whiplash and the impact. Then everything went black. Chapter 13. Mayor Buckley ignored the growing crowd of townspeople behind him as he waited for the oldest of the FEMA representatives to finish his conversation with 3 other men. Buckley couldn't help but stare at the circular bandage along the left side of the man's neck. It was tan-colored and about the size of a nickel, positioned just under the earlobe. When the pale fellow with thick, gray hair locked eyes with him, Buckley stepped forward to engage. "I take it you're the man in charge." "Yes, sir, John Howard, field commander," the man answered, his words thick with an English accent. His slightly down-turned eyes and broad, wrinkled forehead gave him a distinctive, intelligent look, almost professorial. "And you are?" The mayor put his hand out for a shake, holding it strong to send a message. "Mayor Seth Buckley." Howard grabbed it, giving it a firm shake. Buckley took his hand back. "What's going on here, gentlemen?" "No reason to be alarmed," Howard said, his eyes sharp and focused. "This is just a precautionary deployment." "For what? Is there somewhere we can chat in private?" Buckley hesitated for a moment, his mind churning through the request. A private chat. There was only one reason for a FEMA field commander to say those words. Something was seriously wrong. Howard didn't want others to hear their conversation. Buckley's heartbeat skyrocketed as he pointed to a building across the square. "How about my office?" "That'll be fine. Lead the way, Mr. Mayor." Buckley wanted a second pair of ears in the meeting with the FEMA commander, so he motioned to the tall, blond civilian standing next to him. "This is Bill King, one of our most prominent business leaders. I'd like him to join us." "That's fine, Mayor. It's your call," Howard said and redirected his hand to King, shaking it as well. "Pleasure." King shook it twice, but said nothing. Buckley figured King had become concerned about the private meeting as well, keeping his lips silent. Buckley turned and began the trek to his office with King and Howard following behind. He ran a quick visual check of the other FEMA men nearby. Each of them had the same circular bandage attached to their necks as Howard, and they were in the same location. He wasn't sure what it meant, but he planned to find out as soon as they were behind closed doors. All 3 men were silent until they stepped inside Buckley's office on the 3rd floor of the town hall. King spoke up first, his tone light and probing. "Sounds like you're from across the pond. I'm guessing London." "Australia, actually. From a small coastal town called Wollongong." "Never heard of it," King responded in a gruff tone. "You're a long way from home," Buckley said without hesitation, wanting to diffuse any potential offense from King's demeanor. He had a million questions to ask Howard, but one found its way to his tongue first. "How did you end up working for FEMA?" he asked, realizing the question was probably the least important one he could ask at the moment. He wasn't sure why his lips uttered that query before any of the others. Maybe his heart had decided to trump his logic in some kind of stall maneuver, not wanting to have this conversation. Actually, my team and I are on temporary assignment. We were in country training when the EMP swarm hit. I'm sure you can imagine that U.S. emergency services are spread rather thin at the moment. They needed volunteers, so here we are. Buckley didn't like the sound of the word volunteers. Well, we appreciate the help and the quick response, though I have to admit, I'm a little more than astonished that you're actually here in Clearwater. Certainly, there are more prominent communities needing help, like Denver. Or am I missing something? Howard paused before he spoke, looking as though he was searching for the right answer. I'm not sure how they do things here in America, but where we're from, we go where they tell us. We don't ask questions. I understand, but why exactly are you here? Buckley asked, avoiding a different question burning a hole in his mind. The word volunteer was the cornerstone of what he really wanted to ask about, but he needed to tread lightly until he knew more about these men and their mission. We've been tasked with containment. Containment of what? There's been an incident in Denver. Incident? King asked in a sharp tone, flashing an intense look at Buckley. When the EMP swarm hit, it created a minor breach in a CDC biocontainment facility. I'm sorry, what did you say? Buckley asked, not believing what he'd just heard. The word swarm was out of place and brought an even higher state of alarm to his chest, especially when it was followed by the word breach. One of their storage units failed. We've been sent here as a precaution to inoculate the residents of Clearwater in case the hazard cloud makes its way here. Jesus Christ, King snapped. Hazard cloud? Are you frickin' kidding me? We've got families living here, women, children. Like I said, we're here on a precautionary basis. Nothing to be alarmed about. The CDC has protocols in place for such an event as this. So does FEMA. My men are setting up the medical unit right now. Buckley pointed at the man's bandage. I see you guys already got your injection. Yes, it's standard procedure for all first responders to be treated before they head into the field. What exactly is involved in this treatment? A simple injection every day for the next 30 days. We have plenty of supply. 30 days, King snapped again, his face looking even more agitated than before. Buckley figured the high-strung man was about to blow, not that he could blame him. Howard tightened his eyes, checking his watch with a flash of attention. The lengthy protocol protects against any possible contagion. There was an extended pause in the room. Are we talking anthrax or what? King asked with fire in his eyes. No, sir, nothing like that. However, I can't elaborate since the compound being stored is of a classified nature. Do you hear what they're saying, Mayor? King said, throwing his hands out to the side. One of Howard's men came through the office door and handed him a clipboard. The commander flipped up the top page and studied the page below it for a few moments, then gave it back to his underling. Let's move the timeline up. Make sure everything is ready. We begin in 5 minutes. The FEMA assistant nodded, never uttering a word. The young, dark-haired man turned crisply and walked away, heading for the door. Howard looked at Buckley. We'll need to start with the children and the elderly, then move on to the more able-bodied residents. So tell me this, King said, folding his arms over his chest. What happens if we refuse these inoculations? Then you'll suffer the effects when the contamination makes its way here. Trust me, you don't want to be in that situation. When it makes its way here, I thought you said this was precautionary. It was. However, my second-in-command just informed me that the winds have shifted. We no longer have the luxury of time. Are we talking fatal? Howard nodded, his face devoid of emotion. Unfortunately, yes. Everyone will need treatment. No exceptions. I have my orders. What about livestock and pets? Buckley asked, trying to gauge the nature of the threat. They won't be affected. King grabbed Buckley by the arm and led him to the far corner of the office. His voice went into a whisper. Do you buy any of this? Buckley's gut wasn't sure, but his logic was. FEMA and the CDC obviously sent these men and their equipment here for a reason. We need to listen to them. But they're a bunch of volunteers who aren't even from the U.S. King was right. Buckley didn't like what he was hearing either, but as mayor he couldn't let his suspicions take over without more concrete facts. He had a job to do, and that meant he needed to show strength, even though his emotions were boiling over just like King's. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think we can gamble with the lives of everyone in town. There's obviously a threat, a serious one. Why else would the feds send in all these resources? I think we should be thankful they're here so quickly. I see your point, King said after a short pause, his words less uptight. Then it's settled, Buckley asked, not wanting to pull rank and overrule the man's apprehension. The day would go much smoother if King was on board. What about the people out of town, like my son? If we do this, FEMA can't just focus on whoever happens to be in town at the moment. Of course not. My grandson Rusty is out there too. So are the sheriff and a number of other people. I think you need to demand that they take those four-wheelers out with the vaccine right away. If a hazard cloud is on its way here, then the out-of-town people are at the greatest risk. King was right again. Let me see what I can do. Buckley walked back to the FEMA commander. Mr. Howard, he said, taking a moment to formulate the words he wanted to bring to bear. Are you aware that we have residents who are outside of town right now? Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am. We have a list. Nobody will be skipped, trust me. My orders are clear. What about those four-wheelers? King asked, not waiting for Buckley to address them. Why don't you send them out first? We plan to do just that. In fact, we're gearing up now. Buckley nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. His logic was correct. These men had it handled. King held quiet, though he still didn't look convinced. Is there anything else, gentlemen? Howard asked in his thick Australian accent. I need to get back to the staging area. Buckley looked at King, waiting for an answer. King shrugged, then nodded. I guess that about covers it, Buckley said. But if we have more questions, just find me and I'll answer them. We're here to help, Howard said, not waiting for Buckley to finish his sentence before he headed for the office door. Chapter 14. Bert Lowenstein stood on the paved forest road, staring at his recently purchased 1932 Indian motorcycle with his hands on his hips. He was fresh out of ideas after spending the last 20 minutes tinkering with the engine after it quit. Luckily, the motor failure happened after he dropped off his first paying customers, the Rainies, at their remote homestead on Old Mill Road. Otherwise, word would have flown around town that his new rig was unreliable. There were piles of money to be made with his new taxi service, but breakdowns weren't an option, not when ferrying around the elderly and the lazy. He figured he was at least 10 miles from town, but couldn't be sure. The bike's odometer was useless since he didn't get a chance to hook up the speedometer before the first fare. Allison Rainey was in a hurry, and so was he, needing to jump on the cash flow immediately. Even if he had a working odometer, he wasn't paying attention to the time or distance traveled during the trip back to town. His mind had been focused elsewhere, mainly on the power and speed of the antique machine purring between his legs. There was something exhilarating about a maiden ride through the mountains of Colorado, the lush peaks and their magnificent scenery zipping past in random flashes of sunlight, offering glimpses of nature's splendor in his peripheral vision. He could still feel the adrenaline pumping in his chest after navigating the seemingly endless series of blind turns, each one challenging his willingness to push the throttle even farther with a rickshaw in tow. Stan Fielding sold him the old bike at a rock-bottom price, and now Bert knew why. Somewhere inside this aging beast was a flaw, one serious enough to stop the engine cold, but small enough that he'd missed it during his initial assessment. Bert conceded that he'd been blinded by greed, thinking he'd hit the mother lode with a functioning motorcycle, one of only a few in the entire area, he figured, after the EMP had fried everything else in sight. Bert was confident he could fix the problem, but he'd need his shop tools and the time to diagnose. He prayed it wasn't anything involving new parts. They'd be scarce for an antique like this. Plus, with communications down and transportation choices limited, he couldn't order them. At least not anytime soon. Fabrication would be the only answer, or cannibalization. To accomplish the latter, he'd need a second bike that matched the first. Regardless of the cause of malfunction, an adjustment was needed to the deal with Stan. Bert needed to decide on which type of adjustment he'd deliver to his old high school pal. Head or gut was usually the question when one of them had a grievance to settle, a question Stan would most certainly understand. Bert's old pal had softened a bit after the birth of his twin girls, but that wasn't going to change anything. Not from Bert's perspective. Rules were rules, and Stan had to know an adjustment was coming. Some might think a sharp jab to the seller's face might be overreacting, especially since Bert hadn't taken the time to inspect the bike thoroughly with a vigorous ride at high speed. But he wasn't overreacting, nor was it too harsh, not when someone gave you their word and then shook on it. Small towns run on deals made man to man, and they only hold water if you enforce the trust aspect of the agreement. Friend or not, Bert needed some payback. Payback in the form of a little chin music. It was time to get the motorcycle to the shop, but that meant pushing the two-wheeled tank up and down hills. A grueling trip to be sure. Normally, he'd just leave the bike on the side of the road and come back for it with his tow truck, but the flatbed wasn't an option after the EMP had turned it into a 9,500-pound boat anchor. Bert unhooked the homemade trailer from the custom hitch he'd welded onto the rear of the bike's frame, pushing the rickshaw off the road and onto the soft shoulder. He figured it would be safe until he returned. He hadn't seen anyone on the road since he'd left town with old hag Rainey and her pushy daughter. The kid wasn't much better, but at least they paid in cash. Bert took a few seconds to visualize what it was going to take to get the bike back to town. He sighed, then shook his head. The next part was gonna suck, no two ways about it. He walked to the handlebars and latched on with a firm grip before releasing the kickstand he'd customized with a flip of his foot. Come on, Bert. Suck it up and quit complaining like a little bitch. Just get it done already. A mile or so later, he stopped to catch his breath. The last uphill grade had kicked his ass, reminding him how out of shape he'd become since high school. Burritos and beer were a mean combination, even though he spent a few sessions a week pumping the dumbbells in the shop's office. Curls were his favorite, with tricep extensions coming in second. Just then a male's voice came at him from the trees on the right. Well, look who broke down, the mighty purveyor of all things grease and steel. Bert snapped his head around to see who it was, following the near-continuous sound of pine needles crunching underfoot. It was Albert Mortensen, the grossly overweight rent-a-cop and his pencil-thin friend. "Are you shitting me?" Bert said quietly, his tone sarcastic. He sucked in his lower lip, fighting back the urge to utter an angry comeback. Every fiber in his being wanted him to lash out. It was who and what he was, never taking grief from anyone, even in jest. Yet he needed to keep his cool now that help had arrived. 3 men pushing the machine back to town would make the trek a lot easier and faster, even if 2 of the group weren't exactly prime physical specimens. "Did you remember to put gas in it?" Albert asked with barbed words, laughing at the end of his question. "It's that cap thing on top of the tank." "Of course I did," Bert answered, visualizing what he could do to this smartass. But he had to let the anger go and focus, at least until they delivered the bike back to his shop. "Just died, not sure why." "That thing looks ancient," the skinny deputy said, the straps of a backpack clinging tightly to his non-existent chest. A deputy's badge hung loosely from his shirt, almost like the tin star was embarrassed to be associated with the guy, trying to get as far away as possible. "Yeah, but it still ran after the EMP hit," Bert answered, wanting them to know he understood the situation and was smart enough to take advantage of it. "People are going to need to get around, and I intend to provide a solution. For a steep fee, of course. A man's gotta earn." "So you agree? An EMP?" Albert asked. "Me and everyone else in town. That seems to be what everyone thinks. Why don't you guys help me get this bike back to Clearwater? It'll be a cinch with 3 of us pushing." "I've got a better idea," Albert said as his hand went into his pocket. He pulled out a clear plastic baggie with red crystals in it. "Is that what I think it is?" Bert asked, not believing what he was seeing or hearing, wondering what Albert meant by a better idea. Was he talking business or pleasure? "Yep, Clearwater Red, a full pound." Wasn't sure there was any of that left in town. The supply dried up a while ago. That it did, and for good reason. "I'm guessing it's back, and you just used that new badge of yours to steal it from some junkie in the area." "Not exactly, but that's what I wanted to talk to you about. We were coming to see you." "Oh really?" he said, putting the bike's kickstand down to free his hands from the handlebars. A sudden thought came storming into his brain. This might be some kind of trap. Albert hated his ass, and he needed to be ready to take these chumps down. "What does Clearwater Red have to do with me? You know I never touch that stuff." "Yeah, right, come on, Bert. Everyone knows you partake in a little ice now and then," Albert said, holding the baggie up and shaking it. Bert couldn't seem to stop staring at the crystals. Their glistening red color was almost hypnotic. "Ah, you got no evidence of that. Look, you 2 need to turn around and go try to fool someone else. I'm not gonna fall for it." Albert scoffed. "This isn't a sting operation, Bert." Bert took his eyes from the bag and scanned the tree line, looking for shadows that didn't belong. He pointed, moving his finger from left to right. "So I'm guessing the sheriff is hiding out there in the woods somewhere. Probably the mayor, too." "Why would you think that?" "Because you and Slim over there would never be stupid enough to try to arrest me way out here, by yourselves." Albert shook his head, sending his long, curly hair into a wiggle. "I already told you, we're not here in an official capacity. We're here with a business opportunity. Nothing more." "That's a little hard to believe, especially with those badges on your chests." "I'm telling you the truth. Dustin and I are here with only your best interests at heart." Bert rejected the obvious lie, turning his head to the right. He sucked in a full breath to charge his vocal cords, then cupped his hands around his mouth. He knew the mayor and sheriff would do anything to stop his new rickshaw service, and it was time to force their hand. "Come out now, Sheriff. I know you're there. This ain't gonna work, so you might as well show yourself. I'm not falling for any of this." Albert's eyes tightened and his voice grew more to the point, emphasizing each word with more volume than before. "You said you needed to earn. That's what I'm proposing here, a chance for you to earn, especially since the EMP fried your main source of income." Bert thought about it for a moment, his defense system still on high alert. He didn't trust this guy and neither did his gut, nagging at him that something wasn't right. Despite all of that, Albert was correct about one thing. He did need to make some cash, and quick. His repair shop had become a ghost town after everyone realized what took out the vehicles and electronics in town. Bert took a long second to think about it, then made a decision to listen to Albert's pitch. He didn't think it would hurt to hear the man out. "Okay, I'm all ears, but this doesn't mean I'm admitting to anything. I understand completely, but trust me, you won't be sorry. I know we've had our differences in the past, but there's no reason for any of that to get in the way of generating some seriously fat stacks of cash. Lots of it. And we think you're exactly the kind of man we need." "Come on, dude, out with it. You don't have to lube me up so hard. What the hell do you want?" "Two things. First, you're going to need a new front operation. Something that will help you hide all the money we're gonna make for you. You know, to keep the eyes of the law off you." "You mean like you guys?" "If you want to label people, then sure, guys like us. However, I'm talking about others in town who are not going to be involved with the second part of our little venture." Bert nodded, feeling his interest peak. The sheriff and the rest of his staff. "Exactly. I knew you two were never legit." "Yeah, like they say, looks can be deceiving. And as it turns out, that's a perfect analogy. These badges help us hide in plain sight." Maybe Albert wasn't a complete waste of skin after all. What's the second part? "I have a connection to get as much Clearwater red as we can move. But we're gonna need a distributor with the muscle and the motivation to get this done. That's where you come in." Bert stood a little more erect than before, tugging on the end of his shirt sleeve with pride. Finally, a little respect coming his way. "Okay, I get that. You guys obviously recognize the skills. But you'll need to forget the motorcycle. We have something better. Something that will not only allow you to give more comfortable rides to more people, but also serve as a transport for the second part of the business." "What kind of transport?" "It's a 1957 Plymouth Sport suburban four-door station wagon. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about and why." "No electronics," Bert said, sifting through his memories. "Seems to me I remember working on a classic like that for your old man." "Yep, it's sitting in my mom's barn, just waiting to be brought back to life. If you can get it running, we'll have the perfect vehicle not only for your new taxi service, but also to move the ice where we need it." "And do so in broad daylight," Dustin added. Bert understood where these two clowns were going with their proposition. "You want me to create hidden storage areas inside your old man's wagon, then use the taxi service as a cover while we're moving the drugs." "You catch on fast, my friend." "Well, I wouldn't go that far." "About what?" "The friend thing. We might end up being in business together, but we'll never be friends." "Sure, if that's what it takes, I can live with it," Albert said, swinging his eyes to the man standing with him. "What about you, Dustin?" "I'm good. All that matters is that we build a network we can trust, something safe and reliable. There's plenty of money to spread around." Bert was starting to like this idea, but he wasn't done putting restrictions on the deal. "Then we might just be able to work something out, but I'll need my tools and it's a long way back to town. You guys up for it? I'll need help getting everything I'm gonna need to your father's place. My tow truck is useless. That won't be a problem. We gotta do whatever it takes to get set up. Anything else? Yeah, there's one more thing. If you guys try to screw me, I'll dig a hole in the forest and bury you in it. We do this 50-50, and none of that bullshit you pulled in high school when you had me expelled. Albert put his hand out for a shake. Then we're in agreement. Bert took Albert's hand and squeezed it with a firm grip. He shook it 3 times, then said, "I'm deadly serious, Albert. I'll kill you where you stand if this is anything other than what it appears to be." "Won't be a problem. Just do your part and we'll all make tons of money." Bert let go of Jumbo's hand and pointed at the motorcycle. "Okay, then let's go. I'll grab the handlebars and you guys push." "I thought we were leaving the old clunker behind," Albert said. "Not a chance. I won't use it in the new business, but I'm not leaving it out here for some asshole to come along and steal it. This belongs to me. I paid good money for it. Do you have a problem with that?" "No, it's cool." Chapter 15. Daisy turned the wheel of the Land Rover to the right, cruising by the same wooden sign she'd ridden past on the mountain bike with Bunker. This time, though, pebbles weren't landing on her back like before, and she was grateful. So were her thighs, not having to pedal like a madwoman with people hanging on. Old Mill Road wasn't exactly a smooth ride, but the suspension on the ancient vehicle was doing its job. Stephanie was in the truck behind her, piloting the second vehicle, her beautiful but perpetually angry face centered perfectly in Daisy's rear view mirror. Somehow Daisy could sense Stephanie's thoughts. They were focused on her and what she'd done, bringing a sharp pain to her chest. Daisy wasn't sure how many more times she'd have to apologize for her embarrassing interlude with Steph's ex-husband, but she planned to keep soliciting forgiveness until it found its way to her. There wasn't much else she could do other than keep trying to fix things between them. She knew it might never happen, but it was the right thing to do, regardless of the odds. There was no way around it. She'd done wrong and hurt one of her oldest friends. Daisy swallowed hard, wishing she could unwind the hands of time and eliminate that one mistake. A huge mistake. One that had smothered her soul in a shroud of darkness, erasing all the good she'd done in her life. Bill King wasn't the most handsome man she'd ever met, but he could be unbelievably charming when he wanted to, usually when a pair of legs and other assets were in his crosshairs. How could she have been so stupid? She knew his reputation. And yet, she let herself fall victim to his unsolicited advances, smearing her reputation in the process. She'd only let her fence down for a moment, giving him the small opportunity he needed to climb past it and establish a toehold in her life. Daisy flushed the pity party from her thoughts, then pressed the brake pedal and slowed the lead vehicle before pulling in parallel to Tuttle's gate. "We're here," she announced to Franklin Atwater, the hulking black man who was stretched out horizontally on the seat behind her. "I'm gonna go have a quick chat with Steph." "About what?" the injured cowboy asked, his concern obvious. "There's something I need to go take care of before she brings the kids inside. Will you be okay for a minute?" "Yeah," he grunted in response, his hand pressing on the bullet wound in his shoulder. "I think I have the bleeding stopped. For now, anyway. Go do what you need to do. I'll be okay." He worked himself into a sitting position, the grimace on his face intense. "I'll be right back," Daisy said, hopping out of the truck and heading to the second vehicle with a fast stride, arriving in seconds. She rapped on the glass of the driver's window, expecting a response. Stephanie never moved, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Daisy knocked again, this time with a set of more determined knuckles. "Come on, Steph. We need to talk." "It's important." I've got nothing to say to you, Stephanie said, her lips pressed together into a pucker. She pointed at the car parked in front, whipping her finger in an arc from back to front. So I'd suggest you just turn that big butt of yours around and go take care of Franklin. The kids and I will follow you inside. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to keep the kids out here for a bit while I go clean up inside. There are some things they shouldn't see. Stephanie still didn't bring her eyes around to look at Daisy. If the woman could breathe fire, Daisy figured the hood of the Land Rover would be engulfed in flames by now. Daisy wasn't about to give up, despite the woman's justified anger and resentment. Look, you don't have to talk to me, but we have others to think about here, so we have to find a way to work together. Stephanie remained perfectly still, not moving or blinking. Daisy's chest grew heavy, making every breath harder than the last. Come on, Steph. I've said I'm sorry like a million times already. We have to get past this for everyone's sake, even if it's only for a few minutes. You can hate me again tomorrow, but right now we have to do what's right, for the kids and for Franklin. Stephanie turned her head, landing her piercing eyes on Daisy. They flared a bit as she tilted her head with attitude. I'm listening. Can you watch Franklin while I go do what I gotta do? He looks stable for the moment, but I'd feel better if he weren't alone. Alone like you left me. And my son, Stephanie snapped in a quick, terse tone, her head bobbing left and right as she spoke. Daisy sighed, her shoulders slumping. This was going nowhere. I said I'm sorry. I don't know what else I can do. Stephanie didn't answer. Daisy looked at the kids in the back seat. The alarm in their eyes was all-consuming. Sparring with Stephanie wasn't going to help the situation. It was time to give up on the apology route. She'd done all she could, but this approach clearly wasn't working. No matter what she said or did from this point forward, she would always be the slutty mistress of Clearwater and would always be the one to blame for breaking up the king's marriage. What had happened couldn't be undone, no matter how hard she tried. Stephanie was never going to let this go. Guilty or not, Daisy decided it was time to take charge like a deputy sheriff should do and protect the citizenry. Franklin needed medical attention, and she needed to go inside and clear out the bodies and wipe up the blood. Her voice energized with strength, and the pain in her chest evaporated in an instant. Enough already, Steph. I screwed up and I apologized. But this is where it ends. As a duly sworn officer of the law, I need you to watch Franklin and make sure the bleeding doesn't start again. That's an order. What's going on? A new female's voice said from behind. Daisy whipped her head around, seeing Allison Rainey standing 2 feet away. Allison's aging mother and long-haired son were also there, posing as curious bookends on either side of her. Daisy figured the nosy neighbors must have seen the trucks pull up and walked across the street to investigate. Daisy needed to explain, but not within earshot of the kids, so she pulled Allison aside and stood close to her. She pointed at the lead Land Rover, then changed the tone of her voice to a whisper. Franklin Atwater is hurt pretty bad. What happened? Allison asked in a hush, her words nearly silent. Took a bullet in the shoulder. Someone shot him, Allison asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, a little while ago. Who? Daisy didn't want to go into the details about the Pokemon men and their kidnapping exploits, so she redirected the focus to something more urgent, something she hoped Allison would latch onto and help with. We got the bleeding stopped, but we really need to get him inside before it starts up again. We're hoping Tuttle has a medical kit somewhere. But first, I need to go clean up some blood and bodies. Don't want the kids to see them. Blood and bodies. Cool, Victor said after stepping forward and joining the conversation, his youthful eyes full of excitement. Bodies? Allison asked, looking stunned. Daisy nodded, realizing she was relaying too much information from an earlier incident. Who's doing this? Are we in danger? Before Daisy could answer, Martha Rainey joined them, angling her shoulders to squeeze her way into the whisper group. I can help. Daisy wasn't sure how, remaining silent as she took a few moments to decide on a proper response. She wished Allison's son wasn't part of this conversation, but wasn't certain if she should ask him to leave. Martha didn't wait. I used to be a trauma nurse. Daisy welcomed the news, not only because of the professional medical assistance, but because the old woman had just changed the subject, keeping her from having to answer Allison or scold the boy for butting in. Oh, okay, cool. We can use the help. Do you have a med kit at your place? Martha shook her head. Unfortunately, no. Just a basic first aid kit. Why didn't you take Franklin back to town? Allison asked, her tone skeptical. Why bring him here? Daisy knew the truth about the insurgents wouldn't serve any useful purpose, so she decided to soften her answer and spin. A gentle lie was needed to keep everyone calm and cooperating, for Franklin's sake and the kids. This was closer. We had to act fast. Allison grabbed at Daisy, latching her thin fingers around Daisy's wrist. What if someone followed you here? They didn't, trust me. Nobody knows we're here. Martha unhooked Allison's hand from Daisy, then looked at her daughter. We've got work to do, sweetheart. People need help. The deputy knows what she's doing. We need to listen to her and do exactly what she says. Allison nodded and exhaled, her eyes turning soft. Her mother was obviously in charge and carried a lot of persuasion. It was too bad that level of control didn't extend to Martha's grandson, listening to every word being said. Allison looked at Daisy, her eyes focused and brows pinched. What do you need me to do? Chapter 16. Bunker stirred awake with his eyes shut and head spinning. He tried to lock onto his thoughts, but they were popping in and out of focus as a swirling fog filled his mind. The pounding thump across the back of his skull wasn't helping either, keeping his face scrunched and eyes tight. A minute or so later, his thoughts gained a foothold, triggering the rest of his senses to come alive. Sensory information came at him all at once, feeding his mind a stream of data: birds tweeting, water trickling, crickets chirping, and bees buzzing. Plus there was the scent of pine trees, wild jasmine and musky decay, lingering humidity, smoke, and the distinct stench of feces. He was obviously still in the forest somewhere. Gravity told him he was vertical, not horizontal. Yet he wasn't standing. It was more like he was cradled in something. Or tangled, if he factored in the pressure across his back and the tightness encircling his legs. 2 heartbeats later, a new flash of pain registered. This time it was from his left forearm, originating from a single spot near the midpoint. There was also pressure associated with the ache, feeling as though it was expanding outward. A tightness rose up from his stomach, but it wasn't from pain or stress. It was a different kind of discomfort, hunger. Level 10 and climbing. The kind of hunger that makes you think about eating a pile of bear scat if given the chance. Bunker tried to open his eyes, but they wouldn't budge. They were stuck together like glue, taking all the control away from him. But that wasn't all. His eyelids felt heavy and dry, like something was covering them. A sudden rustle of leaves came at him from the left. He sucked in a breath and turned his head, listening for clues. Just when fear was about to make an appearance, he felt a gentle brush of air tickle the skin on his cheek. It flowed over his nose, building in force as it ran from one side to the other. He relaxed, letting the oxygen run free from his lungs. It was just the wind, not a Slavic fire team on the hunt, or a bear needing to fill its hunger for meat. Otherwise, he'd hear the directional sounds of twigs snapping and foot plants, not just the gentle pulse of air moving through the trees. He tried to bring his hands up to clean off his eyes, but only his right arm moved. His left was not responding, defying him like a petulant child. He tried to move the arm again, but it sent back a howling sting instead, making him grimace. Bunker used the fingers on his free hand to wipe his eyelids clean of a dry, crusty substance. It felt like mud, caked on like pancake batter. Sunlight poured in after he pried his lids apart, storming his vision in a flood of white. He turned his head and blinked, waiting for the parade of spots and blobs to fade. Eventually they did. So did the tears, though not as quickly. He looked to see what was wrong with his left arm. It was ramrod straight and out to his side, rising up at a 45-degree angle. A moment later he saw it, a bloody stick protruding through the skin in the middle of his forearm. The branch was about a half-inch in diameter, wide enough to take out the center of his Harley-Davidson tattoo. The capital letters Y and D had been obliterated, almost as if the branch had been aiming for them. He could still move his fingers and didn't see any bone exposed, so he figured it wasn't broken. He looked down to take a visual survey of the rest of his condition. His body was stuck in a thicket of driftwood, his legs tangled in a nest of branches. Thankfully, his feet were holding up his weight. Otherwise, he would have felt like a side of beef hanging from a meat packer's hook. The water was a handful of inches beyond his feet, but it wasn't flowing like he expected. It was calm and shallow, with a layer of gravel and sand below its glimmering surface. Several tiny fish swam about, cruising in and out of the shadows as they scoured the pool for food. A few yards away was a grassy bank, angling down from the nearby tree line. Bunker thought about it for a few moments, trying to remember what had happened before he woke up. When the answers came to him, they streamed up from his memories in a series of brilliant flashes. The Russian mortar landing close, the hillside blowing apart, flying backwards through the air, searing pain in his forearm. Wetness on his legs, his head hitting something hard. The data points lined up in his brain, telling him the explosion must have jettisoned him into the river, where he landed on one of the collections of branches that had been trapped in front of a boulder. That's how he ended up impaled. He figured the momentum of his impact must have broken the wood pile free from the rock. That's when it drifted downstream, taking him with it until they both ran aground on a sandbar. The facts seemed to fit the scenario he was in, but they didn't explain how mud got caked on his eyes. The only answer he could come up with was that the branches had been tossed around by the current, rolling and tumbling like a beach ball. At one point, he must have been upside down with his head in shallow water. He ran his fingers through his hair to confirm. Yes, mud was present, caked on and dry. His forehead was full of silt, too, but not his cheeks, nose, or chin. The facts were obvious. He'd been underwater, just deep enough to cover his eyes and hair in mud, but not deep enough to drown him. Damn lucky. Almost as lucky as what happened when he was on the ridge. The Russians sent their arsenal his way, but somehow, not a speck of shrapnel hit his body. He'd heard of that happening before on the battlefield, but he always thought it was a complete fabrication, somebody's inaccurate version of the truth. Possibly a sick joke invented to keep the new recruits calm and compliant, while advancing on their target with less fear in their bones. Let's face it, hope is a powerful tool. It can trump fear, even a mountain of it, but only if a foundation is set first, a foundation formed in lunacy. There was a reason they were called FNGs, or fucking new guys, because cannon fodder was too harsh a term, regardless of its accuracy. He'd seen his share of FNGs come and go, usually on a stretcher or in a body bag. For all that shrapnel to miss him like that on the ridge, he must have gotten more than lucky. Almost as if God himself had stepped in and erected an impenetrable force field, deflecting the metal away. He didn't understand any of it, but yet here he was, alive and in one piece, well, sort of. The odd thing was, he was completely dry, not a hint of moisture on his clothes. He distinctly remembered his legs being wet before he passed out. Plus, if the cocoon of branches surrounding him had been floating, bobbing, and rolling, more of his clothes must have gotten wet. Lack of moisture meant time had passed, long enough for the sun to dry his clothes. But how much time? Hours? Days? He couldn't be sure, not after blacking out from a head injury. Regardless, it was time to get moving. First up on his to-do list was to liberate himself from the wilderness spear in his arm. He brought his free hand over and cupped the underside of his forearm with his palm, his fingers spread out evenly around the entry point. Bunker took a deep breath and yanked with every ounce of energy he could rally. The pain exploded when his arm slid up about an inch and then stopped. He groaned with his jaw clenched, keeping a four-alarm scream from leaving his lips. 3 rapid breaths later, he closed his eyes and let his head sink. The blowtorch incident was the worst pain he'd ever felt, but this was a close second. Anytime your body is punctured by an object of significant size, it'll convince you to reevaluate all your decisions, and do so based on expected pain levels. There has to be a better way, he mumbled between breaths, visualizing the dynamics inside the wound. Several inches of the stick remained above his arm, its coarse bark ready to tear apart the sensitive tissue inside. At this rate, he'd need another handful of tugs before he was clear, each one sending his agony into orbit. He sighed, realizing his luck had become a fickle mistress. Right then, a new idea entered his mind, flashing an image of his knife. He might be able to use it to cut the branch off just below his arm. Once free, he could bring his arm in front and pull the stick out with one thrust. It would hurt either way, but he'd have better leverage to remove it quickly, minimizing the duration of the torture. He dug his hand into his front pocket, expecting the knife to be nestled inside. It was. Shit. Must have fallen out. Only 2 choices remained. Continue the excruciating process of jerking his arm up until it worked itself free, or snap the branch in half somehow. He didn't like either choice, but he had to do something. After careful consideration, he decided to try breaking the branch. But he'd need to do it in one quick motion, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Otherwise, he might change his mind in midstream once the pain overwhelmed his resolve. Bunker made a fist with his free hand and drew it back. He ran a silent countdown from 3, summoning more and more of his strength as the numbers dwindled. When 0 arrived, he unleashed a swift punch, while simultaneously pulling his injured arm forward to create a pressure point. His knuckles slammed into the branch just below his arm, splintering the wood with a loud crack. He held his wounded arm in the air until the pain bled off, then brought it down and positioned it in front of his abdomen. His knuckles were still throbbing in anger, but he didn't want to wait. He grabbed the stick and pulled it straight up. The wood ripped through his arm, sending blood and tissue into the air behind it. He tossed the branch away, puffing air from his lungs to disperse the pain. Now it was time to free his legs. He bent down and began to untangle the knot of roots around his shins. Some of them were loose and easy to remove, but others were tight, boa constrictor tight, taking extra time to unravel with only a single arm available. Once liberated, he crawled off the driftwood pile and stepped into the shallow water. The cold flooded his feet, rising up to the middle of his calves where tender flesh met the hardness of muscle. The Arctic blast felt invigorating, keeping his feet moving as he made his way to shore. 10 feet away was a flat rock about 2 feet square. It was next to a half-dead spruce tree with rotting bark and mostly barren limbs. He walked to it, spun around, and took a seat facing the sun so he could examine the wound in his arm. The puncture hole was impressive in a sick, twisted sort of way. The gaping tunnel went all the way through, though some of the damaged path had been fettered by loose clumps of tissue inside. He figured he could stick his finger all the way through if he chose to, though it wouldn't be very sanitary. Speaking of sanitary, he needed to clean and disinfect the wound from one side to the other. He had no way to know how long he'd been a human shish kebab, but it had been long enough for extreme hunger to settle in, taking over many of his thoughts. Great hunger meant significant time had passed, certainly long enough for whatever bacteria and microbial life were on the branch to make a home in the damaged path. Sepsis would come for him soon, so he needed to turn to bush alternatives for a first aid kit. There was plenty of running water around, so that wasn't an issue as long as he boiled it first. However, since he didn't have any medical swabs for a manual cleanout, he would need to irrigate the wound in some fashion. The final step in the process would involve a natural poultice, something to protect his injury from the elements and also draw out any infection that might be forming. When he first woke up, he remembered a number of distinct odors, one of which was smoke. It was faint, possibly a campfire nearby, upwind most likely. Plus, he heard the sound of bees buzzing. Those memories gave him an idea. Chapter 17. Bunker bent down on one knee, scooping up water in his right hand to feed his mouth. He felt like a hound dog lapping up water from its owner's hand. The thirst inside was almost as intense as the hunger, but he knew a fill of water would help stem the craving for food. The water was cool to the touch and tasted fresh, but it wasn't clear by any stretch. Specks of dirt, leaves, and other particulates landed on his tongue, making him wonder if it was clean enough to drink, even a sip. The current had a decent flow to it, plus he hadn't seen any sign of beaver around, so he wasn't too worried about giardiasis. But there were countless other waterborne pathogens that might be lurking. He decided to stop his consumption, despite the water's apparent freshness. He stood and headed upwind, keeping his nose tuned to every scent around him. Most of the odor was that of his own body or from the surrounding fauna. Yet the aroma of charcoal was noticeable too, and it was growing with each step. He didn't see any smoke rising in the trees, at least not yet, but he had a strong sense that a campfire was nearby, possibly around the next bend in the river. He continued upriver, wading through shallow pools of water along the bank. The slippery stones below the surface were a challenge, having been worn flat by the non-stop erosion and covered with a Teflon-like film of algae. But the slippery walking surface wasn't the worst obstacle in his path. It was the trees lining the bank, specifically, their army of branches, searching out his skin. Blocking them with only one good arm was laborious and time-consuming, but he forged ahead, trying to keep his thoughts on the mission. Staying focused wasn't easy, though, not with the pangs of hunger eating away at his insides. It felt like a school of piranhas had spawned inside and were swimming around in the small amount of water he just ingested. His intestines were on fire, feeling as though the underwater carnivores were well into their feeding frenzy. After he climbed over a fallen log, something shiny caught his attention. It was dead ahead, about 30 feet away, the sun reflecting off its surface. It sat between two oversized rocks, just to the right of another tangle of driftwood. He wondered if it was his knife, having fallen from his pocket some time after the Russian mortar shell sent him flying. His pace quickened as he kept his eyes locked on the location of the glint. When Bunker arrived, he scoffed, unable to hold back a roll of his eyes. It wasn't his knife. In fact, it wasn't any kind of metal. It was plastic, a water bottle. Simple human garbage tossed away by some jerk who thought the forest was his personal dumping ground. He bent down and picked it up. Its cap was still attached, but the container was empty. The label said Fiji Natural Artesian Water. "Privileged asshole," he mumbled, shaking his head. Despite his hatred for anyone who littered, the plastic bottle was a godsend. His mind filled with a list of potential survival uses as he untwisted the cap and put it into the river. The water seeped in, slipping past the air escaping in plops. Once it was full, he put the cap on and continued his trek. The scent of smoke was stronger now, telling him he was getting close to the source. He continued until a thin dirt path appeared on the right, heading up a steep incline that disappeared into a heavy stand of oak at the top of the hill. Another game trail, he first thought, until he saw footprints in the soil. They were human tracks, not animal, sneakers if he had to guess. Someone with feet smaller than his. He bent down and inspected the ridges of the tread pattern, using the tip of his finger to test their crispness. They flaked apart easily, with little indication of moisture. This meant the tracks weren't recent. Otherwise, they'd show more resistance to the touch. He decided to follow the prints up the trail, figuring they'd lead him to the source of the charcoal smell. When he made it to the top of the hill, the pine trees gave way to a small, flat clearing that featured two patches of grass some 15 feet apart. A tree lay in the dirt to the right, the center portion of its 4-foot diameter trunk rotting and falling apart. In front of it was a circle of rocks with mounds of gray ash and extinguished coals inside. A campsite, all right, with footprints everywhere. Garbage, too, stacked neatly to one side and left to rot with a couple of rocks sitting on top of the pile. The shoe patterns were all the same and seemed to travel in a thin, repetitive course around the campfire stones. Someone had been here solo, probably dancing around the flames like some kind of pagan fool, hoping to ward off evil spirits. Had Bunker gotten here earlier and under better circumstances, he would have shown the littering idiot the meaning of an evil spirit. He found more of the empty water bottles in the pile of garbage, so the camper wasn't using the river for drinking. Must have hiked down to the water to clean dishes, he figured, or take a leak in the same water source from which Bunker had just taken a drink. Right then, a rancid flavor rose up out of nowhere and landed on his tongue. Bunker reacted in an instant, curling a wad of saliva and sending it flying from his lips. He knew the acrid taste was psychosomatic, but he didn't care, completing a second round of saliva ejection for good measure. Bunker used a stick to dig around and check the rest of the trash. He found a few items he recognized, mostly food wrappers from energy bars, plus a clear plastic wrap from some kind of creamy Danish that had a price sticker on it that said Billy's Pump and Munch. But that wasn't all. There were aluminum wrappers from gum. Lots of them, like the person had a serious addiction. He grabbed a handful, then spotted a few crumpled twists of Kleenex. The tissue had snarls of yellow and brown in it, some loose but all of it dry. However, there was one red splotch, spread out across the cotton fibers. It too was dry. The pagan freak must have had a serious sinus infection, expelling gobs of putrid discharge that would keep even the hungriest of vultures away. There was also an empty Red Bull can, and a single sandwich bag that contained bread crumbs and specks of what smelled like turkey inside. He dumped the remnants from the baggie and tucked it inside his pocket. He also kept the can and a few gum wrappers, figuring he might need them as well. After a little more rubbish flipping with the stick, he spotted something plastic and pink with an assembly of metal on one end. It caught his eye like a beacon of opportunity. The object's spark wheel, guard, and hood were unmistakable, a Bic lighter, yet it was neon pink. Odd. He'd spent countless hours around strippers, hookers, and more than his share of gotta-have-it biker babes, but never once did he remember any of those chain-smoking strumpets having a pink Bic lighter. Bunker ran a quick visual check of the area but didn't see any cigarette butts around. No cigar butts either. The camper wasn't a smoker. If he was right, then the pocket torch was used to start the campfire. He picked it up and shook it. Its weight was next to nothing. Fuel reservoir empty, just tossed away by its owner after its usefulness ran out. He put his thumb to the spark wheel and pressed down on it. As expected, a spark flashed, but a flame didn't catch. Bunker tried to light it 2 more times. Again, no success. He wasn't surprised, nor was he going to throw the lighter away. It still had survival uses. He stuffed it into his pocket until later. Next to the lighter was a condom. Unfortunately, it wasn't wrapped. Nor was it devoid of fluid, its dried white contents visible in the sunlight. It took Bunker a second to wrap his head around the soiled contraceptive. He knew the camper had been out here alone, so why the condom? Only one answer came to him. The man must have self-gratified until he shot his seed into the latex. Then he left it for the animals to enjoy. Granted, it was revolting and perverted, but not the strangest wilderness story he'd ever heard. Grinder and some of their other pals in the kindred had done far worse, usually in the mountains with others around. He remembered the stories like they were yesterday. A handful of brothers sitting around the clubhouse bar, bragging about their most disgusting exploits after a few rounds of tequila had set in, each man wanting to top the other's debauchery. He flushed the memories from his mind and returned to the task before him. Condoms had a long list of survival uses, but he wasn't going to touch this one. The lighter, Red Bull can, baggie, gum wrappers, and water bottle would suffice. He'd also need some of the used Kleenex, the cleaner part, that was, which he promptly tore off and stuffed in his pocket. Bunker reversed his path and headed downstream to find the source of the buzzing he'd heard earlier when he'd first woken up. He needed to be extra careful, not wanting to anger a hive of bees, assuming that was the source of the sound. Their most precious asset, the honey, was his target. Chapter 18. Daisy Clark finished mopping up the last of the bloody scene in the center of Tuttle's main room, planning to take the mop out back and dispose of it next to Tuttle's body. The old man didn't weigh much, allowing her and Martha Rainey to haul the carcass outside a few minutes ago without too much trouble. Martha took the feet, and she took the arms, dragging the lifeless hunk of wrinkled meat through the kitchen that was filled with dirty dishes. They couldn't take the body out the front door, not with the kids waiting outside, so stuffing it through one of the back windows was the only option. The biggest problem thus far hadn't been where to dump the body. It was the stench. His body in the midst of decay, filling the room with a smell unlike any other she'd witnessed. But the stink didn't end there. There was his ripe body odor, too, mixed with layers of stale cigar smoke. She wasn't sure how long it would take to rid the old trailer of the disgusting aroma, but she assumed it was going to take a few gallons of Febreze at least, or some other kind of industrial distinct-affair. It was all she could do not to turn her head and throw up. At least she was almost done, thank God. Next up, bury her friend. The pastures behind the home were lush, meaning the ground should be soft enough to dig a quick grave site, assuming she could find a shovel. There had to be one around the homestead somewhere, probably in the man's massive barn that was stocked full of every supply known to humanity. Well, maybe not that much, but close enough. Her previous glimpse of the inventory was still fresh in her mind, stacks and stacks of supplies from floor to ceiling, a ceiling that was 4 stories high. What do you think happened to the other body? Martha Rainey asked from her knees, her glove-covered hands wringing out a bloody sponge. The red, viscous liquid dripped into the mop bucket with a string of clumpy tissue leading the way. I figure his accomplices hauled it away, Daisy answered, probably to cover their tracks. She hadn't told Martha that she was responsible for taking out Tuttle's killer, nor had she mentioned the Pokémon cards or the fact that she and Bunker had been taken hostage by the same men. Makes sense, Martha said, taking the mop handle from Daisy. I'll dump this out. You go get everyone. Shouldn't we bury the body first? Don't worry about it, I got it covered. Really? Daisy said, not sure if the woman understood her words, or her official standing as deputy. Martha flashed a look with her eyes, squeezing them like she was starting to get upset. Yes, I'm not some helpless old woman. I can dig a hole with the best of them. No, of course not. Not what I meant. I just thought it would go faster if we both took turns digging. You're the deputy, Daisy, and you need to focus on the safety of everyone. That's your job, Martha said, pointing at the door. And your job is out there, right now, waiting for you. I can handle the burial. That's true, but I think it would be best if you used your nursing skills to help Franklin. I can't do that. Only you can. You should go get everyone and I'll get rid of the body. Martha shook her head, her tone turning sarcastic. We need a medical kit first. Do you see one around here? Oh yeah, right, Daisy answered, hoping there was one in the supply barn. Martha grabbed the handle of the mop bucket as she stood up. You go find the med kit and I'll dispose of Tuttle. It's the best use of our time. Daisy didn't respond, wanting a moment to think. Go on now, Martha said in a hurried tone, waving her hands to shoo Daisy out the door. You know I'm right. Daisy turned and headed for the front door, wondering if she should have protested more. Martha's logic made sense, but it still seemed like she was caving too much. Not just to Martha, but to Stephanie and everyone else she knew. A deputy has to make decisions for everyone, and then stand behind them no matter what comes her way. That's how you protect and serve. And lead. Nobody respects a person who can't make a decision, or who always cowers to the will of others. Daisy stopped her march and whirled around, her spine full of confidence. She held up a finger and said, on second thought. Martha was no longer in the room. Already taking care of business, Daisy thought, made a decision and then stuck with it, like I need to do. Daisy let out a grin, feeling a tingle of warmth wash over her. The manner in which Martha carried herself was impressive and encouraging. Plus, the gruesomeness of the scene didn't seem to faze the former nurse. Almost like it never happened. Daisy figured it was due to Martha's years of trauma conditioning in the ER, conditioning Daisy would never acquire. No wonder she almost threw up when she walked back in Tuttle's home. Wait a minute, she thought. That can't be right. Maybe it wasn't simply the woman's former job. It had to be more. It had to be. Otherwise, there was no hope that Daisy would ever become the kind of deputy she wanted. Just then, her logic chimed in, adding to her thought process. It was probably age and wisdom, plus some serious life experience. All of that was something Daisy would acquire eventually. It was just like Bunker had said after she'd killed the assailant with her perfect shot through the blinds, his baritone voice still echoing in her memory. Just give it time, Daisy. Don't dwell on it. Time and experience, that's the key. That's how you solidify your resolve in the face of tragedy or loss. Nobody is born with this skill. You learn it, acquiring it over time, assuming the savagery that tragedy brings with it doesn't consume you first. Chapter 19. Mayor Buckley took a step back with an arm outstretched, waiting for the next family in line to move forward and enter the FEMA medical station. Most of the residents hadn't wanted his help, but a few had taken it, the last of which was an elderly couple who found the metal steps a challenge. They'd been fetched from their home and delivered to the staging area by one of FEMA's four-wheeled ATVs, apparently complaining the entire way. Other than assisting the old, Buckley felt useless, much like an old-time usher at the movies, a man who took up space near the entrance but offered little in terms of real value to the procession. The line had been over a block long ever since the inoculations began, but FEMA's medical staff was working with precision and speed to handle the demand. He was impressed with their assembly line organization, using a 3-member squad to process each patient. The first medic would start by marking off the resident's name on a digital list being displayed on a computer tablet, then rubbing a cotton swab containing some form of sterilizing agent with numbing properties across the side of the person's neck. The patient would then be passed to the second station, where medicine was injected with a needleless gun. Each time the high-tech unit fired, it emitted a momentary swooshing sound that was followed by a hollow click. Buckley knew air was being used to deliver the drug, but the hollow click was odd. Perhaps the injector had to lock itself back into position for the next round of treatment, causing the metallic sound of metal on metal. The process finished with the third guy applying a peel-and-stick circular bandage over the entry point, then checking the resident's name off a secondary list. The procedure was slick and rehearsed, always ending with the third man uttering the same 7 words. Leave the bandage on for 24 hours. The tech's words carried an Australian accent, matching that of the FEMA commander. A few residents had asked the bandage man a follow-up question, but he'd only respond with the same 7 words in response, then direct them with an outstretched finger to the exit door on his right. Buckley understood the medic was ultra-focused on keeping pace, but the guy didn't have to act so detached and uninterested, ignoring the worry in the patient's voices. Sure, FEMA had a job to do and unnecessary questions would just slow the process down, but the man's bedside manner needed work. Regardless, Buckley chose not to say anything. It really wasn't his place. Everyone had a role to play, including him, and there wasn't a moment to waste. The hazard cloud was still rolling this way, and they had plenty of residents to inoculate. Stan Fielding stepped forward with his twin daughters, Bate and Barb, his eyes locked onto Buckley's. His mouth was slightly agape, as if he were debating whether or not to speak. Buckley decided to take the lead. "Do you have a question?" The man stopped his feet. "As a matter of fact, I do. Lots of them." Buckley waved his hand from right to left, motioning Stan and his kids toward the steps leading into the medical unit. "I'll answer what I can, but we need to keep the line moving forward." Stan and his twins resumed their pace, matching the people in front of them. "Is this medicine safe for my girls?" Buckley nodded, walking along with them. "Yes, perfectly. Nothing to worry about." "What is it exactly? Some kind of penicillin?" "It's called MH2. It's an anti-contamination protocol, whatever that means. I wish I understood more about the treatment, but we're really pressed for time here, Stan. With the hazard cloud on its way, we need to process everyone quickly. Trust me, these men know what they are doing." The look of concern faded from Stan's face as he nodded in response. Yet he still chose to pull his daughters in close to his legs. Buckley was aware of everyone's trepidation, and he didn't blame them. It wasn't every day that FEMA showed up with a fleet of trucks and then unveiled equipment to treat everyone you knew against a lethal contaminant. One of the twins, with tears in her eyes, said, "I'm scared it's gonna hurt, Daddy. I don't want to do this." "It'll be okay, honey," her father told her in a gentle voice, pointing at the people coming out of the trailer. "Look, they're not in any pain, sweetheart. These doctors know what they are doing. I promise. We all need this medicine to keep us safe." "He's right, young lady," the mayor added, wanting to support the single father. He turned his head and pointed to the bandage on the side of his neck. "See, I got mine, and I promise you it didn't hurt at all. All it feels like is a puff of air on your neck." The girl didn't answer as the trio went up the steps, her face frozen in fear. Buckley didn't enter with them. Instead, he ambled to the left and traveled around the outside of the trailer. He waited at the bottom of the exit stairs, praying the girls wouldn't come out too upset, especially since they'd need to go through this same process every day for the next 30 days. He wasn't sure if the FEMA timeframe was etched in stone or not. The commander never confirmed after he'd asked a few minutes ago. Maybe they'd adjust it once they had a chance to collect more data about the threat, or the winds might shift, taking the cloud in a different direction. One could only hope. When Stan Fielding and his girls came out, the tears were gone and circular bandages were present. Buckley bent down to address the twin redheads, not able to tell them apart. He wasn't sure which one of them had been crying before, so he addressed them both with solid eye contact. "How did it go? Did you feel anything?" The girl on the right answered, "No, it was okay, but I was still really scared. Do we really need to do this every day?" "Yes, you do. It's how we are going to keep you and your sister safe. We're all proud of you for being so brave." "And keep my daddy safe, too," the other girl said, wrapping her tiny fingers around her father's hand. Buckley felt a warm sensation fill his chest when the girl said those words, pushing a full smile to his lips. "Yes, and your dad. We all have to stay safe, and this medicine will do just that." Stan seemed pleased, or perhaps it was relief. "Thanks for the assist, Mayor. I can't thank you enough. Sometimes they need to hear it from someone other than me." Buckley gave him a quick nod before changing the subject. "Hey, there's one more thing we need to discuss, if you have a minute." "Yeah, shoot. Got nowhere to be at the moment." "That motorcycle you sold recently," Buckley said in his most serious tone. "The 1932 Indian." "The very same." Stan's eyes lit up. "I've got two more if you'd like to buy them. They're up for sale. My girls and I could really use the money." Buckley didn't need to hear the man's words of financial desperation, or see it in the eyes of his little ones. It wasn't going to make the next part of the conversation any easier, but it needed to be addressed, regardless. "No, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about." "I guess I don't understand then." "The town would appreciate it if you didn't sell any more of them to Bert. I know he's your buddy and all, but we need to slow down his plans for a taxi service." "Why, is there a law against what he wants to do? He needs to earn a living too. And like I said, we need the money." "We have no problem with you selling them to raise cash, just not to Bert." "With all due respect, Mayor, I don't think that's something you can really control. It's a free country and I can sell them to anyone I please." "Yes, you can, but his new service is going to use a lot of fuel. And right now, everyone needs to conserve, including Bert. It's for the good of everyone in town." Stan didn't respond, but he no longer looked upset. "Can I count on you to help us out, Stan?" The man hesitated before he spoke again. "I'll see what I can do." "Thanks, the residents of Clearwater thank you." Chapter 20. "Guys, I need a break," Albert said, letting go of the back of the motorcycle seat. He bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The burn in his lungs was strong, and so was the strain in his oversized thighs as he watched the bike roll up the steep grade. Bert was pushing on the left and Dustin on the right, pressing on without him. "Come on, Jumbo. Suck it up," Bert shot back in his usual condescending tone, his head never turning to look at Albert. Albert wished he had a semi-automatic in his hand, feeling the need to shoot the man in the back. Pulling the trigger would feel amazing right about now as his body reeled from the lack of oxygen. A handful of breaths later, Albert was able to speak, albeit barely. "Would it be too much to ask that you stop calling me that? It's not helping the situation," After all, we're in business together now. So how about a little civility? Wow, a little touchy, aren't we? I thought you were a tough guy now. Albert ran a few more breaths through his lungs before responding. That has nothing to do with it. The slurs, they just get a little old after a while. Yeah, I'm fat. So what? Dustin let go of the bike and stopped walking, folding his rail-thin arms over his chest, looking defiant. "What's your problem, Slim?" Bert said to Dustin, stopping his feet. He put the kickstand down and let go of the handlebars before turning to face him. "Come on, out with it." Dustin finally spoke up, though the tone of his voice sounded like he was unsure whether to speak or not. "Albert and I have had enough of your constant insults and put-downs." Bert turned his attention to Albert. "So what is this, a mutiny?" "If you want to call it that, then sure. A mutiny," Albert said, sucking in more air. "You need to start treating us with respect, otherwise I'll be forced to rescind our agreement." "Yeah, right," Bert said, rolling his eyes. "You guys need me a lot more than I need you." "I seriously doubt that," Dustin added. "Look, we all need each other," Albert said, not wanting to admit the brute was right. They needed Bert, more than he would ever confess. Yet Albert also knew that in order to deal from a position of strength, he could never show a glimmer of weakness. He needed to use his opponent's greatest desire as a weapon to suffocate the man's mounting arrogance and need for control. "Look, Bert, the situation is pretty clear. Money doesn't flow into your pockets unless we work together. You know that. It's business 101. Albert was finally able to stand up straight, his lungs back to normal. "We all want the same thing, to make money. And I'm talking about more money than you could ever make on your own, like 1,000 times more. And none of that happens unless we proceed ahead like adults, so no more of your third-grade bullshit. We're tired of it." "Wow, there's a shock. I'm working with a bunch of wimps," Bert snapped, shaking his head. He craned his neck, looking up at the sky. "I swear to God, the universe must hate me." "So, what's it gonna be?" Dustin asked the mechanic, slipping out of his backpack and putting it on the ground. "Because me and Albert can just walk away right now and you can go fuck yourself." Albert couldn't believe what Dustin just said. The dude actually found some backbone and did so in the middle of nowhere, with little in the way of backup. Not the best timing, but impressive nonetheless. Albert decided to reinforce their stand against the slimy dictator with one last comment. He pointed at Dustin while looking at Bert. Like he said, "Show us respect or we walk." "Respect is earned, not demanded," Bert quipped. "Yeah, you should talk," Dustin said, his chin stiff. "So what's it gonna be?" Albert added, not letting a second of dead air linger after Dustin's last comment. "Last chance to man up and do the right thing. Money and success or slams and poverty, your choice. We're not kidding around here." Bert looked at the steep hill ahead, then down at the Indian motorcycle. His head dropped to his chest and his shoulders slumped for a bit as he mumbled something to himself. When he brought his eyes back, he answered, "Fine. No more jabs. Let's just get this done already." "There, that wasn't so hard, now was it?" Albert said, walking to the rear of the bike, his eyes locked onto Dustin's backpack. He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Dustin must have noticed Albert's gawk, opening the pack and giving Albert one of the water bottles inside. Albert twisted the cap off and took 3 full swigs. The water was heaven, exactly what his body needed. He took one last drink, then put the cap on and gave it to Dustin, who quickly stowed it in the pack. "You should drink, too," Albert told his assistant. Dustin shook his head forcefully. "Nah, I'm good. Don't want to use it all up at once. We've got a long way to go." Bert put out his hand. "I'll take some, My mouth is so dry I can barely talk." If only, Albert thought to himself. Dustin flashed a look to Albert, obviously waiting for a response or approval. Albert nodded. "We're gonna need to share if we have any hope of getting all of us back to town." Before the next heartbeat, a rumble cut through the mountains, vibrating the road beneath Albert's feet. He put out his hands as if his balance was about to vanish. "You guys feel that?" "Hell yeah," Bert answered with eyes wide. "We've got company." He turned on his heels and tore up the asphalt grade, heading in the direction of the sound. Dustin did the same, leaving Albert to hold up the rear as all three went to higher ground. When Albert made it to the top, Bert grabbed him by the shirt collar and yanked him down to his knees. "Get down," Bert said in a sharp whisper, tugging at Dustin as well. "What's wrong?" Albert snapped, prying Bert's fingers loose from his shirt. Bert pointed. "Check it out." "Jesus, look at all of them," Dustin said, his eyes watching the procession of military green trucks coming their way. "Yeah, but those are not ours," Bert said, his voice full of anxiety. About a half-mile ahead, Albert could see a long line of vehicles, including tanks with soldiers marching alongside. "How do you know they're not ours?" Dustin asked, his voice as low as a purr. "The tanks, those are definitely not ours. I was always building models when I was kid, and I can guarantee you those are not US tanks. The size and shape is all wrong. Maybe they're something new. Let's face it, it's been a while since any of us were kids." "Bullshit," Bert said, his tone low and words fierce. "I doubt we would ever roll tanks and troops through the streets like that. Not here. Not in the middle of nowhere. Not unless we were at war." Albert searched for the end of the procession, but couldn't spot it with the road winding itself around and out of sight. There was a two-lane bridge between their position and the convoy ahead, making him wonder if the structure could support all the weight once it arrived. The sheer number of troops and equipment brought a new idea into Albert's mind, one he thought Bert might want to consider. What about martial law? It's possible after the EMP attack. Out here in the mountains, you can't be serious. What would be the point? Just tossing out ideas. "Not a very good one," Bert said, never taking his eyes from the danger marching their way. "Just look at those transports. We don't have anything like that. I'm pretty damn sure we use Humvees for personnel, not those eight-wheelers." "Who do you think it is?" Dustin asked. "China, Russians maybe, I don't know." Dustin pinched his pointed nose and furrowed his brow. "So this is some kind of invasion?" "This far inside our borders?" Albert asked in a sarcastic tone. "Obviously, yes, they're right there. Plain as day," Bert answered, looking at Albert. "The Russians invading Colorado." "Or China," Dustin added, obviously on board with Bert's theory. "Do you know how nuts this all sounds?" Albert asked, his mind not able to process what Bert was suggesting. "Yep, but the facts are the facts." Albert didn't buy it. "I'm not sure I'd call any of this fact. Somebody has to know these guys are here. They just can't march around like they own the place. I think you're reading too much into the situation." "We should get a better look to know exactly what we're dealing with here," Bert said, ignoring Albert's redirect. "We?" Dustin asked. "Yeah, but not from here," Bert said, pushing back 10 feet before getting up and running downhill to the motorcycle. Albert and Dustin followed. The three of them pushed the bike off the road, using a natural opening that led into the forest. They hid the machine behind a tall stand of bushes, making sure it couldn't be seen from the road. "What now?" Dustin asked. Bert pointed. "See those boulders?" "Yeah." "We should be able to hide there and watch them pass by. Then we'll know more. Let's go." Bert didn't hesitate, starting a hike toward the turquoise-colored rock formation. Bert took center position behind the smallest of the four boulders, with Dustin on his right. Albert decided to crawl to the other side of Dustin, keeping Bert as far away as possible. The man's stink was stifling, almost to the point of making him want to gag. He knew he had to suck it up as Bert had suggested, but it wasn't going to be easy. The space was limited, but at least they had cover. If Bert was correct about the military presence heading their way, keeping out of sight was job number one. He just hoped Bert wasn't going to do something stupid and get them all killed. The man's arrogance was only outdone by his willingness to go out of his way for a fight, as if he was in constant need of a physical altercation, like it was some kind of affirmation of his manhood. Somewhere deep inside Bert was a root cause, Albert figured, buried under a mountain of anger and pain. The guy was in serious need of a hug, but Albert wasn't going to be the one to give it to him. A knife to the gut would be more along the lines of what Albert was thinking at the moment. He took a second to imagine himself sticking the blade in deep, pressing harder and harder until the soft flesh gave way to hard bone. Then he'd twist it slowly in a circle, watching the life run out of Bert's eyes with every degree of hurt delivered. It was a glorious vision, but one Albert knew would never happen. He wasn't a killer, no matter how badly he wanted it. Even though he was sure everyone in town would agree that Bert was a first-class asshole and probably deserved it for all the pain he'd caused to everyone over the years, Albert wasn't going to take on the role of the Reaper. That wasn't who he was. He was more into the cerebral side of altercations, using wit and cleverness as a defense and a disguise. Killing would have to be someone else's job, like the new guy in town that he'd heard about, Jack Bunker. Albert hadn't met the Drifter yet, but everyone was abuzz about the brute's military background and his bravery. Albert imagined a towering hulk of a Marine with a chiseled chin, hawk-like eyes, and shoulders that could carry an endless amount of weight. Someone who could bring hell down on anyone who got in his way. Sure, it was a second-hand guess at the man's size and stature, but from what he'd heard, it fit. The road below them was about 50 yards away, and at a slight decline, giving Albert a straight-line view of the blacktop through the trees. He figured as long as they stayed out of sight and quiet, the military convoy should pass them by without incident. Albert kept his head low as the three of them waited for the fleet to arrive. Dustin didn't seem too willing to poke his head out either, but Bert did, unable to keep his eager eyes from peering over the top of the boulder. Albert couldn't decide if he should say something or not, his mind visualizing the enemy's first round finding its way into Bert's forehead. His vision was both wonderful and horrifying, giving him pause. Tissue and blood would spray everywhere, etching the ghastly memory into Albert's synapses for all eternity, a gruesome thought to be sure. Yet he wasn't entirely sure if a decapitated Bert was a bad thing or not. It would all depend on which side of his conscience was in charge at the time of the decision. Albert reached past Dustin and tapped Bert on the shoulder. "You need to get down. You're gonna give away our position." "Relax, Jum," Bert said, stopping his words in mid-sentence. "I mean, Albert, unless they're looking right at us, they'll never see us up here." "You can't possibly know that," Albert snarled, trying to burrow his way through the man's wall of pride. "These men are trained killers. This is what they do, look for assholes like us. I need to find out who they are, and that can't happen unless I keep an eye on them." "He's right," Dustin said, swinging his eyes around to Albert. "Sorry, dude, but we have to know who we're dealing with." "You're taking his side in this." Dustin shrugged. Albert wanted to say more but realized it was useless. He was running with a pair of clueless bastards and one of them had just thrown him under the bus. "I'm out of here," he said, backing away on his stomach, his legs and hands moving in concert. "Where you going?" Dustin asked. "Anywhere but here. You guys are nuts." Albert got to his feet and headed for higher ground. He decided to angle to the left, choosing an area where he wouldn't end up directly behind the line of fire when the barrage was unleashed. He prayed he was wrong about the troops spotting his team behind the rocks, but his gut knew better. In fact, it was screaming at him to climb faster and higher, so he did, pushing his thighs through the pain. The combination of altitude, weight, and terrain took the air from his lungs quickly, but he couldn't stop, sounding like a racehorse, wheezy and puffing its way down the home stretch of a high-stakes race. Twigs snapped and needles crunched as he pressed on, finally reaching the summit of the climb. He took position behind a fallen tree, lying on his back to allow his mouth to have priority access to all the air it could take in. He'd never been so tired in all his life, feeling a squeeze in the center of his chest as a river of sweat emptied from the pores of his skin. 3 breaths later, dizziness found him, and so did an ocean of stars in his vision. Albert closed his eyes and fought the raging nausea building in his stomach, but then the blackness came and he passed out. Chapter 21. Deputy Daisy squeezed her thin frame past the next stack of heavy, reinforced pallets in Tuttle's barn, wondering how many more she'd have to check before finding items that could be deemed tactically useful. Specifically, she was searching for communications gear, something she'd been tasked to find on an earlier visit with Bunker. If it weren't for the Pokemon men and their assault rifles, this electronics hunt would have been completed a while ago. So would a lot of other things, she figured, knowing that critical town plans had gotten interrupted when everything went sideways at the miners' camp. Better late than never, she mumbled, thinking of the near-lethal interrogation they'd escaped from in those old shacks. The term never was the word tearing at her heartstrings, knowing they could have all been killed, children included. Thank God for Bunker and his quick reaction skills. Otherwise, there would be several funerals on the docket, hers included. Her thoughts turned to the lonely man from Lowe's Angels and his wicked set of tattoos, the colorful kindred emblem front and center in her mind. She hadn't seen or heard from the troubled soul since they'd split up after Grinder's death. She didn't know if Bunker was hurt, lost, wandering around, back in town, or captured again. No way to know, so she'd just have to stay positive and wait for him to make an appearance. Hopefully, he hadn't skipped town. If he did, she wouldn't blame the guy. She pulled a gun and was ready to shoot him, her apprehension about his past taking over in a moment of weakness. She hoped they had put the unexpected confrontation behind them, but the former biker might have decided to take off. In that case, it would be her fault and she'd have to live with it. She'd overreacted and wasn't proud of it, but sometimes a woman needs to take a step back and take a moment to be sure. Especially when it has to do with someone brand new in your life, a man whose past wasn't what she expected, and neither was his gallantry for that matter. Tuttle seemed to have a little bit of everything stored in his pole barn, but so far, she hadn't found a single electronic device. Not a one. The first 3 columns of inventory had proven fruitless, leading her to stack number 4. Her eyes scanned the contents of each plastic-wrapped bundle, stacked neatly from the floor to the ceiling. Nothing of interest caught her eye, though she couldn't see much detail on the pallet near the top. "I'm getting tired," Jeffrey said from Daisy's left. "I don't want to look anymore. Can I go back to my mom?" "Not yet, sweetheart. Not until we find what we need," Daisy said, wanting to keep the kids occupied while Martha, her daughter Allison, and Stephanie King tended to Franklin Atwater's injuries. "But we already found the bandages and stuff. Why can't we go back?" "Because your mom and the Raineys are busy helping Mr. Atwater. We need to let them do their work so he gets better. It won't take long, I promise. Just keep looking. Daisy returned to the front of the stacks to check on Megan. The young girl hadn't said much since they'd began this forage, obviously worried about her dad. Her tiny backside sat centered on top of a small crate near the barn door, her crutches lying at her feet. She wasn't crying, but the traumatized look on her face told Daisy all she needed to know. It'll be okay, Megan. Mrs. Rainey is a really good nurse, and she's going to help your dad. He'll be good as new in no time. I know, Megan said. I just wish we were at home where it's safe. I don't like it here. Daisy wasn't sure what to say, so she said nothing. Sometimes trying to comfort someone else's child backfires when you meddle without the proper experience or frame of reference. Right now, the smart move was to keep quiet. Otherwise, she might say the wrong thing and upset the girl. In truth, the safest place for everyone right now was here, at Tuttle's place, but she didn't want to argue the point. Megan was calm and waiting patiently, exactly what everyone needed. I really miss my horse. I hope Star is okay, the dark-skinned girl said, her tone depressed. He was probably really scared when someone let him loose. I'm afraid he ran far away. I'm sure he'll find his way back home, Daisy said. Horses are really smart. He knows that you love him. He'll come back. Yeah, but unless I'm there, I think he might try to find me or something. It's really scary out in the woods when you're all by yourself. Daisy was at a loss for words again. The girl was pushing the conversation down a path she wasn't sure how to handle. What's he gonna do, Daisy? He's got nobody to feed him or give him water. He'll find a stream to drink in, sweetheart, and there's plenty of grass around. Horses know instinctively what to do. They used to run wild before we corralled them and put saddles on their backs. Megan nodded, her lips turning silent as she fiddled with the heavy leg brace. Her tiny fingers tugged at the metal, straightening the alignment around her sore knee. Maybe Daisy had finally found the proper words to bring comfort to Megan's broken heart. Daisy's heart was feeling it, too. So much happening and so little of it good. Everyone was reeling, but they all seemed to be holding it together. Strength in numbers was the phrase that seemed the most appropriate at the moment, though misery loves company would also work. Let's face it, sometimes too much drama all at once drowns a person, suffocating their ability to think or even act. But her friends were pushing through it. The girl's comments about food and water reminded her that they needed to tend to Tuttle's chickens and pigeons out back. It would also give the kids something to do while everyone waited for Franklin's recovery. Before Daisy could blink again, she heard the unmistakable sound of hollow tin banging away. It was coming from the left, yet it was distant, somewhere near the back of the barn if she had to guess. Jeffrey must have been rapping on something made of metal. At that moment, her memories fired, reminding her of something she'd seen the first time she'd walked through the barn with Frank Tuttle as her guide. The sealed storage cabinets near the hatch to the man's underground bunker. Each cabinet featured twin doors whose seams had been covered with metal-reinforced tape. Her memory changed again, flashing the letters Tiatwaki. It was the term she'd seen written across the doors, an acronym that meant the end of the world as we know it. The banging continued, louder this time. "Hang on, Jeffrey, I'm coming to you," she said, breaking into a full sprint to the 10-year-old's location. When Daisy arrived, she found the boy hitting one of the cabinets with a 3-foot-long piece of 2x4. Black magic marker ink had been scrawled across its knotty surface, spelling the phrase Master Story Stick. Under that phrase was another pair of words, CC Legs. She wasn't sure what the chicken scratching was for, but Tuttle's handwriting was a mess. Almost like he was in a hurry, or drunk. "It's locked," Jeffrey said, taking another whack at the cabinet. His aim caught the center of the left door, creating a more pronounced dent than before. She held out her hand. "Here, let me try." The boy gave her the lumber, taking a step back after he did. Daisy wrapped both hands around the end of the wood and brought it back past her shoulder like a baseball bat. Her target was the pair of handles in the middle where the doors met, specifically, the one on the right. It featured a key slot. After a full swing and a loud clang, a tremor-like reverberation shot through her arms. It made her elbows hurt and her hands release, sending the 2x4 to the ground with a hollow thud. She brought her eyes to bear and looked at her target. The locking handle had been bent slightly to one side, but it appeared to be holding firm against her attack. Daisy bent down and picked up the makeshift hammer to swing again. This time, she let out a powerful grunt as she unleashed her malice with more force. The level sheared off in pieces, pinging a death song across the cement floor when it landed. Their collective journey came to an abrupt halt when the pieces slid into a stack of 30-pound bags on the floor, mostly white and evenly placed in a crisscrossing pattern. The blue stenciling on the bags told her the weight and the name of the business that Tuttle had purchased them from, some place called Dewey Farms in Arizona. Under the brand name was the word fertilizer with chemical formula NH4N03, with 34% N printed after it. "Nice shot," Jeffrey said. "All those summers of girls' softball really paid off," she quipped, reliving a painful moment of glory from her youth. It was back when she ran headfirst into a heavy girl at home plate. Bethany was her name, if she remembered right. Actually, it was Big Bethany, the official nickname of the opposing team's immovable catcher. Daisy's team lost that game in the city finals when she was 13. That was the last time she ever picked up a glove or bat. The collision was the main reason, though her focus would soon switch from sports to boys. That legendary impact had changed her life, but she wasn't sure if it had been for the better. Her luck with the opposite sex hadn't exactly been good. She always seemed to choose the wrong guy. Maybe she only attracted assholes, reeling them in like an expert fisherman with all the right bait. Daisy used the sharp corner of the 2x4 to cut through the tape along the middle seam. Once she had a loose piece to work with, she was able to pull the remaining tape away from the cabinet, working it free from the center out. The instant the restraints were removed, the doors, no longer held in place, plopped open an inch. Daisy finished the reveal, swinging the doors open until the hinges stopped the movement. Inside were 5 shelves, spaced evenly apart from top to bottom. "Now that's more like it," she said, seeing an array of electronic equipment on each level. She figured Tuttle stored them inside the steel structure and used metal-infused tape to complete what she assumed was another one of his homemade Faraday cages. "Hey, what's this?" Jeffrey asked, pointing at a bulging orange manila folder hanging on the inside of the door. A strip of 2-inch clear tape was holding it in place along the top, but the folder was loose otherwise. The boy yanked at it, freeing the paper from the grip of the sticky packing tape. Daisy took it from him and put her hand inside, sliding past the open flap on one end. Her fingers found a wad of papers partway down, but not just one batch. There were 2, folded in half separately. She yanked one of them out. "What is it?" Jeffrey asked, his curious eyes round with excitement. "Let me see." Daisy bent her knees and brought herself down to Jeffrey's level, letting the helpful boy get a good look at his discovery. He smiled at her. She unfolded the fold of papers. There were 11 pages, all handwritten on white letter-sized notepaper. The cursive writing was precise, curly, and easy to read. Daisy figured it was a woman's handwriting, Helen's, knowing from the 2x4 that Tuttle's penmanship was a disaster, like most men's. Must be part of their DNA, she decided. Bad penmanship and horrible relationship skills. Oh, and let's not forget embarrassing table manners, and last but not least, disgusting bathroom etiquette. The term spraying and praying entered her mind, carrying a cruel dual meaning. Daisy scoffed silently, realizing that God had a wicked sense of humor, pairing women and men together with an invisible, yet unbreakable attraction for each other. It was a bond that had been forged by the Almighty in heaven, then laced with passionate heat and unending turmoil. How any of that worked was beyond explanation, with both sides polar opposites in every respect. It was a wonder anyone on Earth got along for more than a minute without shooting each other, especially couples. Jeffrey pointed his stubby finger at the first line on the page, aiming its tip at the first two words, both of which were underlined in black ink. He read the phrase aloud, sounding out the words using medium speed. Inventory list. Daisy hesitated for a moment, the kids' reading catching her off guard. You can read longhand. I didn't think they taught that in school anymore. They don't, but my mom teaches me at home. Well, actually, my tutor did before Mom kicked Dad out of the house. Now she does it. Well, good for her, Daisy said, finding a new appreciation for her former best friend. Stephanie King may have been royally pissed off at Daisy, and the rest of the world for that matter, but her motherly skills and devotion to her son were clear and evident. Even the most unstable person has something in their life that they excel at, even if it's only one thing. Jeffrey was a pleasant, happy boy, his manners honed and politeness always on display. Easily a win on any mother's resume. Even though Daisy didn't have any children, she knew that pride in one's offspring was hard-earned, just like respect, requiring time, dedication, and patience. Kudos, Stephanie, she thought, her heart skipping a beat. Daisy figured she'd never get a chance to be a mother since her taste in men was a bigger disaster than the federal deficit. However, if she was ever lucky enough to find someone worthy, she hoped she could be half the mother Stephanie was, without the hysterics thrown in, of course. Before her next breath, a loud, forceful voice came tearing at Daisy's ears from the right. Jeffrey Thomas King, you get over here right now. Jeffrey looked up in a flash of panic, the color in his cute, freckled face drying up in an instant. I'm not going to say it again, Stephanie King demanded, her lips pinched and her hands on her hips. Jeffrey took off running to his mother's position. When he arrived, his quick feet stopped with simultaneous plops, his head hanging low. I'm sorry, Mom. It's okay. He was being good, Daisy said in a matter-of-fact way, wondering why Steph was so upset over nothing. After all, Stephanie had sent the kids in here to get them out of the way while Allison, Martha, and she tended to Franklin's injuries. Daisy didn't understand the problem. Stephanie put her hands on her son's shoulders. I need you to take Megan inside. Mr. Atwater is awake now and wants to see her. But Mom, we just found. Right now, young man, Megan needs your help. Go, do what I said. Mommy needs to have a little talk with the deputy. Okay, Jeffrey answered, walking to Megan. He picked up her crutches and gave them to her. The two of them left a short minute later. Daisy felt the heat in Stephanie's eyes when the curvy pile of fury turned her way. Chapter 22. When Bunker found the location where he'd woken up, he put the materials he'd scavenged in a pile along the bank, then followed the incredibly loud buzzing sound. It led him west into the forest, where he found the hive a few yards beyond the first stand of trees. It was huge, at least 10 feet long, dangling its succulent nectar under a low-hanging willow branch that ran left to right. It was shaped like a pregnant panda bear, holding on for dear life against the pull of gravity. The white area near the middle was the only section not covered with worker bees. That would be his entry point. However, he'd need a few things first. First up, a makeshift knife, something he could use to gently slice into the honey reserve and harvest its sweetness without pissing off the residents. If he wasn't careful, he'd jostle their home and ignite their pheromones, sending them into an all-out attack. There had to be at least 100,000 bees, possibly a lot more, each one carrying a painful stinger with his name on it. His mind flashed a vision of him running blind through the forest with a black cloud of tiny drones swarming around his head. He returned to the creek and walked along the shoreline until he found a bed of exposed rock with hundreds of stones scattered about. The search took a few minutes, but he located a flat stone made of what he assumed was shale. The dark gray rock was about the size of his palm and had a polished, smooth surface. Its oblong shape was perfect, giving him two opposing ends to work with. 2 feet away was a semi-flat stone about the size of a dinner plate, though it wasn't round. It was shaped more like a kidney, with a noticeable divot in the middle. It would serve as the anvil base for the bipolar percussion process. All he needed to complete his knife-making kit was a heavy striker rock, one about the size of his hand and made of a denser material than the shale. It took a bit of foraging, but he found a potential hammer stone. He tested its hardness on another piece of shale, striking it multiple times until it broke in half. The force needed was more than he expected, but he knew it would do the job. Now it was time to make the knife. He took the target stone and adjusted its oblong shape between his fingers. Its two opposing ends were now standing vertical, with the lower point sitting in the divot of the anvil stone. He moved his hand out of harm's way with a loose 2-finger grip before grabbing the cantaloupe-sized striker rock. The stone filled his grip as he hit the top of the shale rock repetitively, using more force with each strike. The pressure waves eventually worked their magic, shearing off a piece that jettisoned to the right. He picked up the shale offspring and examined it. Its fine edge was razor-sharp to the touch, traversing one side of it from end to end. Its size was roughly 50% of the original rock, almost a perfect slice, its shape just like the parent, only thinner. Bunker had planned to fashion a handle for it out of a piece of driftwood, but the size of the cutting stone looked to be large enough to hold on to as he cut into the honeycomb. Skipping the handle would save time and energy, so that was what he decided to do. However, before the beehive could be penetrated, he needed to make sure the bees would remain docile and unthreatened by his activity. Since there wasn't a beekeeper's suit handy, he'd need an alternative. Smoke was the only answer and would keep the insects oblivious and calm, letting him cut into their hive and extract what he needed. He went back into the forest and gathered up a generous bundle of dry sticks for kindling. He snatched some brown grass, too, before returning to the flat spot by the creek where he'd left the Red Bull can and the other objects. He cleared off an area of river rock to expose the dirt underneath, making a 4-foot-wide circle. Bunker took the Kleenex out of his pocket and put it in the center of the campfire ring. Next, he stacked the dry grass over the tissue, fluffing the stalks to create air gaps. He finished by building a pyramid of sticks around the pile, leaving one side open for direct access to the Kleenex. Now he needed an ignition source. Bunker had several choices, one of which could have been the condom in the camper's trash pile. Had it not been soiled, he would have turned the latex into a water balloon, then used it to focus the sunlight into a single point, acting like a magnifying glass. It would have taken a bit of finagling, trying different angles and finger pressures, but it would have worked on a sunny day like today. He could have done the same with the bottle of water, but it too would have taken trial and error. The Bic lighter was a faster, better choice. He took it out of his pocket and held it up for close examination. It had been a while since he'd done what came next, but he still remembered the basic process. Even though the camper had thrown the lighter away when it ran out of gas, Bunker knew there was at least one more flame hiding inside. First, he'd have to use the lighter's fork assembly to open the jet port all the way. That would allow the last bit of gas to find its way to the striker. The fork was positioned just under the spark wheel and was flat by design to fit a person's thumb. However, it was protected by the hood guard, which he pried off with his fingernail. Once the fork assembly was exposed, he loosened it with his thumb, popping it free from its seated position. He moved it to the side, allowing the jet port to be pushed up a notch by its spring. Then he brought the fork back to its starting position. He repeated the same process one more time, exposing more of the jet port to maximize the potential gas flow. He held the lighter close to the Kleenex and engaged the spark wheel, spinning it against the flint. A brilliant 2-inch flame shot out from the end of the lighter and lit the Kleenex on fire, spreading quickly to the mound of grass. Bunker watched the fire work its way up to the kindling he'd arranged. Once the sticks were fully engulfed, he carefully stacked more wood on top until he had a roaring fire. Now, he just had to locate the remaining items needed to make a torch. He found a stand of pine trees about 50 yards east of the beehive. The second tree on the right had what he needed, tree resin, gobs of it, smothering an area along its bark approximately 6 inches in diameter. The resin was part of the tree's natural defense system to protect it against invading insects, acting as an impenetrable bandage after one of its lower arms had been sheared off. Probably from high winds, Bunker decided, stepping over a fallen branch whose thickest end appeared to match the damaged area on the tree. So far, so good, he told himself, knowing the resin was only part of the equation. He needed a pinecone and a live branch, too, both of which he could salvage from this location. He chose one of the smaller branches on the tree, just to the right of the resin glob, breaking it at the spot where it attached to the trunk. The limb was about 1 inch in diameter and still alive, just as Bunker needed. It took effort to bend it back and forth, but he was able to work it free, ending with a twist. He took the sharp stone he'd made earlier and sawed a split into one end of the live branch, stopping after cutting down about 5 inches. He tested his progress, prying the split end apart and stuffing the pinecone inside. "Perfect," he said, storing the cutting rock inside his pocket. He put the branch aside, then leaned his chest against the base of the tree. He had to stand on his tiptoes in order to reach the resin, but his fingers were able to tear off a hunk about the size of a baseball. It felt sticky, smearing across his fingers like an invading swarm of gorilla glue. The campfire was still roaring when he returned with the items he'd found. As planned, the unmodified end of the torch slipped into the pour spout of the aluminum can, making it simple to pry its wide mouth lid open. He worked the stick around until he had clear access to the bottom of the aluminum container. Bunker put the resin inside, then placed it near the campfire, leaving an air gap so the resin would melt slowly and not catch fire. He stirred the contents with the handle of the torch until it had a runny consistency that resembled sticky paste. Bunker freed the pinecone from the end of the torch he'd made, then dipped it into the resin and swirled it around inside the can. The substance transferred as expected, coating the pinecone. "Time for a little honey," he mumbled, jamming the resin-covered pinecone back into the end of the torch. He put it aside and went to the creek, where he dipped his fingers into the cool water and rubbed them together until the tackiness went away. Bunker dried his fingers on his pants, then returned to the fire. He held the torch over the flame until the resin smothering the pinecone caught fire. Smoke billowed from the improvised torch, filling the air above him in puffs of white. He figured he'd have about 10 minutes of burn time, maybe 15. "Drum roll, please," he announced to the forest, taking in a long breath and letting it out. He spun on the balls of his feet before heading uphill. His destination, the beehive. His goal, the honey. Chapter 23. Rusty, get the gate, Sheriff Apollo said, waving a hurried hand signal at the mayor's grandson when they approached Tuttle's homestead. The kid hopped off his mountain bike, right on cue. Apollo wondered if the angry relic who owned the place was watching with his shotgun at the ready. The man's reputation as an eccentric recluse was legendary and well-earned, even though it was imperative to get everyone off the road in case they were followed. Apollo needed to take it slow. So far, he hadn't seen any sign of the owner, and that by itself was a good thing. His badge and gun were probably a good deterrent, he figured, despite what Daisy had told him about Tuttle's propensity to shoot first and ask questions later. Tuttle may have been living on edge and fighting reality on a daily basis, but the old codger wasn't crazy enough to shoot at the sheriff and a bunch of innocent people from town. Was he? Not likely, Apollo decided. Act like nothing is wrong and Tuttle will behave himself. Rusty worked the latch free on the gate and pushed the barrier open. Apollo stood guard as each member of the group made their way inside, passing next to him. First, newly appointed Deputy Dick Dickens went through, the former football star who took point on his own. Then Misty and Cowie entered on their horse, the man's head hanging low and bobbing from left to right, matching the stride of the great steed. Rusty went in last, pushing his bike along with caution, keeping a 3-foot distance from the hind legs of the mammal in front of him. The look on everyone's faces told Apollo the same thing. They were exhausted from the trip. He couldn't blame them. They'd covered a lot of distance on foot, plus he was sure everyone was worried about Angus Cowie, the Australian man who never regained consciousness before they'd arrived on Old Mill Road. The trip had been stressful ever since the foreigners' rescue from the river. They stopped occasionally to let Misty Tuttle's arms rest, and for Apollo to check for pursuers, the upstream gunshots fresh in his thoughts. Misty had been holding the wounded man upright in the saddle ever since she'd climbed on board and took position behind her fiancé. Her selfless dedication to her man's every need was impressive, her attention and hands never wavering. Not for an instant. There's love there, Apollo decided, his soul absorbing the words as he thought them. Their love was the kind of love he wished he'd find for his sorry old ass. Apollo's eyes drifted across the dirt road on their own, lingering for a few seconds as a daydream about Allison, Rainey began playing on the video screen in the back of his mind. Right now, across the street was the one woman in the world who might fill what he was missing in his life, someone to love and care for, and maybe provide the same in return. He couldn't stop thinking about the middle-aged goddess, the waitress with the heart of gold, her face dominating his every thought. She was a mere 200 yards away and off duty for a change. He sighed, letting the torment of the moment sink in. Asking her out sounded easy in theory, but he knew better. Every time he tried, his backbone would crumble, leaving his desires orphaned and alone, rendering him some kind of dumb mute. But not just any mute. An overweight, balding mute with little in the bank to show for his life's work. It had been the same excuse over and over, wait for a better opportunity, wait for the perfect opening. That's what he needed. The perfect opening. Then he'd surely get her to notice him on a more meaningful level. God knows he needed it because their current waitress/patron basis wasn't cutting it. Not by a long shot. He needed more. If he could somehow pull it off, then he'd have a chance at a full, meaningful existence on this rock. It wasn't like being town sheriff didn't have its rewards, but in the end, they meant nothing. Not compared to the rewards of having somebody to share your triumphs with, or someone soft and warm to lean on when your mistakes reared up and took a painful chunk out of your sagging backside. The barbed thoughts swirling in his head were basically a rerun of his entire life, cutting and burrowing their way from his brain down to his heart. Enough already, Apollo scolded himself quietly, deciding it was time to stop the adolescent fantasy. Your life is what you make it, and so far, he'd taken the easy way out. Nobody to blame but himself. It only took a second to wipe the romantic scene from his mind and turn his focus back to his sheriff duties. Cowie's bleeding was slow but relentless, releasing his life force one droplet at a time. The horse he and his girl were riding didn't seem to mind the blood, its redness painting a random montage of gravity-fed stripes down the beast's side. Franklin Atwater had trained the powerful horse well. Its calm temperament was on full display, despite the strangers on its back and the tension in the air. Apollo wasn't an expert when it came to training equines, but he was almost certain this animal was a cut above the rest, something that only a proud, steadfast man like Franklin could achieve. Once they were all inside the gate, Rusty shut it behind the group. Apollo led the way around the first two stacks of rocks in the old man's driveway, but stopped when he noticed something to his right. Something out of place, a black circle in the weeds, flat, charred, distinct. But that wasn't all. Just beyond the scorch mark was the twisted hull of an old Ford truck. Its grille resembled the two Ford pickups that were parked nearby, facing him. Rusty caught up a few seconds later with the handlebars of the off-road bike in his grip. He tapped Apollo on the elbow and pointed at the same pile of steel. "Is that a truck? What's left of it? What happened?" Looks like Mr. Tuttle had himself a little bonfire recently, and it must have gotten out of control. I'm guessing that old truck was sitting where the charred area is, and then boom, the tank exploded. Should have used some rocks around it. Apollo nodded, never taking his eyes from the burn mark. A little attention to safety would have helped contain the fire. I just hope the old dude is okay, if he was standing close to it. Then he was seriously injured. Or worse. That's what I'm afraid of, Apollo answered, wondering if Tuttle had set the fire on purpose. A man of Tuttle's temperament and years might have been distraught after losing his wife. It wasn't a stretch to think Tuttle might have hurt himself. "We should go inside and find out," Dick Dickens said, joining Rusty and the sheriff in the gawk fest. Apollo stopped his deputy from advancing with an outstretched hand. "Wait a second, Dickie," he said after spotting the bumpers of two vehicles tucked behind the corner of the barn. The paint across the rear of the vehicles looked new, both a greenish color. He pointed, leading Dickie's eyes to the cars. "I don't think those are Tuttle's. They are too new and he'd never spend money on two of them, not after Helen died." "That doesn't look right either," Dickie said, aiming his enormous index finger at the window closest to their position. The glass was missing and so was its blind, the window next to it still intact and covered. "The explosion?" Rusty asked in a leading manner. "I'm not so sure," Apollo said, pulling his weapon from its holster before addressing Dickie. "I need you to get everyone behind the rocks while I go check it out. I need you to keep an eye on the road, too. I'm pretty sure nobody followed us, but we better not take any chances." Apollo had planned to head to the front door of the home, but changed his mind when he heard a loud crash coming from Tuttle's massive barn. The noise sounded like wood breaking. When he heard a smattering of grunts, whacks, and a woman screech, he took off running for the double doors along the front of the barn. His mind ran through a dozen scenarios in search of an explanation for the scene they'd stumbled on, but nothing seemed to fit. When he arrived at the structure, the noises inside were louder and more intense than before. He heard a few more crashes, then more grunts and a loud thud. A second later, he heard a painful scream. Just then, the slats of the wall broke loose in front of him, showering him in a spray of splinters and planks. A body came flying out at the same time, tumbling backwards and rolling into a heap at his feet. It was the body of a woman, a voluptuous woman whose hair was twisted around and hanging in clumps, covering her face from his vantage point. Her curves were prominent, drawing his eyes in an instant. Apollo tore his gaze from her cleavage and aimed his sidearm at the hole in the building. He wondered if Tuttle had hurled this woman through the wall, possibly for trespassing, the same thing he and his group were doing. He was about to yell a series of commands at Tuttle, instructing him to come out slowly with his hands up, but the woman at his feet grabbed his ankle. Her moans were soft but her grip hard, her face still obstructed from view. Apollo kept the gun trained on the hole in the barn as he knelt down and brushed the hair away from the woman's face. When her eyes came into view, he recognized her. Stephanie. "Hey, Sheriff. Long time no see," she quipped back, sounding as if her situation was normal and expected. Her upper lip was bleeding from a half-inch scrape along the side, and so too were the middle knuckles on her right hand. "What the hell is going on? Did Tuttle do this?" "No, it was Tuttle," another female's voice said from in front of him, the tone and pattern familiar. "It was me." When Apollo looked up, he saw a bloody face staring back at him, peering out of the barn through the ragged hole. It was his number 2 in charge, Daisy Clark, the cut on her chin dripping blood in sets of 2. She smiled, showing her pearly whites, a stark contrast to her left eye, which was noticeably swollen. One of her teeth had a smear of red on it. It was faded and almost pink in color. Stephanie King let go of Apollo's ankle and crawled to her feet in an awkward stumble, nearly toppling over after her arms swung to one side. Apollo put his gun away in a flash, then latched onto the shoulders of the unstable woman, using his brawn to keep her upright. "You okay?" "I am now," she said, laughing after she spun her head and spat out some blood in a pucker. She worked herself free from Apollo, then moved forward with deliberate feet and put her hand into the opening in the wall, thumb facing up. She held it still, only inches from Daisy's position. Daisy grabbed Stephanie's palm, pulling herself through the gaping exit hole in the barn. "That was some kick," Stephanie told Daisy in a friendly tone after the two of them came together outside. Daisy rubbed her chin, her fingers just missing the blood on one side. "Nice punch. I didn't think you had it in you." Stephanie smiled and spoke again, her tone amplified. "Try living with the asshole I was married to, and you'd understand why." "I hear you, Steph. Again, I'm sorry for everything that happened." "No, I'm sorry. Taking this all out on you was wrong. I know you just got caught off guard. You're not the one I need to be mad at." Daisy didn't respond, her face unsure. Stephanie continued, "The way I see it, you did me a favor, a huge favor." "Then we're good." "Yeah, we're good," Stephanie said, putting her arms around Daisy and pulling her in for an extended hug. "I've missed you." Daisy brought her hands up as well, finishing their embrace in a tangle of blood, hair, and arms. "I missed you, too. It was killing me inside." Apollo wasn't sure what to say, so he kept his mouth shut, content to let this play out on its own. Rusty slid in next to him, with Dickie on the far side. Both of them looked as dumbfounded as Apollo felt at the moment. These two women just beat the hell out of each other, and now they were acting like nothing had happened. Stephanie put an arm around Daisy's shoulders as the two of them walked away, making a beeline for the front door of the house. Daisy's arm was around Stephanie's waist, the two of them laughing and chatting like schoolgirls. "What was that?" Dickie asked, throwing his hands up in confusion. Apollo shrugged. "Beats the hell out of me." "Women," Rusty said in a sarcastic tone. "You got that right, son. Obviously, there's some history between them. Let's just hope whatever that was is over," Apollo answered, figuring Bill King was at the center of it. The man usually was, and the cryptic exchange between the women appeared to confirm that assumption. Regardless of what had started it, Apollo was thankful he didn't have to break up yet another fight between two women he knew. He snickered after shaking his head. One catfight per week was his new over-under limit, as he decided he needed to set quotas for all things unexpected and sheriff-related. Apollo waved a signal at Misty to bring the horse forward, then turned and locked eyes with his stout deputy. "Dickie, you and Rusty help her get Cowie inside. Find a couch or bed, somewhere with decent light. Keep his head elevated." "You got it, Chief." The sheriff closed his eyes and let out a soft exhale, taking a few moments to let his mind catch up to the facts pouring in. A million questions formed instantly, coming at him all at once. He wasn't sure where to start, so much to cover. However, since Daisy was here at Tuttle's, then maybe Bunker was as well. "Yes, Bunker," he mumbled, realizing he needed an impartial observer, someone who wasn't part of the town. Someone with the skills and experience to explain all the craziness, both with the people and with the events of the day. Chapter 24. Bunker slowed his pace as he neared the low-hanging, horizontal branch of the willow tree. So far, the bees hadn't noticed him, allowing him to continue his advance unscathed. He wondered if their incredibly loud buzzing had kept the noise of his approach a secret. If the pitch was a little higher, he figured it would have sounded like a gas-powered weed whacker in action, mowing down the forest one clump of grass at a time. He brought the torch up, moving it slowly from side to spread out the smoke, not knowing how much was needed to keep the bees calm. But regardless, he couldn't dilly-dally. There was a finite amount of burn remaining in the torch. Plus, he still needed to be able to see what he was doing. Too much smoke would exceed both of those limits, so he decided to just go for it and hope he was close to deploying the proper amount. After 4 more steps and a full waist bend, he put the torch underneath the swarming hive, leaning it against the base of the trunk. He waited as the smoke floated up to the target, gently surrounding the hive in a cloud of white. He'd expected the smoke to slow the hive's activity down, but that was not what happened. The instant it hit a tangle of bees, they took off in unison, zipping away with a much higher pitch to their wings than before. Everywhere the smoke went, the bees abandoned their posts, retreating in formation for safer air. They must have thought a forest fire was headed their way. He hunched and waited for them to attack, ready to run for cover. The bees were zipping about but apparently too busy avoiding the smoke to care about him. Bunker let out the breath he was holding, then took out the cutting stone. He held it in his hand with the sharp edge leading the way, while a squadron of bees circled around the far side of the smoke cloud and doubled back. They buzzed his head, neck, and shoulders in a swirling pattern, sending his blood pressure a level higher. He froze for a few moments, waiting to see if one of them would bring a stinger his way. Their flight paths were chaotic and near, but none of them seemed interested in testing the resistance of his skin. It was hard to concentrate with non-stop flybys obstructing his vision, but he continued to the middle of the hive wall facing him. He gently pushed the cutting stone into the surface. A runny yellow substance leaked out and landed on his hand, then oozed a trail to his wrist before sliding down his arm. He ignored the leakage, slicing deeper into the substrate until he found a firmer area inside. Before his next blink, a bee swooped in and landed on the bridge of his nose. Bunker drew in a short breath, seeing only a dark smear an inch or so from his eyes. He could feel the drone's tiny feet on his skin, moving down his nostrils before taking a sharp left and crawling onto his cheek. He thought about shaking his head to send the bee into flight, but decided against it. Right now, the insect appeared to be calm, almost like it was curious, casually checking things out. If the drone changed its mind and stung him, the others would detect the release of threat pheromones and swarm. The bee took off a moment later and joined the others, flying in random patterns to avoid the smoke cloud. He let go of the breath in his lungs and continued slicing until a 1-foot-long chunk fell to the ground. He cut a second piece off as well, then picked up both pieces and made a hasty retreat. After a quick jog back to the campfire, Bunker put his take on the ground, then checked his hair, shirt collar, and the rest of his clothing for unwanted guests. All clear. He'd done it. No stings. A smile erupted, his body energized with the thrill of victory. It took a minute for his heart rate to calm, then he sat down next to the fire to admire his score. The first batch of honeycomb had a waxy covering. Beeswax, he figured, to seal in the honey. He wasn't sure if that was the right term, but it didn't matter. Bunker scraped off a small amount of the wax with the cutting stone, giving him access to the golden nectar. He dipped his finger inside for a sample and tasted it. "Wow, that's frickin' good," he mumbled, savoring the sweetness on his tongue. He couldn't remember from his survival training if he could eat the honeycombs too, but the hunger in his belly convinced him it was worth the risk. Bunker scraped off more of the wax, then took a bite. His teeth worked through the fibrous texture, releasing a supernova of flavor that exploded on his tongue. It was fabulous, better than any store-bought honey he'd ever tasted. He continued eating like a madman until every ounce of the first cutoff was in his stomach. Damn, he was in heaven and wanted more, but he knew he had to stop. The rest of what he'd stolen was destined for the wound in his arm, a wound he needed to treat before it became infected. Punctures are notoriously difficult to keep clean, especially in a woodsy, humid setting like this. Yet keeping his injury clean was the last step in the treatment process, one that could only start after he dealt with the bacteria lurking inside the damaged path. He removed the cap from the water bottle and stood the container a few inches away from the campfire by leaning it against one of the larger rocks. It would take a few minutes to bring the water to a boil, so he used the time to clean off the wax on one side of the remaining honeycomb. Once the water came to a boil, he used one of his socks as a glove to move the bottle away from the fire. He waited until the boiling stopped, then picked up the container again with the sock on his hand. Bunker took a series of deep breaths to summon all his strength, then brought the underside of his forearm over the bottle's opening. He made sure to align the plastic opening precisely with the wound. The plan was to fold his wounded arm up with his hand next to his ear, then instantly shoot the water through his arm with the upside-down bottle. Pressurized hot water was the key to flushing out his injury, but it would come at a cost: pain. Level 10 and excruciating, but it was necessary to rid the wound of bacteria. It was now or never. Bunker sucked in a deep breath and then, all in one motion, folded his arm up and squeezed the water bottle in one firm crush of his hand. Water jet shot into the hole in his forearm and out the other side. "Yee-hoo-hoo-hoo," he cried through clenched teeth, muffling the cry to keep the decibel level down. He squeezed the bottle again, sending another flush of water through. The pain was just as intense the second time, but he was able to remain quiet, even though he was seeing a burst of stars in his vision. After the 2 power flushes, the container had about 15% of the water remaining. Probably enough for another go, he figured. He thought about it for a second, but decided he'd had enough of the crush and flush, bringing his arm down and removing the plastic from his skin. Bunker looked to his left to check the results of his work. The water had been forced through his arm as planned and landed on the neighboring rock, but it was no longer a clear liquid. It was more of a washed-out red color, with hunks of tissue mixed in. "Looks like it worked," he said, feeling relieved the process was over, despite the throb in his arm. Pain he could deal with, but microscopic bacteria and unrelenting sepsis was another matter. What he just put himself through was worth it, assuming it was enough. Once the water cooled, he brought the opening of the bottle to his lips and chugged down what remained inside. The liquid quenched his thirst, a thirst that had been building ever since he'd woken up. He got up and went to the creek to fill the container again, then returned to the fire, where he put it next to the same rock for another boil. His hydration levels were low, and he figured it was going to take several more rounds to properly replenish his fluids. While he waited for the water to heat up again, Bunker decided to prep his wound for travel. He broke off a hunk of the second honeycomb loaf, then angled it to allow the honey to leak out and land on his arm. He used the honeycomb as a swab, pushing more and more of the antibacterial remedy inside the damaged path. Once he'd packed it tight, he flipped his arm up next to his ear and did the same to the other side. The process was a sticky mess, but the bush remedy was necessary. He finished by slicing a strip of cloth from his shirt and tying it around his arm as a bandage. That should do it. He turned his eyes to the leftover honeycomb, licking his lips before tearing into the treat. 10 minutes later, the sugar rush kicked in like a pressure wave. The newfound energy felt amazing, giving him a much-needed mental boost. He downed the last of the boiled water, then stood up, ready to head out. From what Franklin Atwater had told him earlier, it was a long walk south to Clearwater. Bunker knew he could make the grueling trek, but after the last 24 hours of beatings, electrocutions, mortars, bullets, and impalement, he figured a shortcut was in order. A shortcut by the name of Tango. Unfortunately, hitching a ride on the horse meant another fight with the saddle. He wasn't looking forward to it, but it was better than trying to hump his weary ass back to town on foot. Just the act of breathing would become more difficult after his adrenaline waned, leaving him to argue with a snarl of injuries. Guilt sprang up inside when he remembered the Russians unloading on the ridge. Bunker prayed the horse got away, sprinting into a full gallop when the firepower was unleashed. If Tango wasn't able to pull himself free from the branch, then he was probably down. Possibly dead. The thought of Tango lying on his side with his guts exposed tore at Bunker's heart. He closed his eyes and shook his head, taking in a series of deep, slow breaths, trying to free his mind of the imagery. And the remorse. The clove hitch he'd chosen was a sturdy knot, almost impossible to defeat. But maybe the clever steed managed to pull himself free or chew through the reins. He figured the Russians were long gone from the miners' camp, but he still needed to take it slow in case his assumptions were wrong. They most certainly sent out search teams after he was blown off the cliff, scouring the ridge for clues after their barrage ended. If they followed his tracks through the forest, they would have ended up where he'd taken his last step. Bunker hoped they decided to give up their pursuit, thinking he'd floated away with the current, while surrounded by a bloody run of body parts. There was no way to know how far he'd drifted downstream, so he'd have to make an educated guess as to where he first landed. He remembered seeing bushes with red berries lining the shoreline closest to him, and a huge boulder sticking up like a finger on the other. It even had knuckles, though they were fat and uneven. Granted, everything would look different from ground level, but he should be able to spot those two elements, especially together. After all, how many giant finger rocks with twin knuckles exist in nature? Not many, he decided, starting his hike upstream. He planned to stay on the same side of the waterway as the berries. That way, they'd be the easiest to spot. A prudent plan, he decided, since the finger rock might not look the same from a downriver position. Chapter 25. Albert felt a gentle weight on his shoulder, then a light jostle, rocking his extra-large frame with each round of pressure. A voice followed a second later, a male's voice, tone soft and inflection concerned. When his hearing connected with his memories, a name attached itself to the words he was taking in. Albert opened his eyes to confirm the answer, seeing Dustin Brown kneeling over him. The skin on his friend's face was a deep red color, and his eyes were energized with worry. "You okay?" Dustin asked in a whisper, his words charged with air. "Yeah, sort of. What happened?" Albert groaned, his body reacting to commands in slow motion. "I don't know exactly. When I came up here, you were out cold. At first, I thought you were dead." "What about the troops?" "Never came." Bert went to find out why. Albert rolled to his side, needing a moment to let his body catch up to his intentions before he stood. "We gotta get moving. They're gonna spot Bert and he'll just lead them back to us." Dustin put both hands on Albert, applying light downward pressure. "You need to stay here and rest. Bert said he'd be right back." Albert swatted the man's hands away. "That's what I'm afraid of. That cement head is gonna get us all killed. I really think you need to give him a chance." Albert couldn't believe what he just heard. His new friend had already turned on him, joining the team of assholes led by Bert. It was hard to accept, but Albert wasn't going to wait around and worry about it. If that's what Dustin wanted, then fine. "Well, you can, but I'm getting the hell out of here." "What about our new business? We're going to need him." Dustin's choice of words stoked a glimmer of hope inside Albert. Maybe their friendship wasn't over quite yet. He decided to give it one more chance, not willing to let all the work he'd put into Dustin go to waste. "Not if we're dead, Dustin. Let's go. We'll figure out the rest later," Albert said, getting to his feet in a stumble. He waited a few seconds to see if Dustin would seize the opportunity to salvage their relationship, but he said nothing. Nor did he move. "I guess that's it," Albert thought, putting his hand into his pocket, confirming the bag he filled with ice was still there. He wondered if Clearwater Red would still be a viable product now that an apparent invasion was underway. Probably not, he decided. Everyone would be too busy defending themselves to buy his special blend of meth. If he was right, then Bert was 200 pounds of baggage he no longer needed. So was Dustin. Before Albert could take a step, a crunching sound came from the bushes on the left. Both men spun to see Bert, huffing his way up the last 10 yards of the hill. "Miss me?" Bert asked in a breathy voice, looking proud of himself. "That didn't take long," Dustin said, his voice cracking in the middle of the sentence. "Like I said, I just needed to take a peek. I told you it was nothing to worry about. You guys need to chill." "I got this." Albert flashed a penetrating stare at Dustin, realizing his fellow deputy had raised the very same concerns to Bert about getting too close to the military convoy. "Give him a chance, huh?" Dustin didn't answer, his eyes confirming what Albert assumed had happened. Albert turned to Bert, wondering what revelations he'd uncovered, if any. "What did you find out?" Bert continued his approach, stepping over a foot-tall sapling in his way, then pushing his feet through a stand of grass. "It's the Russians. No doubt about it. They're setting up a roadblock on the other side of Mason Bridge. But that's not all. They're forming a massive perimeter as far as I could see from my position. Tanks, troops, missile launchers, you name it. They brought a little bit of everything." Albert wasn't ready to accept Bert's report or his assumptions. The burly man could easily be wrong, though the term missile launchers did take Albert's concern to an entirely new level. "Little bit of everything, huh? What for?" Bert stood with hands on his hips, his chest working overtime to restock the air in his lungs. "To keep everyone out, obviously. It's called a roadblock for a reason. Or didn't they teach you English in that chemistry class of yours?" Albert let out a short chuckle. The man's stupidity was even worse than he thought, demanding a quick retort. Keep everyone out of Clearwater? Dustin asked before Albert could say anything. Bert sucked in more air, nodding slowly. Yep. I can't imagine what's going on in town right now, but I'm glad we're here. Why on earth would the Russians care about a shit stain of a town like Clearwater? It doesn't make any sense, Bert. Denver or Colorado Springs would be better targets, especially NORAD. The Silver King mine would be my guess. It's the only thing of value in our neck of the woods. So let me get this straight, Albert said in a terse tone, glancing at Dustin for a moment, then turning his eyes back to Bert. You think the Russians came all this way to invade our country and risk World War III just to get their hands on the silver in our mine? Even a high school dropout like you has to realize they could get silver in a million other places, and do so without risking a war. He's right, Dustin said, moving his eyes from Albert to Bert. Bert shrugged, looking smug. Maybe they're after something else in those mine shafts, a byproduct or something, I don't know. But it's the only thing we got worth something around here, so it has to be the reason. Unless they're after the people, Dustin added. For slaves, or food, like in that old movie Soylent Green. That's even a dumber idea. You guys are totally reaching here, Albert said, stunned by the absurdity forming on the ridge. There was more he could say, but he held it back, figuring the dust-filled brain pan standing with him wouldn't understand the logic. Bert continued, maybe so, but the Russians are here for a reason and they brought along a shit pile of firepower to make it happen. Whatever is going on took a lot of planning and a lot of guts to pull off. They have to be after something important. And they needed to set off the EMP first, Dustin added, nodding his head in earnest. Yep, to get this done, whatever this is, Bert said. What do we do now? We can't go to town with the road blocked, Dustin asked the mechanic. We work our way around and take a closer look at what's happening in town. We need more information, then we can form some tactics we can use. Tactics? Really? Albert snarled, pointing at the road below. He wanted to leave these two behind, but for some reason, he felt compelled to stay and argue. While you stand around and talk about tactics, those professional soldiers down there practice logistics all day, every day, just waiting to unleash holy hell on anyone dumb enough to get in their way. You ever heard of the term force multiplier? Bert seemed unfazed by Albert's perfectly worded rebuttal. The man motioned to the mountain behind them. That climb looks doable. We should head up there. I figure we can make town by nightfall if we hurry. Then what? Albert asked, wondering what it was going to take to get through to the brute. Dustin was obviously enamored with the man, leaving Albert to fly solo on the island of opposition. Bert sounded sure of himself when he spoke again. We take action, depending on what we learn. Simple enough. The three of us take action. Are you insane? You can't possibly think taking them on is a good idea. We gotta do something. We can't stay here. Albert huffed, holding back his anger. He needed to get through to Dustin. Otherwise, his friend would end up dead if he followed Bert. The smart move would be to head back to my mother's place and stay out of sight. But we need to avoid the roads because you can bet your last dollar there are more Russians around. If they are forming a perimeter around Clearwater like Bert said, then Mason Bridge won't be the only roadblock. They probably have heavily armed roving patrols, too, so we need to be careful. Don't want to find ourselves as human targets. So you're coming with us? Dustin asked. Only if the plan makes sense, and right now what Bert is suggesting is totally nuts. Hey, we're all on the same team here, Bert said. Yeah, the team of nut jobs, Albert thought. What about food, water, and supplies? Bert asked. I'm guessing your mom's place is exactly a prepper compound, now is it? Heading back there is a huge mistake, Jumbo. Support hose and a dresser full of fake wigs ain't exactly gonna cut it. Albert didn't respond to the obvious insults about his dead mother. The greasy jerk wasn't worth the effort or the time. He needed to get moving and fast, with or without Dustin. Bert continued, his words keeping Albert's feet anchored in the soil. We gotta be smart here and think this through. We're gonna need guns and ammo too. Dustin cleared his throat, his gaze now aimed at Albert. You know, when we were in town before, I overheard the sheriff talking to the mayor about Frank Tuttle's place. Supposedly, he has a stockpile of just about everything. Maybe we should go there. That's not a bad idea. It's about the same distance, just in a different direction, Bert said without hesitation, looking at Albert. Albert took a minute to run it through his mind. Dustin's plan made sense, even though Albert didn't want it to. And since it was Bert's idea, he decided to consider it. Going to Tuttle's place has some merit, but it would be one hell of a climb to get there. Yeah, we just take our time. No big deal, Bert said without an ounce of concern in his voice. Look, at this point, it doesn't matter where we go. I just know we can't stay here. That much we agree on. Plus, nobody should be out here alone. We have to stick together, Dustin said. Then we go, Tuttle's place, Bert asked, his tone genuine. Bert's tone and his willingness to take a vote surprised Albert. Maybe there was hope after all. Then Bert spoke again, ruining the moment. Is everyone in agreement, or do I need to start knocking some heads together to get you guys to see the light? Hey, no reason to make threats, Dustin said. Bert huffed, tossing his arms out to his sides. Come on, get over yourselves. We need to make a decision already. So what's it gonna be? Albert hated the idea of keeping Bert around, but Dustin was right. Going it alone was a mistake. He needed to make sure everyone was on board and fully aware of what was needed to make this new plan work, despite his loathing of Bert. We need to stay as far away from the Russian perimeter as we can, so we can't take any shortcuts. That means taking the long way around. What about water? Dustin said, taking his backpack off and putting it on the ground. We don't exactly have a lot of it. Albert was in full agreement. If we run out, we're screwed. Maybe we need to rethink this idea. I'm not sure if you guys know, but wilderness survival comes down to the rules of 3. 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. Bert shook his head. Look, I've hunted in these mountains all my life, so I know them like the back of my hand. There are a couple of natural springs between here and Tuttle's place, so we can refill our water bottles along the way. And trust me, it's not going to take 3 days to get there. I know a few old logging roads we can use to shorten the time. Shouldn't be a problem. Dustin locked eyes with Albert again. Well, what do you think? Albert was out of objections. The idea might work as long as Bert could deliver on his promises. Old man, Tuttle's not gonna like us showing up uninvited. I hear he shoots first and asks questions later. Trust me, I can handle one crazy old man. Besides, I've fixed his tractor a bunch of times, usually at a discount, so I figure he owes me. Big time. All right, let's do it, Albert said after a 3 count. Even if their plan wasn't complete or even sound, it was better than staying where they were, just waiting for the Russians to find them. A smile appeared on Bert's lips. Excellent. Then it's settled. We arm ourselves and fill our bellies at Tuttle's, then sneak back to town to see what's what. Lead the way, Albert said, deciding not to debate the mechanic's last statement. There was no chance he'd agree to head back to Clearwater from Tuttle's place, but Bert didn't need to know that fact. The first order of business was to get everyone out of here safely and to a secure location with food, water, and shelter. If that meant letting Bert erroneously think they were going to town after that, it was Bert's problem. Albert couldn't care less. Chapter 26. Mayor Buckley stood in the shadow of the towering statue of Cyrus Clearwater, with his right elbow resting on the top of the blue mailbox. The first of 4 ATVs tore past him, each vehicle loaded with FEMA techs and a stash of MH2 inoculation equipment and supplies. He was still having trouble reconciling the speed and efficiency of the emergency response crew. Their collective efforts were impressive to say the least, hardly speaking to each other in their Australian accents as they worked to complete each task. A well-oiled machine, Buckley mumbled, thinking of his own failure to run the small town he'd grown up in, especially during this latest emergency. He and Sheriff Apollo had done their best thus far, but the results were less than acceptable. So many failures, and the list was growing. The only reason the situation was under control was because of FEMA. Not him. His thoughts turned to his faithful grandson, Rusty. He wondered how the kid was doing in the wilderness. Thank God Apollo and Dickie were with him, otherwise the greenhorn would have surely struggled with the new reality facing them all. No power, no electronics, and no transportation. Buckley just hoped FEMA would find his missing family and friends before the toxic threat reached the surrounding area. His mind tried to turn to visions of Rusty dying a horrible, painful death if the contamination cloud found him unprotected, but Buckley quickly flushed the idea. A layer of guilt tried to take its place, but again, he wouldn't let it settle in and begin to fester. Mayors don't have the time or the luxury to second-guess themselves, or grieve if their decisions turn out to be dead wrong after an emergency strikes. If his current stint at the helm of Clearwater, Colorado was a prelude to an even higher office at the state level, then he needed to continue bringing his leadership skills to bear and stay sharp. Hundreds of lives were counting on it, many of whom were family and longtime friends. He sucked in a deep breath and held it, wanting the suffocating pressure of the moment to sink in and fortify his determination. A second later, he let the air escape before turning and heading to the FEMA Mobile Medical Unit. The last of the in-town citizens had worked their way through the injection station 10 minutes earlier, leaving the line in front of the trailer empty. But not just empty of people, empty of worry and terrified faces, mostly little ones. Day 1 complete, he said, projecting out the mountain of work ahead for everyone involved, needing to finish the remaining 29 days of treatment protocol. So many injections to administer, so many lives to save, all because of an EMP that took down a CDC containment facility in Denver. For the briefest of moments, he thought about blaming the federal government for the mess they were in. But he couldn't. Not when the same government had quickly responded and taken care of everyone in town. A town he doubted that few in the state government even knew existed. Certainly not the federal government or their respective agencies. Except FEMA. His mind still couldn't wrap itself around that fact. Not after a lifetime of assuming that every federal agency was corrupt and inept, just like he'd read about in countless newspaper articles. If it weren't for the Silver King mine, an annual rush of tourists seeking refuge from the blazing heat down south, Clearwater would have dried up and blown away long ago, and taken his political career with it. He owed everything he was to this quaint little town where nothing ever happens. Except it did happen this week, when the residents found themselves at the mercy of some kind of coordinated attack, if he chose to support Bunker's compelling theories. The bustle of activity inside Chalmers Market and Feed Store had been slow but steady, though the shelves were emptying quickly. Grace Charmer was going to need a restock soon. Otherwise, the elderly widow would be hanging an out-of-business sign in the window. Despite the desperate need for inventory, it clearly wasn't happening anytime soon, not without communications and transportation. Clearwater needed help. Buckley went inside the medical truck to address that very need, climbing the metal steps with purpose and determination. He needed to find FEMA's field commander, John Howard. The three medics who'd manned the injection station had their backs turned to the entrance door. Their hands were busy putting items away, stuffing them into locking compartments along the sides of the truck. A biohazard container the size of a 30-gallon trash can sat nearby. Buckley knew from watching the men work that it contained hundreds of cotton swabs and other medical waste from the day's activity. Buckley cleared his throat. "Excuse me, gentlemen." One of the techs turned his head and looked at Buckley. The others seemed to be ignoring him, almost as if they were in a hurry to get home and nothing else mattered. "I'm looking for your boss. Have you seen Commander Howard?" The tech pointed to the left, then spoke in a crisp tone, his Australian accent rushed. "He's in communications, 2 trucks down." "Thanks, I appreciate it. And thanks for all the hard work today. You guys did a bang-up job, especially with the kids. I know some of them were terrified. You guys obviously know what you're doing." The tech nodded but didn't respond, his eyes looking content and proud. Buckley understood the lack of response, the man wanting to remain professional and detached. Buckley took the steps down to street level, then turned and traced a straight line to the second truck, just as the medical tech had instructed. The communications dish mounted on the back of the trailer was moving when he arrived, turning south a few degrees in measured increments. Someone was inside, that much was clear. But who? The side access door to the truck was closed. Buckley knocked. "This is Mayor Buckley. I'm looking for Command Howard. If he's in there, I need to speak with him. It's urgent." The door opened a few seconds later. Commander Howard's eyes met Buckley's. "Can you wait a bit, mate? I'm just finishing up my communique. I'll be with you in a flash." "Sure," Buckley said, getting his response out only a split second before the door slammed shut in his face. The rush of wind smacked him in the face. So did the rudeness. Buckley blinked, taking a moment to calm his temper. Sure, he didn't have an appointment, but the man had told him earlier to ask for help anytime he needed it. It was back in his office, when they were meeting privately with Bill King in attendance. The same resident who was now headed his way. King looked calm, but something inside Buckley told him that was about to change. After all, this was Bill King. Nothing about the man was ever easy. Why should this moment be any different? "There you are, Mayor," King said after he stepped close. "Yes, here I am, like I've been ever since FEMA arrived." "That's what I wanted to talk to you about, FEMA." "I figured as much. It's all anyone wants to talk about, not that I blame them." King pointed at the techs across the square, 3 of them on the left. Then he aimed his finger at 9 on the right. "Notice anything?" "Yeah, they're busy, like everyone else." "Look again," King said, hesitating before he spoke again. "Putting stuff away." "Yeah, the day's injection work is finished. Seems reasonable to expect a cleanup." "But why? They're supposed to be here for the next 29 days. Why not leave everything set up? It's not like someone around here is going to steal anything." Buckley nodded, thinking it through. The man was right. He didn't want to admit it, but the FEMA crews did appear to be closing up shop. And now that he thought about it, so were the 3 med techs in the injection station, their hands working quickly to stow items away. "Okay, I see your point. What do you want me to do about it?" "Find out why." As a matter of fact, I was just waiting for Commander Howard, Buckley said, sending a quick head nod in the direction of the communications truck. He's inside making a call, just waiting for him to finish. I don't think we should wait. If these men leave, we all die. I see your point. King pounded an angry fist on the door of the truck. He waited for a 2 count, then pounded again with heavy thuds. Open up. We need Commander Howard out here on the double. Howard finally opened the door and stepped out, closing the door behind him. His face was usually the bastion of calm, but right now he looked pissed. King's pounding on the door was surely the cause of the sudden change in mood. I said I would be out when I was finished, Howard said, sliding past King and taking position a foot in front of the mayor. He pointed at King, his eyebrows pinched. Why is he here? He has a question to ask you, and frankly, so do I. We need some answers. Fine, make it quick. See, that's just it, King snapped, moving around and taking a position next to Buckley. We're wondering why it appears that you guys are leaving, and in a hurry. Our work is done. For the day or forever, Buckley asked, needing clarification before he took the conversation to the next level. I thought I explained it all before, in your office. This is a 30-day process. Was I not clear? Yeah, you were, but why pack up now? Look, Clearwater isn't the only town in danger. King shook his head. Nice try, Howard, but you've still got those turbocharged Mavericks out in the field. There's no chance you're leaving those expensive toys behind. We're not. They will be joining us at our next stop. Everyone has their orders, including me. Will you be back tomorrow? Buckley asked. Same bat time, same bat channel. I'm sorry, what? Howard asked with a look of confusion. Before Buckley could explain his superhero reference, a rumble hit town. It was coming from behind him, somewhere down the street near the entrance to the town square. The mayor spun his head. So did King. What the fuck? Walmart, Buckley quipped, counting 5 semi-trucks rolling into view. Each one had the Mega Store's logo stenciled on the side in trademark blue. I'm guessing one of the items you wished to speak to me about was a resupply of the local supermarket. Charmers, I think you call it. Well, gentlemen, may I present to you the mother of all resupply convoys, Walmart. Here, in Clearwater, just like that, King asked, shaking his head the entire time. Wow, Buckley said, his tongue unable to find any other words to say. Once again, FEMA had surprised him, calling in supply trucks right on cue. King didn't look as impressed. So let me get this straight. Not only do you guys show up within hours of a disaster to save all of our lives, now you just happen to have more big rigs around that work after the EMP. And they belong to Walmart. Filled with stuff we need, seriously. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure today. Please see to it that these supplies get where they need to be, Howard said, turning for the open communications door. One of the techs inside was standing in the doorway. Let's roll out, Howard told him. Stage 2 is a go. Buckley watched the FEMA drivers start their engines and pull away. The Walmart trucks waited until the FEMA trucks left the town square before pulling into position around the grassy area. King put a hand on Buckley's shoulder. Normally, I hate all things Walmart related. All they do is run the little guy out of business. But today, I know, Bill. You don't have to say it. Lifesavers come in many forms. Ours just happens to be FEMA and Walmart. I'm sure Grace Charmer is dancing a jig right about now. All that free inventory headed her way. King didn't appear to be listening. I wonder which town FEMA is going to next. Buckley didn't really care. More importantly, I think we should be asking ourselves, will FEMA be coming back? You know, now that I think about it, Howard never did answer that question, did he? Nope. It was almost like he was stalling until Walmart showed up. I wonder if that's who he was talking to inside the communications truck. Probably. None of this is happening by accident, King said, shaking his head slowly. I'm starting to get the sense that we are all pawns in some master plan, whether intended or not. Yeah, I hear ya. It's like we're on a roller coaster, heading toward the end of the ride with zero control over anything. I hate roller coasters, Buckley said, tugging on the cuffs of his suit coat before adjusting his tie. King nodded. Me too. They always make me puke, sort of like Walmart. Except not today, Buckley added. Let's go help these drivers get where they need to be. Chapter 27. Bunker climbed over a dead, mangled tree lying on its side, then dragged his weary feet between two moss-covered rocks along the bank of the river. He'd been hiking for what seemed like hours, but the sun's position hadn't traveled far enough in the cloudless sky to support that assessment. Either way, he figured he had to be getting close to the original spot where he'd been knocked off the cliff. He had to be. Otherwise, he was just wasting time, looking for a horse that was probably long gone. He took another step, then spotted a thicket of waist-high bushes along the shoreline ahead. Green bushes with red berries, lots of them glistening in the sun for all to see. Was this the location? He craned his neck to look up, checking the ridgeline above. It was certainly high enough, but the mountains were full of scenes like this. No way to be sure, not from here. Bunker picked up the pace, taking longer strides through the uneven terrain. A glint of sunshine slammed into his eyes from something shiny. It was nestled in a twist of deadfall ahead. Deadfall that had collected in a heap along the shore, acting as some sort of marker leading to the next bend in the river. He changed course, heading for the object while keeping the reflection locked in his vision. Last time he'd seen something like this, it was only a plastic water bottle, refuse discarded by some punk who only drank the premium stuff. The bundle of branches stopped him cold when he arrived, its tangle of thorns heavy and imposing. The reflecting object was deep inside but visible, the sunlight bouncing off its flat surface. It was made of metal all right, and lying sideways, but he could only see about an inch of its length peeking out from beneath the collection of wood and leaves scattered on top of it. Bunker slid his hand inside, figuring he'd need to bury his arm up to the bicep in order to reach it. The thorns tore at him, ripping the top layers of his skin as he penetrated deeper and deeper into their lair. The farther he went, the more they attacked, sending stabs of pain racing up his forearm and into his shoulder. Despite the backlash, he wasn't about to stop, not until he recovered the object. When the tips of his fingers made contact with the steel, a cold dampness came with it. He brushed away the leaves and other decaying matter, exposing the compact shape facing him. It looked half-buried but intact, the clip visible on top. He moved his hand a few inches over, digging his fingernails under one end. Right then, his mind turned to thoughts of his trusted K-bar knife, its handle inscribed with the letters J and T. Those were initials from his former life. His life before the fabricated legend of Jack Bunker came into existence. JT stood for Jack Terrier, his birth name, aka Bulldog if you happen to wear the colors of the kindred and ride a Harley. Bingo, he said, grabbing hold of the Benchmade folder knife and pulling it free, focusing less on the safety of his arm and more on the value of the edged weapon. Blood dripped from his arm as he released the blade with a satin finish. He opened it and tested the reverse Tonto-style edge with his fingernail. It was still razor-sharp and ready to go to work. He closed the knife and tucked it into his pocket, feeling as though his life was starting to merge itself back together with some sort of equilibrium. Eventually, the universe rights all the wrongs, he figured. The question was, which side of that correction would he end up on? Time to get moving, he decided. This was the spot where he'd landed after the mortar shell nearly tore him apart. The towering boulders he could see across the river loosely resembled fingers sticking up, but from this low angle they looked different than they would from high up. Regardless, the hill before him wasn't going to bend over and give him a lift up. He needed to climb. It wouldn't be easy, not with sore arms and an exhausted body. It took 20 minutes or so to traverse the ridge, dragging his legs over the top edge and onto the semi-flat plateau of rock and dirt. He stood up and admired the view, seeing the familiar rock formation standing proudly in the water below. This was definitely what he remembered, fingers pointing at the sky, aiming their intent at the Almighty. This was the exact spot where he'd been launched into a new possible future, courtesy of the Russians. He spun his head to the right and let his eyes find the crater from the last impact. Dead ahead and up a noticeable incline was the detonation point. Trees were missing and several tons of dirt had been relocated as well. He still couldn't believe it. No shrapnel from the near-miss explosion. "Sometimes you get lucky," he mumbled, thinking about how close he came to being torn apart. But of course, luck was a matter of perspective. It all depended on your expectations out of life and what you figured was due to come your way. If someone had asked him a week ago, he would have said he welcomed a brutal, painful death, figuring he deserved it for all the hurt he'd caused. That's what he had coming. No doubt about it, hitting a new low point in his life. He remembered the moment well, the despair so profound that he figured he'd never feel normal again. But of course, normalcy was an illusion. It was something only happy people felt. For all others, misery dragged them along, leading them to make one bad decision after another even though they were fully aware of the dark, unforgivable path before them. A guilty conscience was a powerful thing, secretly driving people to destroy themselves. He wasn't sure if that propensity toward self-destruction was simply human nature or something specific to him. Regardless, that was the old Jack Bunker. The new version had found a renewed purpose in life, and he wanted to hang on to it. Clearwater may have just been a sleepy mountain community that few on the planet knew existed, a town barely on the map and filled with regular people who had no idea who he was or what he'd done. But to him, Clearwater was more than that. It was a salvation of sorts. His salvation. At least, that's what it felt like inside. He didn't have the words to accurately describe it, but it was there and it was real, something he'd never experienced before. He took a few seconds to search his memories, but couldn't pinpoint when the change took place. But it had. Maybe it was when the kids on the bus wrapped their arms around his legs to thank him. Maybe it was Stephanie and her judgmental ways getting under his skin. Maybe it was Jeffrey and his bright blues, and his endless questions. Daisy was part of the equation too, covering his six during battle, then pulling a gun on him. The mayor and sheriff had earned some credit as well, always trying to do right by the people they served. Then there was Tango, a powerful, graceful force with a simple goal in life: just live another day. Maybe that's when it started, a gentle rub of his hand while looking into the serenity that filled Tango's eyes. Then again, maybe all it took was the simple act of setting foot inside the town limits of Clearwater. At the time, Bunker was more than desperate to find a new place to call home. Some place where he could start over and find meaning to his life. Guilt used to be the driving force in his life, speeding him toward annihilation. But now it was Clearwater pulling him toward something else. It felt like a powerful magnet, latching onto his hardened soul and drawing him in. One word kept popping up in his thoughts: survival. That was his motive now. Not penitence or retribution. Maybe it was time to stop hating himself. Before he could turn around, He heard the ratcheting sound of a rifle bolt being pulled back and rammed forward to close the chamber. Then the snap of twigs. Someone was armed and standing behind him. "Hold it right there, mister," an agitated male voice said. The high tone and pubescent inflection of the words indicated a young person, teenager maybe. "Put your hands up where I can see them." Bunker froze for a moment, needing to formulate a plan. "I said hands up," the voice said again, this time with more urgency in the words. Bunker did as he was told, raising his arms slowly. "Now turn around, but no sudden moves. I'll shoot if I have to." Bunker spun slowly, bringing the gunman's face into view. It was a young male, as he suspected. But this boy couldn't have been more than 13, his round, puffy cheeks peppered with acne. His eyes were wild with fright, and his finger was resting on the trigger of a hunting rifle. The bore of the barrel suggested a .30-06 or something close in caliber, enough to kill just about anything in the area, including him. "Easy there now, son. Let's not get trigger happy," Bunker said, keeping his tone soft and even. "I'm not your son, old man," the kid said with a snarl, raising the rifle higher against his shoulder before sliding his eye behind the rear of the scope. The weight of the rifle was giving the kid fits, his arms straining to keep it locked into position. "Look, I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect. Just take it easy, please." "Who are you?" "My name is Jack Bunker." "What are you doing here?" Jack figured this kid's family owned the land beneath his feet. He needed to make sure the boy knew his trespassing was a mistake and part of a rescue mission. "I'm looking for my friend's horse. His name is Tango. Have you seen him?" "No, I haven't. So are you with them?" "Who?" "The Russians." "No, I'm American like you." "I don't believe you." "Listen to my voice. Do I sound Russian?" "No, but that doesn't matter. My dad told me they have camps set up where everybody learns English until they speak it perfectly. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm American 100% through and through. Go ahead and ask me anything, about sports or whatever. Let me prove it to you." "Okay, so tell me this. Where's your friend? How did he lose his horse?" Not the question Bunker expected, but it gave him an opportunity to prove he wasn't with the Russians. "Well, he didn't. I did, actually. It was after the Russians tried to kill me a little while ago on this ridge. I barely escaped when they bombed the hillside." "So you're the one." "One what?" "The one they were looking for." "Shit," Bunker said, realizing this ordeal with the insurgents was far from over. The kid nodded, his eyes filled with dismay. "Yeah, shit, because of you." "I'm sorry, I don't understand." "They came to our farmhouse a little ways downriver. I was in the barn when they showed up and started shooting. They killed my dad and took my sisters and my mom when they left. I wanted to help, but I didn't know how, so I just stayed in the barn and watched. They kept asking about who was on the ridge. When my mom couldn't answer, they started hitting and kicking her." Bunker's heart skipped a few beats knowing that he'd brought more pain and suffering to people he didn't know. Fallout from his continued presence in Colorado was spreading. The young man continued, reaffirming what Bunker already suspected. "They thought my family was hiding you on our property somewhere. When they started searching, I hid in the secret underground armory my dad built. I was so scared I couldn't move." "I take it they didn't find you." "No, I got out when I heard their engines leave, but there was smoke everywhere from our house being on fire. So I grabbed my dad's hunting rifle and I ran." "I'm so sorry," Bunker said, realizing that every decision he had made or would make was critical, even when he chose to do nothing. Act or react, it didn't seem to matter. The universe was gunning for him and leaving a wake of collateral damage in its path. "You're the reason my family is gone," the red-faced youngster snapped with his jaw clenched, his finger moving in and out of the trigger guard. It was clear the boy was considering whether or not to pull the trigger, trapped somewhere between fear and anger. Bunker needed to defuse the situation if he had the time. And the words, "I'm sorry about your family, I truly am, but you have to believe me. The Russians were trying to kill me first. I did nothing to them other than watch what they were doing." "Then why'd they come to our house? Why did they kill my dad?" When the tears came, the boy's hands began to shake and so did his knees. Slowly at first, but the intensity ramped up quickly. Bunker let out a long exhale. He couldn't deny it any longer. The kid deserved the truth. "You're right. This is all my fault for getting spotted up on that ridge. I had no idea the Russians would do what they did. If I could, I'd go back in time and stop all of this from happening by giving myself up. But I can't, and for that I'm truly sorry. All I can do now is help you get your family back if you'll let me. But first you need to put down the gun. Nobody has to get hurt here today. We are on the same side," Bunker said, sharpening his words and his stare. He needed to reach this kid before the adolescent's raw emotions turned this standoff into a killing. "The Russians are the enemy, not me." Bunker waited a few seconds before he continued, waiting for a sign that the kid's paranoia had softened. "I have friends out here, too. Probably captured like your sisters and mom. If we work together, I think we can get everyone back. But that can't happen unless you put the gun down and trust me." The kid hesitated, the tears worse than before. "You can get my sisters back, and my mom." "Yes, I think so." "How?" "I used to be in the military and I know a few tricks. The government spent a ton of money training men like me so we could stand up against enemies like this and protect the innocent. Innocent people like your mom and sisters. There are tactics that can be used against a hostile enemy. It won't be easy, but I give you my word that I won't stop until I do. What happened to your family was an accident, but it was my fault, so let me make it right." "Please," Bunker said, pausing to let the words sink in. He needed to personalize the situation and cut through all the turmoil boiling in the kid's heart. "What's your name?" "Dallas." "Okay, Dallas. Like I mentioned before, my name is Jack. We are on the same side. I can help you, but I can't do that if you shoot me. If you want to get your family back, then you have exactly one chance here. Put the gun down and let's work together. We can do this, son, but only if we work as a team." "I said I wasn't your son. Quit calling me that." The kid snapped, the fury returning to his face. Before Bunker could respond, a rustle of noise came storming in from the left, blurring a path to Dallas' position. It was Tango at full speed, snorting and bucking his head with each stride. "Tango, no!" Bunker shouted, just as Dallas dove sideways and landed on his stomach. 4 angry hooves landed in the dirt next to Dallas' head and neck, barely missing him as the horse galloped past in trample mode. When Tango's feet slowed and turned sharply to the left, Bunker realized he was circling around for another attack. Bunker ran to Dallas and grabbed the rifle from his hands, then tossed it several yards away. He stepped in front of Tango, holding up his hands and standing firm. Tango's feet came to a full stop, knocking a spray of dirt loose in the process. The horse reared up on his hind legs, then flailed his hooves with wild swings and kicks, occasionally ramming them together in a powerful clack. "Easy now, boy. Easy," Bunker said between the horse's blustering neighs and nickers. The kicks continued for another 20 seconds before Bunker's soothing phrases started to calm the mighty protector. When Tango finally stopped his tirade, he stood motionless, with his tail flapping from one side to the other. Bunker moved forward, taking slow, even steps with eyes transfixed and hands steady. Tango held his temper long enough for Bunker to make contact, then rub his hand across Tango's neck from high to low. "Easy does it, buddy. Everything is okay." Tango nodded once, then snorted a quick huff, as if Bunker's words and his touch were exactly what he needed. "Good boy," Bunker said, continuing his rub of Tango's chest and sides, not a mark on him from the Russian mortar attack. He could feel the heat in the animal's fur, his heart thumping away. The horse rolled his head into Bunker, nudging gently. "Everything is okay, Tango. You did good, but now it's time to rest. We're all friends here." Bunker swung his head around to check on Dallas. The kid was still on the ground, only now he was tucked in a ball, covering his head with his hands. "It's okay, Dallas. You can get up now. Tango won't hurt you." Dallas uncurled from the fetal position and brought his terrified eyes to bear. Bunker could sense what the teenager was thinking and feeling, knowing the look of pure panic all too well. "It's over now. You're safe. My friend's horse was just defending me. That's all. Like I said, we're all on the same team here. You, me, Tango." Dallas stood up in measured increments, moving slowly and never taking his eyes from Tango. He wiped the tears from his cheeks, then stood motionless, looking as though he was trying to decide whether to stay or take off running. Bunker waved at him with one hand, patting Tango's neck with the other. "If you rub his neck, he'll know you're a friend. Tango's not dangerous unless you're trying to hurt someone he cares about. Since we're all friends now, he's not going to hurt you." Dallas shook his head in silence, taking a step back. "Trust me, Tango won't hurt you, but you need to come show him that you're a friend. Just rub his neck a few times, and he'll understand." Dallas took 2 steps forward, then stopped. Tango never flinched. Dallas continued forward until he was able to put his hand out and make contact with Tango. Bunker grabbed the kid's hand and helped him get started with the petting process. Tango responded, letting out a slow, non-threatening breath, his eyes blinking and tail swatting a few determined flies. The tense look on Dallas' face vanished in an instant, his hand working the rub even faster now. Bunker waited a bit before he turned the conversation to a more pressing topic. "As much as I'd like to hang out here and just chill, I need to know more about what happened when your family was attacked. Did you see which way they went?" "Yeah, they took the service road that eventually leads back to town." "Clearwater." Dallas nodded as a few tears returned. "Dad has an office there. He builds underground shelters, or at least he used to." Bunker put a hand on the brave young man's shoulder. "I know it hurts, but you need to stay strong. For your mom and for your sisters. Do you think you can show me exactly which way they went? I want to follow their trail and see if I can't find a way to rescue your family." "You're really going to do that?" "Yes, of course. I gave you my word." "I thought you were just saying that because I had a gun." "If a man is any kind of man at all, his word is his bond. That's what my dad taught me. I'll bet your father taught you the same thing." "Well, sort of. He was more about making sure you show up on time and get the job done. Otherwise, you don't get paid." A bit shallow and greedy, Bunker thought, but close enough. "That's really the same thing, Dallas. It's a promise that you keep to someone who's depending on you." Dallas nodded, the tears consuming his face. Bunker stepped aside. "I think you should ride first. I'll walk. Tango needs to get used to you." "We can't." Bunker tilted his head, trying to find meaning in the cryptic phrase. "Can't what?" "Follow them." "I thought you said you knew which way they went." "I do, but I had to stop. They are setting up roadblocks everywhere. Like a perimeter, around town." "Uh-huh, every bridge into town that I tried was blocked." How many men did you see? All of them, I think. They're everywhere. Tanks and missiles, too. Bunker paused, needing a moment to think it all through. The EMP, the plane crash, the grid failure, technology useless. Grinder in the miners' camp with the English-speaking Pokemon men, most of them dressed in tactical black. The BTR-80 and support vehicles arriving later, the Russian mortars across the hillside, and the drone being recalled from its overhead position. And now, to top it all off, a perimeter was being constructed around a small mountain community that was little in the way of a threat to anyone, except themselves. It didn't make sense, especially the targeted execution of Tuttle at his trailer. The tightness in Bunker's gut was screaming at him that something was missing, something critical. A second later, the answer came to him: the U.S. military and the National Guard. Even with a coordinated computer attack and EMP strike, some of the U.S. Armed Forces equipment and vehicles should have survived. He knew for a fact that certain transports, communications gear, and mobile weapon arrays had been designed to be EMP-proof. They had to be, given the always-present nuclear threat. Plus, somewhere along the way, someone had to notice a Russian battalion marching across the border. Unless, of course, they were already in country and just waiting to deploy. Before his next breath, a flashback to an old news report he'd seen roared in his mind: Jade Helm 15, the largest military training exercise ever conducted on U.S. soil. At the time, he remembered endless conspiracy theories erupting across the internet, everyone focused on the reason for the volume of troops and equipment being deployed across 7 southern states. Martial law was the favorite answer offered up by the bloggers and loonies, but what if it was something else entirely? If Bunker was right, it meant the central question about Jade Helm 15 had just changed from why to who. As in, whose assets were being moved, the U.S. or someone else. Regardless of the answer, someone must have put up some form of resistance by now, but it didn't appear to be so. Not from what he'd learned thus far. He didn't understand any of it. It was almost as if the insurgents were given a free pass to take over. Bunker looked at Dallas, waiting for the kid to bring his eyes around before he spoke again. You mentioned something about your dad building an underground armory. I'm assuming he stocked it with guns and ammo. Yep, lots. Did it survive the fire? Bunker asked, figuring they needed to bury the kid's old man while they were there. Then he planned to grab some gear before stashing the young boy somewhere safe. I think so, but I didn't stick around very long. Can you take me to it? Okay, Dallas said in a tentative voice, looking like he was dreading it. Bunker couldn't blame him. His emotional wounds were fresh and gaping. He felt sorry for the kid, and responsible. In truth, Bunker caused this to happen when he decided to take position on that ridge and spy on the miners' camp filled with Russians. This young person's life was now in his hands. A smarter man would have known this result was coming, since every decision has a consequence, some known and others not. This was both, wrapped up into a single teenager's life, a life without his father and quite possibly without his sisters and mother. Bunker's first instinct was to protect Dallas from what would come next, but deep down, he knew that was the wrong move, especially in a society without power and an apparent invasion in progress. More death was headed their way, endless amounts of it. If he could help Dallas learn to face the finality and suddenness of death, Dallas would be stronger for it. It was what Bunker's father would have done. Death comes in waves, his father used to preach before each of his wilderness exercises. Both physically and emotionally. Nobody is immune. Those words were never truer than this exact moment in time, as he looked at Dallas' shock-covered face. Bunker hated to put the kid through it, but it had to be done. At least Dallas wouldn't be alone. Even the shoulder of a complete stranger to lean on was better than none at all. Chapter 28. "Where do you want this?" Mayor Buckley asked Grace Charmer, resting the shipping carton of powdered milk on his hip. This was the heaviest load thus far of the 11 he'd made since the Walmart trucks arrived. She pointed at the floor next to an empty stand that used to contain a display of green apples. "Just put it there. I want to rearrange some things before I stack it up." "You got it," Buckley said, depositing the box precisely where the store owner had indicated. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stood more erect, his back howling after the latest haul across the town square. If he had a handful of ibuprofen, he'd slam them down in a heartbeat, not stopping to count them first. Not that he should be surprised. Middle age is a culmination of all the decisions we make, physical ones, too. As we get older, we are the sum of all our parts, even those that are less than functional after decades of pushing a pencil behind a desk. Too many bagels with cream cheese and not enough exercise. A receipt for health problems, none more common than near-constant back pain, flaring to level 7 any time he engaged in something physical. The day was far from over, but he needed to finish what he'd started. Someone had to help Grace out, and so far, only two had. The last pair of Walmart trucks were emptying fast and would pull away soon, so he needed to pick up his pace, despite the lower back twinges. "I can't thank you and Rico enough," Grace said to Buckley. "I could never do this by myself." "Least we can do, Grace. We all have to pitch in when we can, including me. We're all going to need each other before this is over. I just wish I knew who stole the hand trucks, but I'm afraid I was distracted when the Walmart trucks showed up," she said in an apologetic tone. "Me too. I should have been paying more attention. I still can't believe how low some people will sink when trouble hits." "Yes, it breaks my heart, but we really shouldn't blame anyone. They're just fending for themselves. We all know the blackout isn't going to end anytime soon. People gotta eat." "That much is true," Buckley said, watching the buzz of activity outside. It looked like a swarm of ants emptying the remaining Walmart trucks. But it still doesn't make any of this right. People need to step up and help their neighbors in a time of crisis. All this selfishness makes my skin crawl. I'm sorry, Grace. I expected more from this town." She smiled, though it looked forced. The widow was obviously tired and frustrated, her gray hair tattered and hanging in disarray. "I put your suit coat in the back on the coat rack my late husband used every morning when he came in to work. It seemed like the right place for such a nice garment. I hope you don't mind." "Not a problem at all. Thanks for looking out for it," Buckley told her, watching her sagging, thin arms work nonstop. The woman was relentless, working day and night to keep her dead husband's store alive after her staff quit when the original inventory ran out. Sheriff Apollo's reserve team leader, Rico Anderson, brought in another box from the truck, struggling to carry its weight. The stenciling on the side of the container said it was bar soap, the antibacterial kind. "Where should I put this, Mayor?" "Grace," Buckley asked, not wanting to assume he knew the answer. "By the boxes of deodorant. I'm going to start a new row in a minute." Buckley looked at Rico. "You heard her, by the pit spray. If nothing else, everyone in town will smell good, even though their actions stink." Rico laughed through the pain, his recovery still ongoing from bruised ribs and a head injury. Buckley had tried to talk him out of this transport duty, but the man refused to stay in bed. Old Doc Marino's post-concussion orders were clear, but Rico chose to ignore them. He volunteered without hesitation. "It's not too late to go out there and stop them. I'll do it, Mayor. Just give me the word." I appreciate that, Rico, but the food belongs to everyone. I don't have the legal standing to stop them, nor do I want to. They have a right to feed their families, no matter how much it disgusts me to watch. Just wish a few of them had stepped up to help us. I get that, sir, but when it all runs out, then it runs out. They'll have nobody to blame but themselves. Rico paused for a moment, his nose pinched and eyes tight. Buckley knew what the loyal 32-year-old was thinking. I know, it sounds cold, but that's the reality of the moment. Unless more trucks arrive, I'm afraid this is just a temporary reprieve from what's headed our way. Yeah, no doubt, things are going to get dicey. Buckley nodded, the skin across his chest tightening as he brought more words to his lips. Count on it. People I've known for most of my life will most certainly turn on each other when the food runs out. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's human nature to look out for yourself and your own. To hell with everyone else. Maybe we need to consider the cattle ranch as a solution. Plenty of meat out there. Buckley pointed outside, his tone turning even more cynical. It's a wonder none of them have latched onto that idea. If they had, we'd have dead cows everywhere. Can you imagine the carnage? Hey guys, look, Grace said, snapping to attention in an instant. She pointed at more trucks rolling into town. Looks like our prayers have just been answered. Buckley watched the new procession arrive. Like before, these were full-size tractor-trailers, at least 10 of them, only this time the Walmart stenciling was missing. The trailers were all white and pristine, like someone had just painted them. I wonder what goodies they're bringing us this time, Rico asked, stepping in close to Buckley. I suppose it's too much to ask for some quality booze. A little Jack and water right now might be just what the doctor ordered, if you know what I mean. I do, Mayor. Been a long couple of days. You got that right. Just hope your boss makes it back to town soon with my grandson. Before another word was said, the convoy came to an abrupt stop, one of the trucks positioned directly in front of Chalmers Market. Rico shook his head. That's strange. Why not park in the same location as the others? There's plenty of room after the empties left. Good question, Buckley said, moving to the window to get a better view of the activity. Rico joined him. So did Grace. A second later, the doors on the back of each trailer opened. Out flew dozens of armed soldiers dressed in full military garb, tactical vests and all. They began yelling orders to each other, but the words weren't in English. They were in Russian. Chapter 29. Sheriff Apollo pulled Daisy aside, leading her out of the kitchen at Tuttle's place and through the front room where the window blind had been destroyed. He opened the front door, and the two of them stepped outside. "What's up, boss?" she asked, her feet coming to a stop in the weeds. He looked around to make sure they were alone before he spoke. "I need you to fill me in on some things." "Sure, anything." He pointed at the scorch marks in the front yard. "Let's start with those. What the hell happened here? Where's Tuttle?" "He's dead, sir. When Bunker and I arrived to get the communications gear, someone had executed him." "Who?" "We don't know exactly. I killed the man who did, but he didn't have any ID when we searched him." "And the burn marks?" "Bunker blew up one of Tuttle's old trucks as a diversion. It drew the assassin to the window, so I was able to get a good shot at him. Worked like a charm." "Clever. Where's the body? I should probably take a look." "See, that's the thing. When Stephanie and I pulled up with the kids and Franklin, the man's body was gone. I figure the rest of the intruder's team hauled it away." "There was more than one, here. At Tuttle's?" Apollo asked, wondering if these men were the same group who attacked Rico and Zeke and stole their shoes while they were on their way back to town from their annual fishing trip. Yep, they took me and Bunker hostage, then started interrogating us at some remote camp they'd taken over. We eventually got loose. That's when Bunker and I took out whoever was left after Franklin got the party started. Seriously, Franklin, he was there too. 10-4. That's how he got shot. Apparently, these same men took Steph and the kids from his property, so Franklin went after them. He took out most of the men before he took a bullet. That's when Bunker finished off the rest of them, though I did have to kill one trying to make a run for it at the end. Where's Bunker now? He stayed behind to dispose of the bodies and then go find Franklin's horse. We needed to get Franklin back to town before he bled to death. That's when we ran into trouble and decided to head here instead. It was the only place I could think of where the kids might be safe. They needed food, water, and a place to sleep. Good choice, as long as you weren't followed. We were, since we'd eliminated everyone involved in what happened here and at the camp. I figured it was safe to return. I had to clean up the blood and get Tuttle buried before the kids could come inside, but I think it worked out okay. Martha Rainey has been a huge help. So has Allison. So I'm guessing Bunker doesn't know you're here. No, sir, he doesn't. He thinks we went back to town. That was the plan anyway. I just hope he didn't run into any more trouble. If he did, I'm sure he can handle himself. Yeah, he can. Though on second thought, he might have decided to just take off while he had the chance. You know, resume his life. As much as we need him around here, he's probably done more than enough for our little town. Apollo agreed, but wanted to change the subject to something else. Bunker was the least of his worries. What about those trucks parked out back? We stole them from the miners' camp. That's how I got everyone here so quickly. Good thinking. She shrugged. I mean, it's not like those men were going to be using them anymore, right? I figured we could use some working vehicles after the EMP strike. What about that little skirmish with Stephanie? Yeah, that never should have happened. I thought she just wanted to talk, but then she attacked me, so I had to defend myself. Do you want to press charges? Daisy shook her head without hesitation. That won't be necessary. Are you sure? Assaulting a peace officer is a serious felony. Well, I really wasn't a deputy at that point. I was just me. I figure I had it coming anyway after what I did with her ex. Can't blame her. I would have done the same thing. Okay then, if you want to give her a pass, then that's what we'll do. I appreciate it, boss. Truth is, I'm shocked it took this long to come to a head. You knew about the affair? Daisy asked with eyes wide. Of course. Everyone knew. It's a small town. Can't expect any secret to remain that way for long. No, I suppose not. It's so embarrassing. I'm sure it is. Those types of slip-ups get around town quickly. You know how rumors are. They take on a life of their own, especially in Clearwater. Daisy's eyes turned soft, tears welling inside. I never meant to hurt her, but I did. God, how could I have been so stupid? Apollo wasn't sure if she was fishing for sympathy or not, so he kept his mouth shut. I swear, I only let my guard down for a second and next thing I know, I'm in bed with her husband. But that's all in the past now, right? Yes, sir, all in the past. I can't even stand to look at his face. That's good to hear, for everyone's sake, Apollo said. What about the fight? I think Stephanie and I just needed to let it all out. A once and for all type thing. In a strange way, I think it helped. Like we both needed it or something. It's hard to explain. No explanation needed. I'm just glad it happened inside the barn so the kids didn't have to see it. Speaking of the barn, there's some stuff I need to show you. I found a few things you should see. Lead the way, Apollo said, holding out an extended arm. He followed her around the corner of the house and over to the massive barn Tuttle had built. Damn, this thing is huge, Apollo said as they angled a path to the front. Tuttle's reputation as a cheapskate was well earned, but he'd spent some serious money on this structure. Wait till you see what's inside. It's mind-blowing. The double doors along the front were already partially open, allowing Daisy to turn her frame sideways and easily step through. The lights were off, but Daisy had already told him about Tuttle's backup power. He figured her first task would be to find a light switch, hopefully by the time he wedged his wide hips past the entrance. Daisy turned to the right and disappeared into the blackness as expected. He continued behind her and entered the building. When the lights snapped on as expected, he heard a shotgun being pumped behind him, then felt something hard press against the back of his head. "Hold it right there, Sheriff," a man's firm voice said, the words laced with twangs and broken syllables. Apollo raised his hands and turned his head to the right, seeing another man with a rifle to Daisy's head. In total, there were 3 intruders, all wearing black masks and country attire, flannel shirts, jeans, leather-work gloves, and weathered boots. Only one of them had a pistol, the others held long guns. Apollo guessed the all-black six-shooter was a .45 caliber based on its massive barrel. "Looks like you was right, cousin," the man with the pistol said. Shotgun Man tapped the muzzle against Apollo's skull like he was trying to loosen a bolt inside. "I told ya, dey be coming in here next. Dey always do. Gotta take what don't belong to dem. Don't forget, I want dey shoes. Need 'em for my collection, specially de sheriff's. I like them shiny ones." "I won't forget. Let's get dem out front and round up de others. Now dat we have de law under control, de rest is easy." The comment about taking shoes rang true in Apollo's mind, connecting with something that Rico and Zeke had told him when they stumbled into town. The men who had attacked them stole their valuables, including their shoes. These must be the same men who ambushed Rico's group, then tossed them down the bank of a gully. "Let's go. Outside. Both of ya," Shotgun Man said, shoving Apollo forward. The man holding Daisy hostage did the same thing. Apollo kept his hands up, moving slowly while he ran it through his head. If these were the same men who attacked his reserve unit, then they were just here to steal, not to kill or anything else. They'd let Rico and Zeke live, so Apollo decided to play along and make sure this ended peacefully. Word was obviously spreading across Clearwater County about the treasures at Tuttle's homestead, meaning he'd need to fortify a perimeter before the place was overrun with scavengers and thieves. But first things first, he needed to keep his cool and play along to defuse the situation. Shotgun Man gave Apollo another shove. "Come on, keep movin'." Pistol Man spoke next. "We should take de women with us dis time. Dey worth a fortune at the outpost. They're paying good money for de young ones." Their comments about kidnapping the women burrowed a hole into his heart. Apollo was obviously wrong about their intentions. This wasn't going to end peacefully. At least not for the women, and probably for the kids either. He needed to act before the rest of his group was dragged into the middle of this. He whirled around and tried to knock the shotgun out of the hands of its wielder, then pull his sidearm and shoot, but a powerful jab smacked him in the face in an instant. The force of the punch sent him to the dirt in a heap. He landed on his left side, then rolled before a fleet of stars swarmed his vision. When he looked up to get his bearings, he saw the bottom of a foot coming at his face. The man's boot heel smacked him in the forehead, turning everything black. Chapter 30. When Sheriff Apollo woke up after getting kicked in the face, he found himself on his knees with his hands secured behind his back. His feet had been laced together as well, plus someone had a firm grip on his shirt collar, keeping him upright. The raging headache pounding at his skull made it difficult to focus his eyes and his thoughts. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear the blobs and specks, but it wasn't helping. Neither was the intense pressure across his forehead. He could only assume his face was swelling from the impact, making him look like an aging boxer who just got pummeled in the ring. Then again, a more accurate description might have been that he resembled a modern version of a Neanderthal, complete with heavy brow ridges and minimal intelligence. He was hearing echoes in his mind, his brain processing everything in slow motion. He tried blinking again to clear the spots, this time keeping his eyes closed for a few seconds. It helped, his vision returning to almost normal. Only a single fizzy spot remained in his right eye. He turned his head to peer to his left. Dickie was next to him, only inches away. The giant was also on his knees with his hands behind his back. Apollo couldn't see Dickie's feet, but he assumed they were secured as well. At least Dickie was awake, his eyes staring straight ahead and blinking. However, there was a deep gash across his cheek. He must have put up a fight, possibly taking the butt end of a rifle to his face. Rusty was on the far side of Dickie. The kid was also on his kneecaps and most likely tied up since Apollo couldn't see his hands. His face didn't appear to be injured, but when the kid leaned forward and looked at Apollo, his eyes went round and showed an unusual amount of white. Everyone else was huddled about 10 yards in front of him, sitting on the ground in a loose circle with their hands behind their backs. Daisy, Stephanie, Allison, Misty, and Megan were to the left, while Jeffrey and Martha were separate and to the right. Misty's face was full of tears and so was tiny Megan's. "What do you guys want?" Apollo asked the shotgun man, who was standing a few yards away with his back turned. The man spun around and looked at Apollo, his eyes black as coal. The rest of his features were hidden by the dark-colored ski mask covering his head, but that didn't stop Apollo from trying to memorize as many details as he could. The man appeared to be about 6 feet tall and stocky, his chest and shoulders broad. His hands were white, though they were weathered like an old pair of leather-work gloves. "Let's finish this," the pistol man said, walking out from behind Apollo and entering his field of vision. The man took position about 3 feet away with his .45 aimed at Apollo's forehead. The third man stood in front of Dickie with his bolt-action rifle in a firing position. He was shoulder to shoulder with Pistol Man, lining up for what Apollo assumed was an execution. Shotgun Man arrived last, aiming his pump-action scatter gun at Rusty's face. "Wait, we can work this out," Apollo snapped. "You don't have to do this." "Ready," Shotgun Man said, straightening his posture a bit. "On 3. "Please don't shoot," Rusty cried out. "I don't want to die." Dickie was dead silent, apparently ready for the firing squad to begin their evil deed. The women were crying with their heads down, while Jeffrey had his head buried in Martha's shoulder. "Please, stop. We'll give you whatever you want," Apollo said, hoping to reach one of the men before the countdown started. "We already have what we want," Shotgun Man answered. Apollo closed his eyes when he heard the countdown starting, his lungs pumping out of control. He wanted to say more, but he couldn't find the words, not with his headache escalating right along with his blood pressure. 3, 2. Just before Shotgun Man's voice reached the count of 1, Apollo heard a momentary whizzing sound, then the echo of a gunshot coming from the left. He felt a wetness land on his cheeks and chin, then heard 3 different thumps hit the ground in succession. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. All 3 attackers were lying on the ground with huge chunks of their necks missing. Blood and tissue seemed to be everywhere, hanging in clumps along the sides like red cheese. "We're still alive?" Rusty asked, his voice unsteady and full of anxiety. "How?" Apollo looked at Dickie, then at Rusty. Neither appeared to be injured. However, blood splatter had found its way to them as well. "I don't know exactly," Apollo said, turning his eyes to the women and children. They all looked stunned but unharmed, their tears flowing. "Someone took a shot," Dickie said, turning his head hard to the left. "Yeah, an amazing shot. Killed all three," Rusty added. "How is that even possible?" "That's got to be what, 1,000 yards?" Dickie asked, never taking his eyes from the tree line in the distance. Rusty turned his head to peer at the trees as well. Apollo did the same, keeping watch for whatever happened next. Just then a spotted horse appeared in the distance, sliding out from the backdrop of green. There were two riders, one large and one small. The larger person appeared to have a rifle in his hand. Apollo couldn't make out much detail otherwise, not from this distance, his old eyes watering from the strain. The horse began a full gallop a moment later, heading straight for them. Apollo wanted to stand up and greet the visitors, but his feet were still tied. When the shooter closed about half the distance, Daisy spoke up with excitement in her voice. "Hey, is that who I think it is?" "Bunker," Stephanie said an instant later. "That's gotta be him." Apollo waited another 20 seconds to be sure, but Stephanie was right. Bunker was atop the horse with the reins in one hand and a rifle in the other. There appeared to be a young boy sitting behind him, hanging on with his arms wrapped around Bunker's waist. When Bunker arrived, he circled around the back side of the women before coming to a complete stop in front of Apollo. "Everyone okay?" "Yeah," Daisy said, "barely." "Where the hell have you been?" Stephanie asked, her voice full of attitude. "On my way here with a new friend." "You took the shot?" Rusty asked. Bunker nodded, then helped the boy off the horse with his free hand. "Take your knife and cut my friends free. Start with the girls." "Okay," the kid said, his feet moving quickly. Bunker looked at Apollo, his face stiff and devoid of emotion. "All I can say is it's a good thing I happened to spot those men in time. If I hadn't realized what they were about to do." "You don't need to remind us," Apollo said, his heart still pounding in his chest. "Nothing like waiting until the last second," Stephanie said, looking pissed. "Had to get into position. Figured I'd only get one shot. Luckily, they lined themselves up perfectly so I could burn them with one round. Not sure what would have happened if I'd had to reload." "Or missed," Dickie added. Apollo couldn't seem to pull his eyes away from the bolt-action rifle Bunker was holding. The tan-colored death machine had grabbed hold of his eyes and wouldn't let go, even with the headache pounding at his skull. The rifle's collapsible stock, sleek lines, and long barrel were stunning. The scope sitting on top was beyond high-tech, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. "What kind of rifle is that?" Bunker held it up in front of his chest, looking like a proud papa. "It's a tracking point M1400. Been a while since I had a chance to shoot a .338 Lapua Magnum. I've never seen anything like it. It's a precision-guided sniper rifle that basically aims itself. Just follow the optics inside the scope and it's dead on. Even a grunt like me can make a shot like that. Every time, without fail." "Yeah, no doubt," Rusty said, his eyes locked onto the dead bodies. "Can even take down moving targets," Bunker said, getting off the horse. He let go of the reins and used his knife to free Rusty's hands and feet with a few swipes of the blade. Bunker gave the rifle to the mayor's grandson after the youngster got to his feet. "Here, hold this for me, but be careful. That's over 20 grand of firepower you're holding in your hands." Rusty smiled, leaning to support the weight of the weapon. Bunker freed Dickie next, then Apollo. "Where the hell did you get it?" Apollo asked, his brain still not functioning at full speed. There were better questions to ask, but that was the first one to land on his tongue. Bunker pointed at the new boy, who was busy freeing the women. Only Misty and Martha remained. And of course, Jeffrey. "From my new friend over there, Dallas. It was his father's. The man had quite a collection. God rest his soul." "I take it something happened." "Yeah, the Russians happened. They're here already." "We know," Apollo said matter-of-factly. "They took the kids' mom and sisters, because of me." "How's that exactly?" "They were searching for my sorry butt when they came across his parents' place." "Why would they care about you?" "When I was policing the bodies from the miners' camp, they showed up in force. I took cover on the ridge above, but they spotted me and unleashed a firestorm. For whatever reason, they didn't want a witness getting away." "What did you see?" Dickie asked, breaking his silence. Bunker shrugged. "Not much. They searched the camp, then recovered a drone that was in flight. That's about the time when they noticed me." Apollo pointed at the makeshift bandage around Bunker's forearm. "Is that when this happened?" "Roger that. A shell sent me flying into the river. Got impaled when I hit bottom. Took a while to find my way back after floating downstream, and that's when I ran into Dallas. Couldn't just leave him there all alone." "I understand. He's your responsibility now." Bunker nodded, taking a full second before he spoke again. "At least until we can get his mom and sisters back. I hope you don't mind." "Not a problem. Just add it to the to-do list." "How did you know we were here?" Daisy asked. "I didn't. I was bringing Dallas here for safety." "Yeah, but why here?" Rusty asked. "This is one of the few places I know around in the area. I had to take him somewhere safe, and this seemed like the best choice after the Russians burnt the kid's place to the ground," Bunker said, turning his focus to the sheriff. "I know why I'm here, Sheriff, but what about everyone else?" "That's a good question." "We're all here for different reasons," Stephanie said, stepping forward with Jeffrey in tow. She let go of her son's hand and wrapped her arms around Bunker's neck. "But at least we're all together. Well, sort of." "Hey, Steph," Bunker said, bringing his arms up to hug her. Her grip was tight, so he returned the favor. Jeffrey joined the hug fest, his tiny arms trying to reach around his mom's legs and Bunker's. When Stephanie spoke again, her voice was muffled due to her face plant into his neck. "I thought we were never going to see you again. But as usual, you show up just in the nick of time." "Hey, I try. You know, people are gonna start to expect this now, and that can't happen unless you're here. Like permanently." "Well then, I guess I'd better stick around for a while. I'd hate to disappoint everyone." When those words landed on Apollo's ears, his heart warmed and his headache eased. He was unable to hold back a grin. He let out a long exhale before turning his attention to Daisy, who was still with the other women. The deputy's eyes were sharp and focused, but not on the people standing with her. They were locked on Bunker and his long embrace with Stephanie. Daisy looked lost. Or maybe she felt forgot, her eyes telling an emotional story. Apollo wondered if Daisy was purposely staying away from Bunker, letting Stephanie have a tender moment with him first. Given their history of violent love triangles, it was certainly a possibility. If he was right, then things were going to get complicated. Again.